Chapter 239. The Mysterious Knight. Batman, is he here? Danny immediately rode forward and deliberately made her voice low and hoarse. Batman is here. You've advanced. What? Congratulations on eliminating Dung Shell Jimmy. You've advanced. You don't have a match this morning. Report to arena number 44 in the afternoon. Remember not to be late, the MC said. Danny was stupefied. After a while, she rode away under the constant urging of the MC. Let's go, the old knight said. I want to watch more. Pay attention to the contestants nearby. The old knight pointed at the armored knights who were ready to go. Many of their armors are either old and rusty or assembled with second-hand parts. Knights who can't even afford armor are obviously skilled in battle tactics. If you really want to watch the match, it's better to go back to the main venue. Danny looked around and sighed. She silently followed the old knight and left the arena. He was right. There were no peerless swordsmen like Hoodlum and Fu Hongxue in this world. Relying on a broken iron ruler without any martial arts manuals, and only practicing the two simple moves of stabbing and drawing the sword, one could become a top master in the world. This was a common story in martial arts novels. But in this world where physique, strength, skills, equestrian skills, warhorses and armor were all important, such stories would never happen. Great knights could only be born in wealthy families where they did not have to worry about food or clothing and had martial arts masters to teach them since they were young. The horse walked steadily on the yellow dirt road. From time to time, the sound of spears and shields colliding and the cheers and cries of knights could be heard from the arena. Danny looked at the match and asked the knight next to her in a muffled voice, "Has there ever been a legendary knight among the poor?" The white knight thought for a moment and said, "In the last 100 years, half." Danny turned around and said in surprise, "Half? Do you know the name of Prince Fran? Duncan Targaryen." Yes, the prince was also called Short Duncan. But he was not short. He was a handsome man who was 1.8 meters tall. So, there must have been a legendary tall Duncan, a great knight of commoner origin? Danny said thoughtfully. Yes, my lady, you're so smart. Looking at Danny with admiration, the white knight continued, Sir Duncan is a king's guard from the previous generation. He is more than 2 meters tall. When he was young, Aegon V even changed his name to Igo, and worked as an attendant for the mercenary knight Duncan for a period of time. Aegon V was Danny Rise's great-grandfather, and the first man who broke off the engagement, Prince Duncan, was his eldest son. Using the name of a mercenary white knight to name the crown prince, how much does that Aegon V worship his own iron guards? However, although Sir Duncan came from the slums of King's Landing, he was adopted by Sir Alan since he was 5 years old and received a good knight's education. He is not really a commoner. Unlike the arena for mercenary knights, the main arena was filled with fluttering banners and loud voices. The contestants were wearing bright and shiny armor, like the heroes described in thousands of ballads, each more heroic than the last. The sound of the warhorses' hooves rumbled, trampling the ground of the arena into a dilapidated muddy ground. The wooden stage was filled with spectators, wearing gorgeous dresses, reservedly and passionately cheering for every victor and sighing for every knight who fell off the horse. Especially the noble ladies and young ladies sitting in the front row. Every time a knight waved to the audience on both sides, they would blush, cover their mouths with fans sprayed with perfume and scream like crazy. It was as if they imagined all the knights as their own guardian knights. They might also think that since there were so many people shouting, no one could be sure that they were shouting, and no one could see their bloody mouths open like a hippopotamus. Woo woo woo. When Danny came over, she happened to hear the sound of the horn. When the audience in the arena quieted down from the discussion of the previous battle, the horn ended and the MC shouted, Lady Lelia's guardian knight, Count Garland Tyrell of Brightwater City. The Count rode a black horse into the arena with a straight back. He was wearing a gorgeous silver armor which was polished to a dazzling silver. A pair of green vines and 2 clusters of golden roses were inlaid on his chest. Danny and the other spectators were shocked to find that the bowl-sized golden flowers were mostly pieced together by countless golden crystals. Thousands of throats gasped at the same time. The mysterious knight from Brightwater City, the old gardener. The MC continued to announce. A smoky gray armor covered with a lapis lazuli cloak. The cloak and his fox-shaped helmet were the only decorations on his body. However, when the mysterious knight appeared, the jubilant atmosphere suddenly froze, as if an awkward person that everyone knew had entered the lively banquet. Even the noble ladies stopped cheering. Who is this person? It seems like everyone knows him, Danny said, puzzled. A blue cloak, a fox helmet from Brightwater City, and calls himself the son of the gardener. He must be a Florin. According to the information we gathered, he is most likely Sir Aelken, who came to ask Hyder for help, the old knight said with certainty. Just as the two of them were talking, the two knights in the arena had already charged over. Boom. The mysterious knight's long wooden spear hit Count Garland's wooden shield hard, and the spear shattered. At that moment time seemed to slow down. Danny could clearly see the outer layer of the shield caved in, and then the whitewood splinters flew in all directions like bullets, bringing about a fine muffled sound on the armor of the two knights. Wow, thousands of mouths gasped in unison. Good. The old knight commented loudly. Steady, accurate, ruthless and skillful. The spear shattered, but the rider was not injured at all. Count Garland also blocked very steadily. After blocking such a powerful blow, the warhorse's movement did not change. It seems that all the force was released and did not affect the mount. While the fox helmet was swapping for the spear, the old knight said, "During the War of the Four Kings, Florin originally followed Tyrell and joined Renly. After Renly's death, Tyrion withdrew, but Lord Alistair Florin turned to Stannis for the sake of his brother and niece. Stannis's wife was from the Florin family. After that, Tyrell and Lannister formed an alliance. Stannis lost, and Florin of Brightwater City was in an awkward position. Duke Tywin stripped the Florin family of all their lands and titles, and gave Brightwater City to Sir Garland Tyrell as a reward for his heroic performance in the Battle of the Blackwater River. In order to win back Brightwater City, Count Alistair intended to represent Dragonstone Island and negotiate with the King's Landing, but Stannis directly sacrificed him to the King of Light. The heir of Brightwater City, Alistair's son, Sir Aelken, fled to Old Town to seek the protection of the Hyder family. I didn't expect him to participate in the tournament, and to meet Count Garland so dramatically. What's the relationship between Sir Aelken and the old man of Old Town? Danny asked. Aliken's sister is Count Leiden's wife. This? Danny was a little confused. Garland Tyrell's mother is Count Leiden's daughter, right? Is this an internal strife? No, Count Leydon has already lost 3 wives, and the current Lady Florin is the 4th. The children of the 4 wives are not the same. Linnes and Henfley have the same father and mother, but Henfley and Smiling Baylor have the same father but different mothers. So complicated. If I were the old man of Old Town, I would definitely hide in the towering tower and not come out. Danny's mouth twitched. The two chatted as they watched the mysterious knight and Count Garland clash. In the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds, both of them blocked each other's spear, but the wooden spear did not shatter. Based on the current score, Count Garland will probably lose. The old knight said. Not necessarily. In this tournament, the organizer, Sir Garland, stipulated that there were 5 rounds in the spear duel. Directly knocking the opponent off his horse did not happen every time. Therefore, the winner had to be decided based on the score after the 5 rounds. The place where the spear hit, the smoothness of the movement, the ability to control the horse, whether the horse slowed down or twisted during the collision, whether the movement of the spear was standard. These were all points to be scored. In the previous 4 rounds, the mysterious knight's attack was ferocious. Count Garland's abdomen was grazed and lost a lot of points. In the next 5 rounds, Danny, like the thousands of spectators, held her breath and stared at the 2 knights who were slowly accelerating in the field. Under the sun, the sound of the horse's hooves rumbled. The knight leaned forward, the shield in his left hand in front of his chest, the spear in his right hand extended. The horse was galloping at its highest speed, but the spearheads of the 2 knights were still stable. Not good at the moment before the collision, perhaps due to the impact of the sun, the mysterious knight's eyes were dazzled. His right hand trembled, and the tip of the spear was slightly tilted. Bang crash, Garland's spear hit the chest of the mysterious knight, knocking him to the back of his horse. But almost at the same time, the old gardener's spear went past Garland's shield and pierced towards his face. Fortunately, Count Garland had quick reflexes. He raised his neck abruptly, and the wooden spear scraped against his throat armor, producing a teeth-numbing sound. In the end, it hit the bottom of his helmet, sending the shining silver helmet flying. A bloody mark appeared on the Count's chin and ear. Fresh blood flowed out. Oh. The spectators gasped. The young girls covered their mouths, almost crying. Woo-woo. The horn sounded, and Garland Hyder rushed into the field, shouting for the scholars to come and save the 2 knights. Actually, the injuries of the 2 knights were not serious. Garland's face was scratched and his face was covered in blood. It looked scary, but it was only a flesh wound. The mysterious knight, on the other hand, had thick armor. He was completely fine after being stabbed by the wooden spear. After 7 or 8 minutes, the two knights left the field. The MC stood up and shouted, "The mysterious knight has fouled. Count Garland Tyrell wins. That guy did it on purpose. He wanted to kill Garland," Baristan said with a serious face. "Yeah." Danny nodded in agreement. In a spear fight, it was against the rules to attack the opponent above the neck except when the wooden spear fragments accidentally hit the head. The old gardener was familiar with the first few rounds, and he was very experienced. He did not look like someone who would make such a low-level mistake. The old knight said with a serious face, "Brightwater City is still under the control of the Florin family. Garland led half of the Tyrell family's army back to the High Court to take Brightwater City. However, there was an accident midway. Taimin actually took over the Shield Islands, broke into the Monday River, and threatened the foundation of the Tyrell family, the High Court. The Seven Kingdoms have already destroyed the Northern Territory, Hajin, the Western Territory, and the Royal Territory. The Stormlands are still besieging the Wind's End Fortress, and River Bend is also under attack." "What happened to the Westeros?" The old man sighed sorrowfully. Report. Suddenly a fast horse galloped down Rose Avenue. The rider waved a scroll of parchment and shouted, the latest news from the City of Knowledge. Balan is dead. Balan fell off the bridge and died 4 days ago. The king of Taimin is dead. The old town is safe." "Really?" The people in the arena were in an uproar. They did not even look at the tournament and ran towards the rider. "The City of Knowledge has received the latest news. King Balan fell off the bridge and died. His younger brother, Yuluin, intends to take the position of Sea Stone. Taimin Island is in turmoil. The old town's crisis has been resolved." The rider squeezed through the crowd and arrived below the rostrum. He reported to Baylor and the other nobles in a loud voice. Good. Mary Baylor laughed so hard that his mouth cracked open. He put aside the dirty business between his two relatives and just kept cheering. "Good my ass, River Bend is in danger." Danny's expression changed drastically. Chapter 240. The residents of Old Town, the nobles of River Bend, and the riders were overjoyed. The most prestigious, most ambitious, and most feared King Balan of Taimin was dead. Taimin Island was in a state of disunity. His only son, Theon, had been skinned alive. Asha, a woman, could not inherit the throne. His good-for-nothing brother, Yuluin, had actually started the ancient and cruel King Selection Assembly. The nobles of Taimin Bay were eager to make a move. They all had the idea of getting their hands on Seastone's position. In short, Taimin was finished. Old Town was safe. "We can happily participate in the tournament." Because of this good news, laughter, Baylor waved his hand and directly raised the reward of the champion from 8,000 gold royals to 20,000 gold royals. Even the second place was given 10,000 gold royals. The knights at the scene were in an uproar. People sang and danced. The banquet was held and the music did not stop. Danny was puzzled. "It's only been 4 months. How did Yuluin complete the second exploration of Valeglia Island in such a short time and cross thousands of miles of sea to return to Taimin Bay?" The old knight was also very puzzled. "I thought he was still floating on the summer sea. But he can't affect the overall situation. Now that King Balan is dead, the internal strife alone will consume most of Timin's power. River Bend is finally safe." Danny looked at him in surprise. "No way. Others may not know, but you don't know Yuluin's ruthlessness?" The old knight shook his head and sighed. "Ruthlessness does not mean prestige. He left Taimin Bay for almost 3 years. Who still remembers him? And Yuluin is not the only male of the Greyjoy family. No one will obey him. Otherwise, he would not have called for the King Selection Assembly." "What's the King Selection Assembly about?" Danny asked. "Gather all the captains of the Iron Islands to vote for the new Iron King." A very advanced system? Danny was even more puzzled. Alas, men can play with the most advanced systems more barbaric than the Dothraki. There was someone who ambushed the archers during the King Selection Assembly and massacred all the candidates. There was someone who, after being elected as the Iron King, immediately exterminated the previous king's family. Danny was startled and said, "According to Yuluin's character, would he do something he wasn't sure of? Maybe he was the one who killed Balan, and then he will become the real Iron King through the King Selection. Even so, it will take half a year to a year for River Bend's main forces and Clear Pavilion Island's fleet to return from King's Landing. At that time, with River Bend's absolute strength, whether Taimin is united under Yuluin or not is no longer important. The two of them didn't reach a consensus about Yu Luan. After lunch, the mysterious knight Batman officially appeared in arena number 44 in the afternoon. In just a moment, Danny fiercely stabbed. The spear broke the opponent's left arm that was holding the shield. The guy howled and fell from the horse. The mysterious knight Batman advanced to the next round. Then the two of them ran to the main arena to watch. After watching for a while, Danny suddenly realized something. There were many contestants in the main arena, and they hadn't finished a round yet. In other words, wild knights like Danny had already been eliminated in 2 rounds, a total of 3/4 of the contestants. The contestants in the noble area hadn't finished the first round, so the elimination rate was less than half. There was a huge difference in the elimination rate between the two arenas. I was still too naive. I thought that the nobles would lower the promotion rate if they got attention. I didn't expect them to be so shameless, Danny said angrily. She had thought that if the nobles killed each other in the arena, the free riders would make up the majority of the remaining winners. Everyone is like this. The mercenary knights also know this. The old knight had a disapproving look. If the nobles didn't have any preferential treatment, why would everyone fight to be a noble? Reality was crueler than Danny had imagined. The next day she participated in another round in the morning and another in the afternoon. So far, after 4 rounds of elimination, only 1/16 of the over 2,200 wild knights were left. There were about 140 riders left. At this time, more than 300 noble riders hadn't finished the first round of competition. On the morning of the 3rd day, when Danny advanced to the 5th round and there were only 70 wild knights left, the noble contestants finally finished the first round of competition. There were 150 contestants left. All the contestants rested for half a day. From the 4th day onwards, 220 knights would be mixed and they would compete together in the main arena. Danny could finally show her power in front of an audience. At the same time, she could also move her tent into the main camp. From the afternoon onwards, the camp was in a carnival. Fat roasted cattle were slowly turning over the fire, dripping oil and hissing. The air was filled with the fragrance of garlic and pepper. The handsome bard played the harp and sang in front of the crowd. The singing and dancing troupe set up a stage and performed operas related to knights, such as The Dance of the Blood Dragon, Jenny of the City of Barrenstone and the Prince of Dragon Flay, The Fool Florian and Joan, The Dragon Knight and Queen Naisi. There were also knights holding a banquet in their tents. Young attendants ran around under their orders, carrying beer barrels and empty plates out of the tents. There were also cooks who worked together to carry a long string of fragrant roasted chicken and golden roasted lamb. A few women in thin colorful clothes were led into the tents by attendants while laughing at each other. Almost every tent had one or several shields displayed outside. There were the family emblems of the nobles who lived there. There was the trapezoidal white tower of the old town, the golden rose of Tyrell, the grape cluster of the Redwin family, the wheat ears of the Harvest Hall, the horned bull skull of Black Crown City, the Holy Grail and Black Rose of the Three Towers Castle, the black and orange butterflies of Highland City. Of course, someone had also erected 3 long spears and a shield outside the tent. There was a black bat drawn on it. The old knight was very confused and dissatisfied with the design, so he purposely drew it a little like Big Black. Is Batman Knight inside? After lunch, Danny entered the dragon spirit state and closed her eyes to meditate with Big Black. Suddenly there was a call from an attendant outside the tent. Yes, Big Black had returned to the Westeros for 2 days. The others only knew that Danny could control the black dragon, but they did not know the details of the dragon spirit. Cora wrote a letter and tied it to Big Black's leg and sent it over. Actually, Danny knew more about the current situation in Slave Bay than Cora. Big Black had specially checked around Slave Bay and New Gith. The Allied army still had no intention of launching an attack. That was right, Khal's dragon-slaying crossbow was not completed yet. After condensing the meditation vortex in her mind, Big Black seemed to have some positive changes. His magic power and physical strength had increased a lot, and his top speed had increased by almost 1/5. It only took him 30 hours to return to the old town. Another thing that surprised Danny was that when she entered the dragon spirit state, she could meditate together with Big Black. Their 9-color vortexes rotated at the same frequency, and her wizard power increased more than twice as fast as before. It was as if Big Black had helped her level up. Therefore, whenever she had free time, she would meditate together with Big Black. Danny sat cross-legged on the bamboo mat and did not move. The old knight consciously opened the curtain and went out to talk with the attendant. About a quarter of an hour later, he came in with a primary-colored oak barrel and reported, My lady, Sir Garth invited you to a banquet. What? Danny asked curiously. Not only you, but also the 70 hired horsemen who entered the last round were invited. Because of time in, Sir Baylor intends to build the Old Town Fleet, and Sir Garth is in charge of recruiting city guards. The horsemen who have passed 5 rounds of elimination can at least become the captain of the cavalry. You refused? The old knight returned the barrel in front of Danny and sat back. He nodded and said, I only said that you are now the mysterious knight and intend to maintain this identity until the end of the tournament. The attendant expressed his understanding and also gave you a barrel of golden wine from Qingting Island. Bang bang bang. The shield erected outside the tent was knocked a few times, and then a voice came, Is Batman Knight here? Who is it? The old knight asked as he got up. I am the bookkeeper of the Four Corners Casino. The old knight immediately sat down again and interrupted him. You can go. We are not gambling. The bookkeeper did not leave and continued, Sir Knight, it doesn't matter if you don't gamble. We also buy the information of the contestants at a high price. Danny was puzzled when she heard the old man shout angrily, We will win, we will win. Absolutely not a fake match. The man outside cursed a few times and left. Selling information is a slang in the casino for fake matches? Danny asked curiously. Apart from the information that you are bound to lose, what else does it mean? Who doesn't know Count Garland, Sir Baylor, and the others? Who hasn't seen them compete? Do you know how to use this information to defeat them? That's right. Actually, you can bet on me to win. Tomorrow you can test the waters with 100 gold royals. The next morning the sky was clear and the sun was warm. Outside the old town in the main arena by the yellow road. When the MC shouted, Batman the Mysterious Knight, Danny rode forward excitedly to the track north of the arena. Batman? Aha, he is so small, so ugly, little bat. Immediately the audience roared with laughter. Compared to the strong male knights who were as sturdy as city walls, Danny looked frail and weak. It was no wonder that her high-quality armor was sold for only 2 gold royals. An adult could not wear it and an underage teenager was still growing. 2 gold royals to buy a set of armor that could not be worn for 10 lifetimes was not worth it. Well, it was normal for a knight's armor to be passed down for 100 or 200 years. According to White Knight, the enchanted bronze helmet of Bronze John of Runestone City was passed down from his ancestors 5,000 years ago. When Danny took the spear and shield from White Knight, her laughter became louder and louder. The spear in her hand was very incompatible with her slender and tall body. There was an illusion that her hands were too small and the wooden spear was about to fall off. Which noble boy is this? He wants to imitate fearless Baristan? There were also experienced people who saw some details about Danny. Although the armor is pitch black and the color is uneven, there is no trace of rust. The structure is complete and there are no traces of piecing together. The black horse she is riding is a first-class horse, at least 3 gold royals. And her knight's spear, damn it, what a wastrel. 1 spear made of gold wood from the Midsummer Islands costs 3 silver deer. Even the King's Slayer is not so extravagant, right? After being reminded, the people around gradually became thoughtful and began to discuss which noble's family emblem was related to the black bat. Well, the contestants participating in the spear competition could use the birch spear provided by the organizer, or they could carry their own spear. Although all wooden spears would shatter in a high-intensity collision, the quality of the wood was different and the strength of the impact was different. The gold wood of the Midsummer Islands was the best material for bows and arrows, and also the best material for spears used in competitions. The MC shouted, Harvest Hall, Count Aston sell me. Chapter 241. Aston had sky-blue eyes similar to his granduncle's, long and elegant brown hair, and a handsome face. The White Knight's grandnephew wore a bluish-purple cloak with silver edges and a silver helmet inlaid with golden wheat ears. A map of the wilderness was drawn on his breastplate with colored glaze. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted cheers from the crowd. He waved his arm at the noble girls in the front row, and after a wave of exclamations, he threw a flying kiss. The atmosphere was so warm that it almost melted people. How's the defense of this guy's armor? Danny asked her attendant. It's very strong. It's made by a real master blacksmith of Kohler. It has a history of nearly 400 years. Aston's ancestors have worn it to at least 100 tournaments, the old man mumbled. Then I'm relieved. Danny let out a long sigh of relief, and her eyes became sharp. After riding back and forth on his track and receiving the cheers and blessings of almost all the women, Count Aston gently pulled down his mask and stood on the other side of the field. As the referee waved down the small red flag in his right hand, both sides of the competition lowered their spears at the same time. The two horses began to run at full speed, and the audience could feel the temporary stands shaking slightly. The Count of the Harvest Hall rode on his horse, his body leaning forward. The spear in his hand was as steady as a rock, almost drawing a straight line in the air. On the other hand, the mysterious knight seemed to be thin. As the horse sped up, his upper body gently swayed with the rhythm of the horse's hooves, and his arms also shook. The Count was overjoyed. He aimed his spear at the exposed side of his waist. But at the moment of contact, the mysterious knight shifted his body. The tip of his spear was deflected by the black bat's wooden shield. But before he could be surprised, dong! A bell seemed to ring in the field. Most of the audience almost didn't see what happened. They only saw the Count being hit hard and almost flying backward from his horse, while his horse continued to run forward. Clang! The Count flew 5 or 6 meters away and finally landed on the ground with his head down and his legs floating up. The violent sound made the audience gasp. Fortunately, the old knight did not lie. His family's ancestral iron armor was indeed of good quality. Even on the soft yellow ground, the Count of the Harvest Hall's helmet was dented, but he did not faint. After struggling a few times like a tortoise, he got up on his own and waved to the audience on both sides. The audience immediately cheered wildly for him. But that guy was also a gentleman. He didn't delay for long. After catching his breath, he immediately led his horse to Danny's side. He gracefully bowed to her, took off his iron lobster gloves and handed them to the winner. "This is my ancestral armor. How about redeeming it for 5 gold royals?" Danny nodded and handed the gloves back to him. 5 gold royals was very reasonable. In the previous 5 matches, she had also won 5 sets of scrap metal. The lowest price was 200 copper coins, so she happily let the mercenary knights redeem them. When the Count of the Harvest Hall's attendant pulled Baristan aside to pay, Danny rode her horse and swaggered around the venue. Everyone was happy to cheer for the winner. The little girls cheered wildly. Even Leah, who was wearing a crown on the rostrum, stood by the fence and applauded the thin little knight. "My lady, it's a big harvest. The others don't think highly of you. You won 25 out of 100 gold royals." On the way back, the old man said happily, "You said that they don't think highly of me, but isn't the ratio a bit low? It's not even 1-1. Danny was puzzled. "Sigh, my lady, although you're only one person, you bet a lot of gold royals, and 100 gold royals is too big." The casino adjusts the profit ratio according to the total bet of both sides. You won hundreds of gamblers alone. Since I've earned dozens of gold royals, I have to find a way to spend them. Danny touched her chin and began to whisper to the old knight. "This." Baristan's old face twisted into a ball. "Isn't it too ostentatious? Look at your grandnephew. Even a loser dares to be so ostentatious." It was another noisy night of banquets. The elimination round was only completed on the morning of the second day. There were only 110 contestants left. The final elimination round would be held in the afternoon. Yes, when there were only 55 contestants left, the final ceremony would be held, the fight for the title of Queen of Love and Beauty. The closer it was to the final, the more intense the competition was. There were also more people who came to watch the competition. That afternoon, in the shadow of the rostrum's pure white canopy, there were even 4 or 5 professors wearing long chains. I didn't expect the professors from the City of Knowledge to come here personally. They want to record the competition. Someone exclaimed. They also know that Tiamin's crisis has been resolved. They came out to celebrate the victory with everyone. Let's celebrate together. The professors would witness the legends and record them. They would write the history books. Even if the other party wasn't a legend, as long as they wrote a legend and spread it through the storybooks, the knights would also become legends 1,000 years later. Therefore, the following knights became more and more ostentatious. Every time they appeared, they would flirt and play all kinds of tricks. For example, they would throw rose petals, spray perfume on their cloaks, find a craftsman to paint their armor in 7 colors. There were even knights who recited poems loudly as they competed. There was even a minstrel who played a melodious harp for them. Such a grand scene naturally caused the audience to be excited. Waves of cheers came one after another. After a competition, the MC shouted, "Count of Brightwater City, Garland Tyrell." Garland was riding a white horse with a silver mane. He was still wearing the incomparably gorgeous silver armor. Under the afternoon sun, the armor reflected a dazzling silver light. However, he had changed his cloak. The cloak on the Count's shoulders was heavy. There were hundreds of golden roses and a circle of emerald olive branches sewn on it. Wherever he went, there was an intoxicating fragrance. The crowd was stirred up again. Garland, Garland. The girls blushed and shouted crazily for Prince Charming. Isn't he learning from his younger brother, the Knight of Flowers? Some of the nobles muttered unhappily. On the rostrum, a smiling Baylor said to Professor Peristan beside him, "At this moment, half of the women here want to be in Count Garland's bed. All the men want to take his place. Garland is the most legendary knight in this tournament." Peristan was a history professor. His historical research was the greatest historical work in the City of Knowledge in the past 100 years. Not bad, not bad. The old professor narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. I'm sure that Professor Garland will definitely leave a deep mark in the legends of knights. After receiving the old professor's vague promise, Baylor was overjoyed. He immediately said a few hundred lines of, "Professor's work is truly the masterpiece of historians." He was also one of the contestants. The MC also gave Garland Tyrell plenty of time to show off. He waited until he circled the arena twice and stood still on the west side before shouting, "Mysterious Knight, Batman." Suddenly, the low sound of a cello rang out from the east side of Rose Avenue. Almost instantly, violins, trumpets, and saxophones followed. The music reached its peak almost instantly. It was majestic and shocking, and the rhythm was undulating. Just by listening to the ensemble, it was as if everyone was walking step by step onto an iron throne and giving orders to the 7 dukes, hundreds of counts, and marquises kneeling below. The source of the symphony gradually approached the arena. The spectators outside made way for them in a daze. A knight attendant in dirty black armor led a black horse in front. Behind him was a roofless palanquin carried by 8 people. Sitting lazily on the palanquin was a knight in black armor with one leg crossed over the other. Looking at the black bat emblem on his chest, wasn't it Batman? Everyone was dumbstruck. The 8 sedan bearers were all young girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. They all wore the same white dress with floral patterns. There were also 4 young girls with black hair and black eyes in blue dresses at the front and back of the sedan. Each of them had a face like a hibiscus and a smile like a flower. Carrying flower baskets, they scattered red roses, white peonies, golden tulips, blue chrysanthemums, and other colorful petals around them with every step they took. After the palanquin passed by, there was another strange palanquin carried by 16 people. 16 shirtless men with golden ribbons around their waists were carrying a wooden platform with a fence. It was nearly 20 square meters wide. On it were either sitting or standing 12 musicians. There were cellos, violins, trumpets, harps, snare drums, saxophones, clarinets. The majestic symphony came from this wooden platform. The music was loud and clear, and the entire arena was silent. The jaws of the thousands of spectators dropped to the ground, and their eyes popped out of their sockets. They were so shocked that they lost the ability to speak and think. When the song Game of Thrones came to an end, the old knight pulled the black horse 5 meters in front of the palanquin. The 4 flower-throwing girls in front retreated to the sides, leaving an empty space. Then, 4 blue-haired girls in red robes carried over 4 colored stools and placed them evenly between the horse and the mysterious knight. Each stool was about 1.2 meters apart. As soon as the stools were placed, the tune immediately changed. It was a little strange, unlike the local Westeros music. It was obviously exotic. But the rhythm was lively and elegant, and it had the carefree feeling of riding a horse and brandishing a whip in the martial world. Well, to put it simply, it had changed from the theme song of the Game of Thrones to the debut song of the leader of the division. It was not the leader of the Iron Blood Youths, Moninger, who pretended to be pretentious, but the leader of Fang Shiyu who successfully pretended to be pretentious. When the music reached its climax, the mysterious knight, who was lying on the soft couch, suddenly stood up. Following the rhythm, he strode over, almost as if he was flying. He stepped on 4 stools in succession, crossed a distance of 5 meters, and finally jumped onto the horse's back. His armor was heavy, and the stools creaked when he stepped on them. But the whole movement was light and elegant, as if he was treading water, giving people a sense of fluency that was harmonious with the music. When he stepped onto the saddle, the symphony on the wooden platform suddenly stopped. The afternoon sun shone on the ground. The arena of thousands of people was so quiet that only the sound of eyeballs rolling on the ground could be heard if there really was one. After watching the whole process of the mysterious knight stepping on the 4 colored stools, Count Garland's face flushed red. He wanted to tear off the flower cloak behind him immediately. because the 4 round stools made of rattan were filled with green olive branches, golden roses, blue forget-me-nots and red spider lilies. Others stepped on them, but he proudly draped them behind his back. This, in the Honey Wine River pretentious contest in the old town, Danny swept the field and bravely won first place even if most of the contestants had not appeared yet. Chapter 242. The commission of 10 gold royals wasn't wasted. It was worth it. Danny sat on the saddle and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Feeling the bright and quiet afternoon sun, she was in a particularly good mood. A bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world, how dare they pretend to be in front of me? Ahem, I've learned something new. On the 5th floor of the high platform, laughing Baylor put his chin and eyeballs back to their original places and reminded the trumpeter in front of the platform, "Blow the horn and get ready for the competition." Woo! The low and melodious sound of the horn brought the audience and the riders back to their senses. The scene went from a pin-drop silence to as noisy as a market. "Oh my God, Sir Bat is so handsome!" a noble girl screamed. "The most shocking entrance in history. The Bat Prince will become a legend like Prince Flay and the Dragon Knight." That symphony, the mysterious knight who had been looked down upon by many people, suddenly soared. Some people said that he must be a noble and handsome young knight, while others said that he might come from a duke family of the 7 kingdoms. Some people even suspected that he was King Tomon. Only a young kingslayer could be so rich and elegant. Then someone immediately refuted that King Tomon was short and fat, not slender and handsome like his rumored father, Jaime. Boom. The sound of the wooden spear breaking into pieces woke up the arguing audience. Seeing the 2 riders pass by each other, they came back to their senses. They were now competing with spears. Everyone looked over and saw that there was another deep scratch on Count Garland's oak shield, which was painted with golden roses. In addition to the scars from the previous 2 battles, there was now an 8 dent on the golden wooden shield. Even the small cracks on the shield were leaking out. However, the mysterious knight did not have it easy either. Half of the black bat on his iron wooden shield was missing, revealing the shiny white iron under the black paint. The 2 threw away the broken spears in their hands and took new wooden spears from their attendants. The horses trotted for a while, adjusted their direction, leaned forward, and put the spear in their hands flat. The warhorse under them sped up. At the moment of contact, the mysterious knight twisted his body and used his shield to avoid the tip of the spear. However, his movement was too big and he couldn't adjust the angle of his spear, so it hit the opponent's wooden shield. Boom! Wood chips flew everywhere. The mysterious knight only had half of his spear left in the water. On the other side, valiant Garland was unharmed, but there was another scratch on his shield. Together with the previous 2 scratches, he looked like a human. Great! The audience cheered in unison. Go, Sir Bat! Many nobles knew how strong Garland was. They heard that when he trained in the arena he would often fight 1 against 3 or even 1 against 4 because 1 against 1 would not give him any pressure. However, after 2 rounds, the mysterious knight was able to fight him to a standstill. Everyone was shocked. Actually, there was nothing to be shocked about. Although Danny was a woman and her body was slender, her strength was not low. Perhaps because the amount of spiritual matter in her body was too high, at the age of 16, the speed at which her strength grew was a little abnormal. According to the system's evaluation, her current physical fitness was close to 1. 4. Her strength and speed were both at 1. 4. 1. 2 months ago. Garland's strength was obviously stronger than hers, about 1. 6, which was about the same as White Knight. However, Garland's development was not balanced. Perhaps his speed and agility were not weaker than Danny's, but his eyesight, balance, horsemanship, and especially dynamic vision were far inferior to hers. Well, Garland's horsemanship was not as good as Danny's. Perhaps it was because of her talent, or perhaps it was because she had ridden a dragon many times in battle, but her movements on horseback were smooth. She could ride on the bumpy road and under the fiercest collisions as easily as riding on flat ground. Even Jiki often lamented that the Dothraki on horseback were not as skilled as Calixi in horsemanship. Throwing away the broken spear, Danny took another one from Barristan's hands. She adjusted her breathing, leaned forward, and held the spear horizontally, beginning the 3rd sprint. There were only 2 horses, but the ground was shaking slightly. Danny's heart was as still as water, and she removed all distracting thoughts from her mind. The shouts of the audience left her little by little, and she could only hear her own rough but even breathing. Thud, 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 As they got closer, the figure of the rider in front of her gradually enlarged in front of her eyes. No, it was the oak shield that enlarged. The center of the chevron, the intersection of the three scratches, became bigger and bigger, almost occupying her entire vision. This time she did not even pay attention to the opponent's spear. Thump. The spear in her right hand struck that point like lightning, and the force of the high-speed impact of the centaur and the horse spread out from that point. Crack. Boom. Garland's oak shield, as she had planned, split into 3 pieces along the chevron. As the wood pieces flew, the spear's momentum did not decrease, and it hit the left waist behind the shield. Bang. Valiant, Garland could not withstand the force. With a scream, he fell from the saddle and rolled onto the muddy ground. The audience was silent at first, and some could not believe what had happened in front of their eyes. They could only stare blankly at the count lying on the ground, moaning. The attendant rushed over and shouted, "Stretcher, quickly bring the stretcher over." Wow, everyone was startled awake. They watched as the attendants carried Garland, who was dizzy and unable to move, back to the tent. They all shouted in disbelief, "7 gods above, that thin and weak Bat Knight defeated Earl Garland? They haven't even entered the finals and the Guardian Knight is already missing a member. That little guy is so strong. I couldn't tell at all." No, the Bat Knight purposely left scratches on the shield the first 2 times. The third time, the male spectators and riders were talking among themselves, while the girls were cheering loudly. Danny rode her horse proudly and waved her arms as she walked past the wooden stage. Silk scarves and palace fans that were stained with girls' body fragrance and perfume were thrown at her. Some male nobles also secretly threw oranges and apples at her. Arriving in front of the palanquin, Danny waved her hand, and the majestic theme song of Kuan Yu played once again. 8 young girls surrounded her and scattered petals on her body and horse. The atmosphere became more and more lively. "The Forceaway family invited you to the banquet, but I rejected it for you." At night, the old knight walked out of the tent for the nth time to deal with the attendants who had come to invite the mysterious knight to the banquet. It was also the nth time that he brought Danny a gift from a noble. This time it was a ball of hot, gray mud. Under Danny's curious gaze, the white knight used a dagger to pry open the hard mud covering the outside, revealing a white, tender fish fillet inside. "This is grilled trout, freshly caught from Honeywine River." It was immediately slaughtered, stuffed with fruit, sealed in mud and roasted. "Would you like to try it?" It was tender and refreshing with the sweetness and sourness of grapes. More importantly, there was almost no fishy taste. "I think there was a Forceaway attendant here before?" Danny took a sip of the golden wine and said vaguely, "One family has 2 branches. The previous one was from New Barrel City, and this one is from Fruit Wine Hall. Both families use apples as their emblem. Didn't you notice, Your Majesty?" "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. There are indeed 2 apple knights, a red apple and a green apple." "Your Majesty, you're really in the limelight today," the old knight exclaimed. "It's nothing." Danny waved her hand, pretending to be reserved. "Then, are we still inviting the orchestra tomorrow?" "No, we have to keep a low profile for the next few days." The old knight, it was impossible for Danny to keep a low profile even if she wanted to. The next morning, when there were only 55 knights left, the cheers for Danny were no lower than laughter bailers. The competition for the Queen of Love and Beauty officially began. First, for Guardian Knight stepped forward Baylor Hyder, Garth Hyder, who had met Danny at the blacksmith's shop, Productive Knight John Cooper, and Green Pavilion Island's Desmond Redwine. They were Lilia's father, uncle, and 2 uncles. Originally, there was also her cousin Garland Tyrell, but he was eliminated by the mysterious knight. "From now on, the 4 of us will guard Lilia's crown. You can challenge any one of us. Each person can accept 3 challenges at most," Baylor said loudly to the 51 knights below. Danny had already understood the rules from the old knight. The number of challenges was determined by the number of knights left. For example, at this moment, out of the 55 people, 1 would get a bye, and half of the remaining 54 would be eliminated, leaving 28 people. After the second round of elimination, there would be 14 people left. After the third round of elimination, there would be 7 people left. At this moment, the remaining 7 people had all participated in the competition 3 times and passed the 3 rounds of elimination. If Baylor was challenged 3 times and he won, then he would directly become one of the last 7 people. The 3 people who failed the challenge would naturally be eliminated. Only the first and second place would be rewarded, and the first and second place could only come from the last 7 people. Any contestant who did not complete 3 challenges would continue to fight one-on-one. Danny felt that such a rule was a little superfluous. Later, after the old knight explained, she understood that this rule not only increased the intensity of the conflict, but also gave everyone a chance to challenge the great nobles. After all, there was only one champion, so they had to give the others some sweetness. At this moment there was nothing special about it. The 4 guardian knights did not have high statuses. In fact, Baelor Hyder was already noble enough. But what if Baelor was replaced by Duncan Targaryen or Prince Rhaegar? A chance to have a fair fight with Rhaegar. For example, the young Barristan, the reason why he got the title Fearless Barristan, was because he challenged Prince Flair as a mysterious knight. Although he failed in his challenge, Prince Long Fulai's comment made the young man instantly become a household name of promising youth. His challenge even became a classic in the story of the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms. When Baelor announced the start of the challenge, Dany was the first to stand up and point her spear at the sallow-faced Sir Desmond Redwyne. After watching the competition for a few days, Dany had some understanding of the strength of the Guardians. Sir Redwyne's strength, speed and eyesight were all inferior to hers. She guessed correctly. After 3 rounds, the Guardian fell from his horse. Dany became one of the Guardian Knights. This action of stealing the limelight immediately angered the crowd. It was also because she was small and looked easy to bully. Immediately, 8 knights stood up and challenged her at the same time. Then it was very simple. Dany only had 2 places left. The 8 people had to first duel and complete 2 rounds of the competition. 6 were eliminated and only 2 were left. By the afternoon, Dany had taken down the 2 winners again with ease. She was promoted and no one could challenge her again. Chapter 243. In addition to the mysterious knight, Laughter Baelor was also very popular. He was challenged by 13 people. 5 of them were eliminated by rock paper scissors, and the remaining 8 were eliminated twice. Only 2 powerful knights were left to fight against him. Almost every time the Guardian was challenged, not only would the audience shout in excitement, but the current Queen of Love and Beauty Laelia would also scream in horror with her small hands half covering her eyes when the spear shattered or the contestant fell off the horse. Obviously to her the competition for the crown was particularly exciting. In the end, the remaining 7 contestants, except for the mysterious knight's identity, were all of noble birth. The brothers Baelor and Garth, a red apple, Forceaway, Sir Errol of the Hay Hall in the Land of Storm, Sir Craig of the Chicken Hall in the Western region, and Sir Dickon Tarley of the Horn Hill. Well, the previous Uncle John Cooper was replaced by Dickon of the Horn Hill. In the cheers of thousands of spectators, the 7 knights entered one by one. Before the official draw, Laughter Baelor also asked Dany and Dickon if they were willing to protect Laelia's crown. Dany shook her head and refused. Baelor didn't even ask why and directly ignored her. He only looked at Dickon expectantly. The black-haired young man probably knew Laelia. He first smiled apologetically to the blushing little girl on the wooden platform, and then explained to Baelor, "Sir, I'm sorry. I'm afraid you don't know, but a month ago I married Eleanor, the eldest daughter of Count William Mouton, in Maiden Spring Town. In theory, the champion could give the crown of love and beauty to anyone, even if you were a rainbow knight like Loras Tyrell and gave the crown to a man. But giving the wrong crown was a big scandal in itself. For example, giving the crown to a lady who already had a husband or a fiancé, or the champion was married but didn't give the crown to his wife. Prince Liga had violated both of these taboos. "What, you're married?" Baelor exclaimed in shock. He seemed to realize that he had lost his composure. He forced a smile and asked, "We didn't receive any news at all. Your mother and sister didn't even go to the wedding, right?" His most important son-in-law candidate was actually Dickon Tarley. Or rather, it was because he knew that the heir of the Horned Hill happened to return from King's Landing that he elected his daughter Laelia as the Queen of Love and Beauty. This was not only the intention of the Hyder family. The Queen of Thorns, Alina, had also sent a letter to remind him of this matter. There was only one goal, to rope in the Tully family. In the original series, Jon's good friend, Sam Tully, didn't seem to have a prominent family background. There was nothing special about his background. Actually, that wasn't the case. Sam's father, Rando Tarley, heir Barristan, believed that he was the 4th most famous general in the 7 kingdoms. However, the truth was that the current Westeros had fallen and Rando Tarley was the only general who had never lost a battle. Horned Hill also had a military force second only to Hiding Tyrell. It was a large family in River Bend that was second only to Hiding Tyrell and the old town of Hyder. Why does Alina want a rope in the Tarley family? Weren't they monarch and vassal? In the War of the Four Kings, Regardless of whether they sided with Lannister or formed an alliance with Lannister, the Tarly family had always followed hiding closely. Count Rando was indeed a trustworthy vassal, but now, let's start from Brightwater City. Rando Tarly's wife, Melissa Florin, came from Brightwater City. The mysterious knight who slashed Garan Tyrell's cheek, Aelken Florin, was Dickon's uncle. Melissa and Aelken were brother and sister of the same father and mother. The reason why Aelken came to his second brother-in-law's house, the old town of Hyder, for help and didn't go to his first brother-in-law's house, Hornhill Tully, was because Rando and Dickon had been leading troops outside to help the King's Landing clean up the bandits in Hudjin County and the King's Landing. Let's explain here. Although Baylor's father was Dickon's uncle, the old town elder's wife and Dickon's mother were sisters. Baylor was related to Dickon and Aelken, but they weren't related by blood. Baylor's mother was the old town elder's first wife. He was related to Garan Tyrell's mother by blood. So complicated. Such a complicated interpersonal relationship caused the situation in River Bend to be extremely complicated. If little Rose Marjorie didn't marry Tomon, the solution to the conflict between Hiding and Horned Hill would be simple. Let Dickon marry Marjorie. Unfortunately, Marjorie was married, and Hiding Tyrell didn't have any daughter of his first wife to marry into Horned Hill. However, Baylor was the heir of the old town, and his first daughter had the qualifications to become the matriarch of the Tully family. Unfortunately, Dany was very lucky. When Baylor took out 7 small balls of paper for everyone to choose from, she actually chose a blank piece of paper. Yes, she got a bye, so she automatically advanced to the next round. Alright, actually this kind of bye wasn't worth celebrating. If one's strength wasn't enough, they would just be eliminated later. Other than the champion and runner-up, there was no difference in the rest of the rankings. No cheers, no rewards. Oh, participating in one less competition also reduced one less chance to show one's prowess in front of the masses. After another round of competition, there were only 4 contestants left. The mysterious knight, Baylor of the Hyder family, the Garth brothers and Horned Hill Tully. Baylor said to Dany and Dickon, "Garth and I are Lilia's guardian knights. Before the finals, we have the right to exempt ourselves from killing each other. You two can choose your opponents." Without hesitation, Dany pointed at Baylor first. There was no other reason. Baylor was almost 40 years old and Garth was not even 30 yet. Alright, let's try. Baylor smiled meaningfully as if he understood her thoughts. Reality proved that being older had its benefits. It was rich in experience. Under the exclamations of thousands of spectators, the two of them fought for 5 rounds without knocking each other off their horses. Dany's every attack was blocked by Baylor. In order to avoid the crisis of the broken shield, the experienced Baylor had to change his shield after every round. But after 5 rounds, without waiting for the noble judges on the high platform to finish discussing the points of both sides, Baylor took off his iron gloves and threw them in front of Dany's mount. He looked around and said loudly, "I've been in a defensive position. I'm far less impactful than the mysterious knight. His long spear slashed my waist several times and I didn't even touch him once. So I lost and he won." Seeing Baylor admit defeat, the judges who were secretly thinking about whether to help Knight cheat were relieved. They immediately announced, "The mysterious knight advances to the finals." The audience immediately gave the 2 knights a warm applause. They cheered for Baylor's generosity and honesty, and were also shocked that the mysterious knight was such a dark horse. "My lord, you're amazing." White Knight was also very excited. "Your talent is too good. You're stronger than Prince Liga. Compared to when you first came to the old town, your skills have improved by at least 3 times. At this moment they did not leave the field. They stood on the side and waited for Garth and Dickon to finish the competition. Dany was going to participate in the finals. Dany shook her head and said, "The movements of the long spear competition are too monotonous. I can see every subtle movement of my opponent. As long as I'm proficient in using my strengths, it's almost impossible to fail." She was not bragging. Compared with the complex and changeable battlefield, the long spear competition was too monotonous and too easy. There was enough time to observe the enemy's situation and adjust her own movements. She did not know how others were doing, but Dany dared to swear that even if Magic Mountain and Sword of Dawn could defeat her, they could not knock her off her horse. "My lord, you can't be arrogant and underestimate your opponent. There has never been an undefeated knight in this world." Obviously, the old knight regarded Dany's truth as a habitual boast. In fact, both of them did not notice one thing. Dany's dynamic perspective was gradually leaning towards the Megalosaurus. The world in her eyes was slightly different from others. Boom. The wooden spear broke and snow-white pieces of wood flew. Garth and Dickon were really like Mars colliding with Earth. The three of them met and both of them broke their own wooden spears. The fierce battle made the audience forget themselves and cheer. In the end, the two of them were judged by points after 5 rounds. Dickon took off his helmet, waved his arms and happily rode in circles to receive the audience's cheers. The little girl Lelia cried. Her 5 guardian knights had all failed. After announcing that Dickon had advanced, Baylor apologetically took the golden rose wreath from his daughter's head. Who was the queen of love and beauty at the beginning of Mormont's match? Danny asked the little girl who was sobbing on the stage. Of course it was Queen Cersei. The tournament was held at Port Lannister, and Duke Tywin only had one daughter. Who was Mormont fighting against? The Kingslayer. He was one of Cersei's guardian knights. I was also the Queen's guardian knight that day. There were 4 white knights, and together with Tywin's brother, Kevin, they swore to protect the Queen's crown. Unfortunately, Mormont seemed to have the help of God. He defeated all the opponents and even the Kingslayer lost to him in points. Woo-woo. After more than half an hour, the horn sounded again and the MC shouted, "Last match, the mysterious knight, Batman. Be careful, calm down and don't be rash. Dickon is stronger than you. Try to win by points." Before Danny rode away, the old knight reminded her solemnly. "He's too tall. He's bound to lose." Danny lowered her head and said. Then she took the bamboo basket from the old knight. The horse ran around the field obediently. She held the basket in one hand and threw petals to the audience with the other. She sat upright and did not even sway. "This guy's riding skills are very good." Baylor, who was on the stage, rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "I'm afraid he'll be the champion this time." "That's not necessarily true." Garth shook his head and said disapprovingly, "Which contestant who can make it to the finals is bad at riding? Dickon's speed and strength are top-notch. More importantly, he just came down from the battlefield, and he has an indescribable murderous aura about him. Obviously, he's really matured in the year that he went on an expedition with Earl Tully." "Yes." Garth Tyrell nodded in agreement. "The mysterious knight's strength and speed can only be said to be not weak. He's mainly strong in small skills and smart fighting methods. But these are nothing to a veteran of the battlefield. If I hadn't underestimated him and didn't notice the scratches on the shield, I wouldn't have failed at all. At that time, I planned to exhaust his strength in the first 4 rounds, and knock him off his horse in the 5th round. Who knew? It's starting." Dr. Paris Tan reminded him. In the end, he added, "The casino and the people are more optimistic about Sir Dickon. I also bet 5 gold royals on Sir Dickon." Boom, there was a loud bang from below, and the old doctor was dumbfounded. Chapter 244. While the people on the rostrum were talking, the first round had already begun. The 2 knights charged forward with their spears in a normal posture, but at the moment of contact, the mysterious knight threw away his shield with his left hand and flipped his body. With one foot on the saddle and the other in the air, his thin body hung on one side of the horse, the side closest to his opponent. Dickon's spear naturally missed. Almost at the same time, the mysterious knight pulled the saddle with his left hand and squatted down. The spear in his right hand pierced through Dickon's shield like a poisonous snake. From bottom to top, it hit Dickon's chest. At that moment, the mysterious knight suddenly stood up from his crouching position. The huge reaction force caused the black horse to become shorter as well. However, Dickon was sent flying 2 to 3 meters away from the saddle. It was almost as if he had fallen from the 2nd floor. The iron-armored knight waved his limbs wildly and cried out loudly. His buttocks were facing down and he crashed into the mud with a bang. He only cared about wailing and moaning. It was difficult for him to even move. The whole process seemed slow, but in fact it happened in the blink of an eye. Before the audience could scream, the mysterious knight had already sat back on the saddle, raised his spear high, and started to run around the field proudly. This. After being stunned for a while, laughing Baylor smiled bitterly. "He's too agile. He's like a monkey, a skinny monkey with the strength of a gorilla. Isn't this against the rules?" "I've never seen anyone do this before," Garth mumbled. Garth shook his head and sighed. "Because no one else can do it. Of course, points will be deducted if the shield is dropped, but he has already knocked his opponent off the horse, so the points are useless." "Sigh, this is embarrassing. River Bend is the home of knights, but no one can take off that kid's mask." Baylor shook his head and stood up. He held the tray with the crown and walked down the wooden stage. There was a tradition of the mysterious knight in the tournament. During the competition, no one deliberately investigated the identity of the mysterious knight. Only those who defeated the mysterious knight were qualified to have him reveal his real name and origin. Garth greeted the two attendants who were guarding a big box and stood up to leave. As he walked, he smiled and said, "Now that the competition is over, he will take off his helmet. If his family background is good, it's not bad to marry Leah to him." Lelia is the eldest daughter of the first wife. Her identity? Let's wait and see. The eldest daughter of the first wife had a higher position in the line of succession. In terms of value, she was much higher than the youngest daughter. Just look at Sansa and Arya. Sansa was engaged to Crown Prince Joffrey, while Arya could only marry the second son of the Frey family. That's right, Arya once had a sacred marriage contract. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Dany was even more excited than when she had defeated Meereen and Yuan Kai. She ran around the arena on her horse, waving at the people who were applauding. It wasn't until the horn sounded that she noticed the laughing Baelor holding a tray under the wooden platform. "Knight, you are the champion of this year's martial arts competition. Please choose the queen of love and beauty in your heart," Baelor said with a smile. "Batman, I'm not married." In the south stands, the girl in the purple dress made a trumpet with both hands and shouted, "I'm from Golden Tree City. The scholar said that I'm going to have my first period soon. Batman, give me the crown." A teenage girl in the north shouted with a red face. "Batman?" The girls almost went crazy. Their fathers and brothers just watched from the side with a smile. Many nobles even applauded their daughters' courage and shouted how much dowry they were willing to give for their daughters. To them this was very normal. Would the winner of the martial arts competition come from a poor family? That was impossible. He had armor, a handsome horse, an attendant, and strong horsemanship and martial arts skills. His family was at least a wealthy and productive knight. In any case, his daughter would have to marry someone eventually. Marrying a powerful noble, why not? Under the curious and expectant eyes of the audience, Dany hooked the golden rose wreath with her spear and lightly flicked it up. The horse stepped forward at the right time, and the wreath was caught by the left hand. The next moment, the arena suddenly fell silent. Everyone held their breaths and looked at the mysterious knight in the center of the arena, guessing which lady he would give the wreath to. Hee. Dany looked at the bright and full flower in her hand. It was probably a rose she had just picked today. She stabbed the wooden spear into the soft ground. She twisted a few buttons under her neck and suddenly took off her helmet. Her hair shimmered in the sunlight, and her beautiful face was full of smiles. "Wow!" Under the exclamations of the thousands of spectators, a sly smile appeared on her face. She picked up the wreath and put it on her head. The arena was dead silent. The eyes and jaws of the audience and knights fell to the ground again. "Ah, ladies, only the crown of love and beauty that you have won is the most beautiful." Crisp and pleasant laughter rang through the arena. "She's a woman," a fat noble shouted loudly. 7 levels of hell. The champion is actually a female knight. She didn't do anything fancy. She defeated 4 Grand Knights, Garland, John, one of the Guardian Knights, John Cooper, Baelor, and Dickon. Sir Forceaway of the Wine Hall was shocked. And me? I was also shot by her. Just one shot and I was knocked off my horse. Count Aston of the Harvest Hall was embarrassed. But I swear in the name of my granduncle, Sir Barristan, that I didn't go easy on her. Although she's a skinny and pretty girl, she's terrifyingly strong. If she's a girl, she's not skinny and small. Count Errol of the Hay Hall shook his head. Women can't participate in the tournament. Will Sir Baelor revoke her title? I want to know too. Which family is she from? She's so skilled in martial arts. Oh, 7 gods, tell me what I should do. Although the mysterious knight is a girl, but looking at her valiant and beautiful appearance, I. A noble girl clasped her hands over her heart and said with a conflicted expression. It's you? You bought armor last time to participate in the tournament. Garth, who was standing beside the mahogany box, was shocked. Baelor looked back at his brother and asked in surprise, "You know each other?" "At old Londo's blacksmith shop. She's choosing armor." "My lady, the tournament doesn't allow ladies to participate." Baelor was troubled. Dany pointed her spear at the loser and laughed. "You want to take my crown? You'll have to ask my spear first. Blackie is watching from the sky. Come and get it if you dare." Ugh. Baelor looked pained. At this time Barristan came over and explained, "Sir, the mysterious knight doesn't ask about origin or name. There are almost no restrictions. As long as you have a horse and armor, you can participate. My lady didn't break the rules." Looks like the rules will have to be changed. Baylor sighed helplessly. You're right. The rules of the tournament will have to be changed. Danny looked around and said loudly, why don't we let the female knight participate? Are you afraid of losing to us? This is a game for the brave. Cowards shouldn't come. I didn't mean that. Baylor's expression was twisted. I'm afraid my lady doesn't have the final say. Garth shook his head. You just wait and see. Danny sneered. If I don't have the final say, who has the final say? Garth shrugged and opened the mahogany box behind him. Immediately, a dazzling golden light shone out. 20,000 gold royals. They're all here. Oh, save them for me. Sure, how about the church bank? High interest and zero risk. Baylor nodded and asked. That's right. The Church of the Seven Gods had a bank. Not only a bank, but the monks also did loan business. Many merchants, including the king on the Iron Throne, owed the church gold. If you didn't pay back the money you owed, even if you were a devout believer of the seven gods, the priests of the seven gods would still force you to sell your children and wife to pay off the debt. Needless to say, the church bank's business was good. After all, with the seven gods as the guarantor, everyone believed that it would never close down. All right, my lady, what's your name? Baylor asked again. Layla Viswi. Viswi? Baylor stared at Danny for a while. He really felt that she looked familiar. He seemed to have seen her somewhere in the royal territory. He nodded and shouted to the audience, the champion of this year's tournament is Lady Layla Viswi. It's not against the rules for her to participate in the tournament as a mysterious knight. Let's congratulate Lady Layla. She'll definitely become a legendary mysterious knight and the most dazzling queen of love and beauty. Whoosh, no matter what they thought, the audience still clapped and cheered for Danny. Queen Layla of love and beauty. Thank you, thank you. Danny waved as she rode on her horse. Someone on the stage sprinkled flower petals and colorful ribbons. She wore a laurel crown on her head and an iron armor on her body. She smiled very happily as if she had really become the queen of the honey wine river. There were 3 events in the tournament: spear competition, archery, and team competition. The spear competition was the highlight. The archery competition and the spear competition were held at the same time, but few people watched. When the spear competition ended, the attendants removed the wooden fence that separated the main arena from the sprint track and brought in 3 archery targets. The 3 finalists received cheers from the audience. That afternoon, a red archer from the Midsummer Islands defeated his opponent in the final of the 100-meter shooting competition and won the archery competition. While receiving the reward of 3,000 gold royals, the black man also got a position in the guard of Baylor. The team competition lasted for 3 hours. There were nearly 80 people in total. None of them were nobles. They were all free riders, mercenary knights, and attendants who had just been conferred the title. They rode horses and fought each other with blunt weapons in the field where mud and blood were splattered everywhere. They formed small teams to fight against the enemy, and in the blink of an eye, they had internal strife and killed each other. The alliance had just been formed, but it was broken until only one person was left standing. It looked bloody and cruel, but it was actually much more civilized than the Githis slave fights in the arena. Since the contestants were all using blunt weapons and wearing thick battle armor, no one died after the chaotic battle. There were only 2 unlucky people with broken legs, one with a broken collarbone, and more than a dozen with broken fingers. The team champion had a bounty of 5,000 gold royals, which was won by a Dornish warrior. The Dornishmen and the Midsummer Islands only had a bounty of 8,000 gold royals, which was less than half of Danny's. From this, it could be seen how high the spear competition was in the Westeros. Chapter 245. On the night of the tournament, a grand banquet was held in the camp. After taking off her helmet, Danny could no longer reject Sir Baylor's invitation. The Hyder family's tent was near the waterfront. The tent was made of golden silk and was the largest and most luxurious building in the camp. However, there were 2 iron shields outside the tent. They were decorated with the white tower of the Hyder family and the green rose of the Tyrell family. Beside the tent, there were 7 large bison rotating on a spit. They were slaughtered in the early morning, marinated in the morning, and roasted in the afternoon. They had been roasting for a few hours now. During this time, the cook was busy applying butter and spices until the meat was crispy and fragrant. The banquet was held outside the tent. Long tables and benches were set up on the spacious land beside the river. The maids were placing a wine pot filled with golden wine, a fruit plate filled with strawberries, bananas and apples, and a large piece of freshly baked white bread on the table. "Miss Layla, you're so beautiful tonight," Dickon said awkwardly as he walked over with difficulty while holding his waist. As the heir of the Horned Hill, Dickon was naturally invited to the banquet. He came from the other side of the camp and they bumped into each other. He seemed to have sprained his waist in the morning. He supported his waist with one hand and held a young girl with the other. Danny was not dressed too brightly. She was wearing a blue velvet dress with white embroidery. Her dyed black hair was braided and fixed on the top of her head with a sapphire hairpin. She did not even have a necklace around her neck. She looked capable and elegant. On the other hand, the young lady beside Dickon was wearing a silver satin dress with squirrel fur trimming. Her long sleeves were lined with light purple fur, and her thick golden hair was covered with an exquisite silver net inlaid with deep purple gems. "Doesn't she look like a married woman? Is this your wife?" Danny asked hesitantly. "Hello, Miss Layla. I'm Eleanor Morton from Nookwin Town," the young girl said shyly with a red face. "Mrs. Tarley, you're so beautiful," Danny said with a forced smile. "You're so young. How can the big Dickon do that?" Although Danny was the champion of the tournament and the first female knight champion, she was an illegitimate daughter, with unknown origins. Naturally, she did not have the right to sit at the main table in the middle. An 8-meter-long table was placed outside the tent. It was the main table and below it were 4 other long tables. Under the guidance of the attendant, Danny separated from the Dickon couple. The couple went to the main table while Danny sat down at the third wooden table. The archery champion and the team martial arts champion were sitting on her left and right. At the same table, there was also a group of nobles' second sons who looked dejected. She was dressed in high spirits and was dressed appropriately. The reason why she was weak was all because of Danny's psychological effect. After she sat down, a group of young geniuses immediately squeezed over to greet her. "Miss Layla, I'm the third son of Earl XX. You're so beautiful. It's my honor to be able to sit with you. Miss Layla, my father is Sir XX. May I know which noble your father is? Ordinary families can't raise such a talented and beautiful knight like you. I'm also from XX City, Gordon Caesar, illegitimate son of the Western region." At first, Danny was confused. She didn't flirt, like a peacock. She was even wearing a Western-style coat and didn't show much of her skin. Why were these guys so excited? Were they just looking at her face? She touched her face and thought narcissistically. Until Baylor led Layla, who was dressed to the nines, out of the tent at the back. The little girl was wearing a dark green velvet low-cut dress, which matched the color of her eyes. Her brown hair was draped over her bare shoulders, and she wore a thin crystal tiara on her head. There was a ribbon inlaid with emeralds around her waist, and a purple gemstone the size of a pigeon's egg hung from a fine silver chain around her neck. She was indisputably the most eye-catching lady tonight. That wasn't the point. When a group of noblemen from the first and second tables came up to her and said, "Lady Lilia, I'm the eldest son of Count XX from XX," Danny suddenly understood. The eldest sons of these noblemen wanted to marry Lilia, and the second sons and illegitimate sons of the smaller noblemen beside her thought that she was a good match for them. After understanding this, she only said one sentence, and the number of people who came over to fawn on her decreased by 3/4. "Sigh, to be honest, my father's title was not low and his lands were not small either. However, our family had sided with the wrong side in the War of the Usurpers, and our titles had long since been abolished. Our lands and properties were all confiscated by King Robert." Danny was completely honest. So he was an exiled noble. The people around her understood immediately. The second sons and illegitimate sons left as if they had never said anything. Some left and some joined in. A bald man in his 40s looked at Danny lecherously and said, "Miss Layla, I'm Earl Klein of Red Lake City. Are you interested in touring the Red Lake with me? Do you know the origin of the Red Lake?" The Red Lake was originally called the Blue Lake. Thousands of years ago, the son of Green Hand Garth, Blood Sword, Brandon massacred the children of the forest beside the lake, causing the lake water to turn red. The smell of blood is still there. No matter what, Layla was young and beautiful. She was also the champion of the martial arts competition. She was definitely a good resource. Even if she could not become the wife of the second son of a small noble, she could still be the mistress of a married big noble. It was natural for Wei Shui to give birth to Buddha Flower, illegitimate son of Riverbend. This was why there were people around Danny who were trying to curry favor with her. After understanding the intentions of the surrounding nobles, Danny stared blankly at the sky. She was seriously thinking about something. Was it wrong to not allow Blackie and the others to eat humans? Perhaps some people were born to be fed to dragons. Dong, a clear bell rang from the main table. Then Bell Hider began to make a toast. He wished for her father to live a long life, for the prosperity of the old town, for Chimin's corpse to sink into the sea, and for Riverbend to have 2 more bountiful harvests before winter. Finally, he raised his wine cup and shouted, "I wish for martial arts to prosper and for everlasting summer." Almost 100 guests and a few hundred knights around the bonfire raised their horn cups and shouted, "May for martial arts to prosper and for everlasting summer." After drinking this cup of wine, the banquet officially began. Danny breathed a sigh of relief. No one would disturb her for the time being. She did not have to worry about whether to call for Blackie to come down and eat people. The bards entered the venue and sat under the torches, letting the music flow in the night. A juggler was throwing burning sticks in the air. A dwarf with clown makeup was wearing colorful clothes and dancing on stilts. There was a comedian who was loudly telling dirty jokes. The ladies at the scene covered their faces and giggled. The men laughed loudly and replied with the same wonderful dirty jokes. At the same time, dishes were served one after another. There was thick barley and venison soup, salad with chilled beets, spinach and plums sprinkled with nuts, and boiled snails with honey and garlic. After that there was sweet bread, pigeon meat pie, roasted apples with a cinnamon aroma, and lemon cake sprinkled with frosting. Of course, the roasted whole cow was also served. Danny tasted all the other dishes with relish, but she did not touch the roasted bison. This was because the roasted cow was the main dish. For this kind of dish there were clear rules in the dining etiquette. What kind of status would sit in what seat, and what part of the roasted meat would be eaten by the guests in which seat. To put it simply, the roasted cow was placed there, but you could not cut the meat with a knife. The most tender and delicious part could only be eaten by the person with the highest status at the scene. The guests at the banquet were also talking to each other. An old male voice came from the main table. "I wonder what Archbishop Peter thinks of the recent actions of the Big Sparrow?" Danny's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head to look. The person who asked the question was a doctor wearing a long chain. She happened to know him. He was the history doctor from Paristan who watched the spear competition. The old doctor sat in the middle of the main table. Opposite him was an old monk in a white robe with a 7-pointed star pattern on his chest. Archbishop Peter put down his fork and wiped the grease stains on his lips with a napkin. He slowly said, "In today's chaotic situation, restoring the gathering of the children of war and the poor is greatly beneficial to the country and the church. Perhaps, but now there is a fierce conflict between the church and the royal authority. The golden robes of the King's Landing are not effective. The gathering of the poor is getting bigger and bigger. Its military strength is even greater than the King's Guards. Therefore the Archbishop can—" The red-nosed doctor secretly glanced at Count Garland and immediately changed his words. "He imprisoned Queen Marjorie and her cousins on trumped-up charges. He also imprisoned Queen Regent Cersei on charges of adultery, incest and murder. Even the Queen and the Regent were arrested. This is a major event that has never happened before. I wonder if Archbishop Peter can tell me what kind of country the Church wants to build?" This. The red-nosed Archbishop Peter's face immediately turned sour. Usually he would only lend money with high interest and eat delicacies. When he had the energy he would take care of young girls who lost their virginity. Or he would seduce a few beautiful boys in the church. He never cared about major events such as building a new government and seeking benefits for the believers of the 7 kingdoms. Your Eminence, the king is the first noble. The 9 dukes, 7 kingdoms, Dragonstone Island, Taimin Bay, are the next level of great nobles. Marquises and counts are the 3rd level of nobles. Knights and titled knights are the next level of nobles. Archbishop, if the Church of the 7 Gods is above the king, it means that the remaining 3 levels of nobles are below the church. Do you understand what this means? The doctor was a little aggressive. He did not intend to let the embarrassed old archbishop go. This topic was too serious and too sensitive. The nearby knights and nobles stopped talking and focused their attention. Even Garland and Baylor put down their wine glasses and looked at Archbishop Peter. "Alas, to tell you the truth," the old archbishop sighed and said with a pale face, "from the beginning we could not control the actions of the Great Sparrow. We did not even know his name and which diocese he came from. When the archbishops of King's Landing met behind closed doors to elect the archbishop, the Great Sparrow was not a candidate at all. He was not even a bishop before. How could he be qualified to run for the archbishop? But the sparrows raised their axes and carried the great sparrow on their shoulders and rushed into the meeting. The opponents were judged by the sparrows on the spot. What else could the other archbishops do but to submit? The poor's gathering and the children of war were established. This is true, but only the archbishop who called himself the Great Sparrow could control them. Not to mention you all, even I am afraid. We are not afraid. Those sparrows are only wearing a layer of linen clothes. No matter how many of them come, they will not be enough for me to kill. A knight said angrily. But immediately someone retorted, we are all knights who are anointed with holy ointment and swore an oath in front of the 7 gods. How can we fight against the church's warriors? This is where the problem lies. The old doctor nodded and a light flashed in his eyes. Before the Great Sparrow, the nobles, knights and the church depended on each other. But now the balance is broken. Chapter 246. Doctor, are you against Big Sparrow too? Danny could not help but ask. The old doctor turned around and saw that it was the champion of martial arts, who asked the question. He nodded and shook his head with a bitter smile. The City of Knowledge does not have the scholars' armed forces. How can we be qualified to participate in politics? But winter is coming, and the City of Knowledge has already warned the lords 4 times. I even personally wrote a few letters to the Archbishop of King's Landing, advising him to focus on the big picture, stabilize the situation, and plant the last batch of winter wheat if only God has mercy. It seemed that the City of Knowledge did not completely fail in its duty. Unfortunately, a person's strength determined his voice. The scholar's voice was too soft and no one listened to what he said. What did Big Sparrow say? Garan asked curiously. He did not answer me at all. That's why I asked Bishop Peter. The old doctor said awkwardly. Dickens sighed and said, I just came back from King's Landing. I know the situation there better than any of you. Big Sparrow is now. I don't know what he is really thinking, but King's Landing is indeed under the control of the church. After the war, countless farmers in Hejian County and King's Landing went bankrupt and lost their jobs. The old town is still warm, but Hejian County had a light snow 2 months ago. Winter is coming for Hejian County, but it has already arrived for Hejian County. Even if my father works hard to clean up the bandits and remnants, Hejian County will not be able to resume production in a year or 2. The poor farmers have nowhere to go. Joining the church and becoming a member of the poor is their only hope to survive. The war is not even over yet. Count Aston in the Harvest Hall said with a bitter smile. Dragonstone Island, Storm's End Fort, Chimin's rebellion, the conflict between the Iron Throne and the church, Lord Stannis who has gone missing, I heard. Seeing his strange expression, a count next to him asked curiously, what else? Well? Aston touched his nose and said in a low voice, I don't believe that none of you have heard about Danny Rise. This. The face of the noble who asked the question changed. He looked around cautiously. Seeing that everyone was silent, he let out a long sigh of relief, but decided not to say anything else. What are you afraid of? Wasn't it just the mother of dragons, Danny Liz? Danny rolled her eyes and shouted. Dozens of eyes glared at her. It seemed that even though the City of Knowledge had intentionally concealed information about the dragon and the Dragon Queen, the great nobles more or less knew some inside information. With that in mind, Danny purposely asked, what's wrong? Even if she could eat people, she would be thousands of miles away. The Anti-Mother of Dragons Alliance is a major event in the world. Why is it a taboo topic here? Ms. Layla, what do you know? Baylor asked with a frown. The key is that you don't know anything. Since you are also a Westeros, you should naturally understand why we are avoiding this topic. I really don't understand, Danny said honestly. Baylor glanced at the expressionless Garland and sighed, Arryn Valley, Hajin, the Northern Territory, Lannister, Stormlands, 5 great kingdoms, 5 great dukes, directly led to the destruction of the Targaryen dynasty, and even the extermination of the entire race. Hiding was originally a partner and supporter of Prince Rhaegar, but now he has a marriage alliance with Lannister. 6 of the 7 kingdoms have an irreconcilable conflict with her, a blood feud. How can we not be afraid of this? Legend has it that the last Targaryen was vengeful, cruel, and bloodthirsty. She never let a single enemy go. She tortured and killed nobles, slaughtered civilians. She bathed in the blood of babies, fed bones to dragons, sacrificed her family to hatch dragons, practiced the magic of shadows and blood, and every night, even if the rumors are exaggerated, even if they are exaggerated by 10 times, and the remaining 10% is true, she is still an inhuman existence like a demon. The veins on Danny's forehead throbbed. She suppressed her anger and said, I thought the nobles near the City of Knowledge would be more rational. Sir Baylor, you have disappointed me. Oh, did I say something wrong? Baylor frowned. Who are the people who oppose the Mother of Dragons? Danny asked. Baylor thought for a moment and said, the merchants and nobles of the various trading cities. What kind of people are they? Baylor did not hesitate or force himself to answer. He said matter-of-factly, cultured gentlemen. There is no way to continue this topic. Danny held her forehead and groaned. The Mother of Dragons wants to abolish slavery and liberate the oppressed slaves. Slaves support the sea trade of the world today. Without slaves, the sea trade of the free cities will shrink by 3/4. For the hundreds of millions of gold royals, the Allied army was formed. I understand what you mean. Baylor nodded thoughtfully. He turned to Professor Peristan and said calmly, Professor, the rumors about Danny rise within the Seven Kingdoms all came from the City of Knowledge. It seems that she is not the same person as the Mother of Dragons that Miss Layla mentioned. What? Those comments about the Mother of Dragons came from the City of Knowledge? Danny was stunned. She thought that Baylor was a rotten person on the inside and was easily deceived by the sea merchants of the free cities. She never thought that the City of Knowledge was spreading unfavorable rumors about her. She even praised the City of Knowledge's wisdom and responsibility in the matter of cold winter. Professor Peristan pursed his lips and thought for a moment. He sighed, we are not lying. Did any of the guy's nobles and slave base survive? I'm talking about the virtuous lord, the great lord, the kind lord. Almost all of them died. Danny nodded. The old professor shrugged and asked, the kind lord is equivalent to a duke. Can you imagine the scene of killing all the dukes of the Seven Kingdoms? Isn't that cruel enough? Too cruel. A noble trembled and said. Danny, the old professor asked again, thousands of people saw her dragon eat people with their own eyes. She ate hundreds of Second Son's mercenaries. Is that fake? But Sir Baylor was talking about babies. The Mother of Dragons bathed in the blood of babies and then fed the bones of the babies to the dragon. Danny retorted. Maybe it is a little exaggerated, but it is more or less correct. Everyone thought dragons even eat adults. Why would they let children go? We have records in the City of Knowledge. Dragons eating children is nothing new. The old professor said with conviction. Yes, when I was young before I went to bed, my old grandma told me about dragons eating children many times. Sigh, my old grandma told me about it too. Me too. Many nobles were surprised to find that their old grandma had told them similar stories. So, the dragon must have eaten children. They concluded. Did your old grandma tell you about Targaryen bathing in the blood of babies? Danny said with a straight face. It wasn't Targaryen. It seemed to be a countess from Hellenberg. The Count of Harvest Hall said thoughtfully. If a countess can bathe in the blood of babies, why can't the Mother of Dragons? Professor Peristan said with conviction. According to your logic, if the thieves at the dock steal things, do you think everyone here will steal things too? Danny's mouth twitched. I have a theoretical basis. The red-nosed old professor said with conviction. That woman personally admitted that she needs to sacrifice her loved ones to hatch a dragon. What does this mean? It means that she is a witch, a child of shadow, an evil blood wizard. Isn't it natural for a blood wizard to bathe in the blood of babies? How did she offend the City of Knowledge? Why did they try so hard to slander her? Was it to warm up public opinion for the upcoming power struggle? But wasn't the City of Knowledge an academic institution that pursued knowledge and truth? Why was there such a strong political bias? At this point, Danny had a rough understanding of the City of Knowledge's attitude. Due to the approaching winter, endless wars and political chaos, the scholars were sincerely worried about the people of the Seven Kingdoms. However, they did not think that the Dragon Queen was the best candidate to end the chaos. They were even extremely repulsed by her. Danny did not try to correct the noble's view of her. Instead, she went straight to the point and asked, if one day the Dragon Queen returns to the Westeros and intends to restore the Targaryen dynasty, how will the City of Knowledge and the nobles deal with her? I'm afraid that it will be difficult for her to get past the Allied army. The old professor looked indifferent. She has 4 dragons. Danny reminded. Aren't there only 3? Baylor was puzzled. I heard that another one was hatched. Dragons are not invincible. The history professor shook his head and said with certainty. I study history and know how high the dragon's casualty rate is in regular wars. In the era when there were no dragon-slaying crossbows, Valeglia attacked many times in the form of an army. 100 dragons, 200 dragons, 300 dragons. Even with such a powerful army, there was still a loss of close to 2%. Especially in the battle with the Lorners, 60% of the Dragon King died in battle. After the battle ended, he was ambushed by the gods at night and died in the flood. Nearly 10% of the Megalosaurus died as well. Not to mention that the woman only has 4 dragons and can't withstand a few rounds of exhaustion. Before the dance of the blood dragons, the Targaryens had more than 20 Megalosaurus. Why didn't they have the ambition to challenge the world? I am also very puzzled by the stupidity of the Targaryen ancestors. For the sake of a broken place like the Westeros, there was internal strife and fighting to the death. Even the dragons became extinct. If they had the strength, they might as well conquer Slavers Bay, conquer Volantis, conquer Queers, and promote the Targaryen royal family to a world-class royal family. Perhaps the Dragon Queen won't be able to get past the allied army, but when she has nowhere else to go, she might have no choice but to accept the position of Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. At that time, accept the position? Baelor was unhappy. Aren't the Westeros the center of the world's civilization? Isn't the King of the Seven Kingdoms the best job in the world? Dany sighed and said helplessly, "Everyone, I am also a Westeros, but we have to face reality. In the eyes of the world, the Westeros are a barren land. Their culture is backward and their political system is not advanced enough. They are also especially closed off and poor." How are we backward? Poor? Who doesn't know that Duke Tywin's shit is made of gold? The Count of Red Apple retorted angrily. Dany glanced at him and said calmly, "It is said that the Dragon Queen seized 50 million gold royals worth of wealth from Slavers Bay. In terms of weight, it is 100 times more than what Tywin eats. I don't believe that Duke Lannister's shit is more than what he eats." Hiss, everyone gasped. It was as if they were in an illusion. Countless golden cuties were falling towards them like a waterfall. Of course, the poverty of the Westeros isn't just due to the lack of gold. In the world trade, the Westeros have the 3 major seaports: King's Landing, Old Town and White Harbor. But have you noticed? The most popular export product of the Seven Kingdoms is wine. Wine from Qingting Island and Dorne. What does this mean? What? The nobles looked at Dany blankly. Sigh, the Westeros import Baron porcelain, Summer Islands furniture, Mere lace and glass, Pentos spices, transit station, and Tyrosh handicrafts from sea trade. Dany turned to the old professor. Even the poison used by the scholars is imported from Lisi. Am I right? Yes, other than nurturing bed slaves, the Lisi people's ability to create poison is also world famous. Chapter 247. In other words, other than wine, the Westeros don't have any good products. Isn't this considered poor? Baelor was stunned. This isn't considered poor, right? It can only be said that the local specialties are different. Qingting Island's golden wine is unique in this world and is in short supply. Sir, do you know about the trade deficit? Dany asked curiously. What's that? Baelor was confused. Treat the Westeros as a whole. The gold royals that come in every year minus the gold royals that go out, if there's a surplus, it means that the 7 countries have earned money from world trade. If it's negative, it means that the king is losing money. I call it the trade deficit. Oh. Other than the brainless nobles, Garland, Baelor, Garth, Peristan and the others who understood her looked at Dany in surprise. I didn't expect Miss Layla to be so knowledgeable as well as skilled in martial arts, Count Garland praised sincerely. The Westeros also had customs. Littlefinger Peter made a name for himself by increasing customs revenue and was even promoted to the position of Minister of Finance. However, the customs in this world only had one mission: to collect taxes, crack down on smugglers and increase taxes for the king as much as possible. Adjusting tariffs, controlling the trade deficit, and adjusting the domestic industrial structure were not the tasks of the Minister of Finance. In other words, the nobles of the 7 countries didn't even have the awareness to do so. How does the trade deficit affect the Westeros? The old professor asked nervously. It doesn't affect them in the short term. Sea trade goods are luxury goods that ordinary people can't use. The gold and silver accumulated by the nobles for thousands of years isn't worth much. It's not much of a difference to the country if it's piled up in the cellar and exchanged for high-end goods. This woman is crazy. She said that gold and silver are worthless. Someone sneered. Needless to say, there were many people who agreed with him. Even Baelor and the old professor were confused. Winter is coming. I believe that with the Tyrell family's wealth, they should be able to take out 2 million gold royals, right? Danny looked at Count Garland. Garland was in a difficult position. His family could take out 4 million gold royals, let alone 2 million. However, everyone knew that the person on the Iron Throne had a hard time and was short of money. If he knew that his family had, sure. He suddenly understood. High Court was the richest in the 7 kingdoms, and even Tywin had lent the Iron Throne 3 million gold royals. If he said that Tywin did not even have 2 million gold royals, who would believe him? Danny nodded and asked, according to the current price of wheat in the Old Town, 2 million gold royals can buy enough food for 2 million people for 10 years. 1 gold royal equals 23,520 copper coins. 2 copper coins for a roasted sausage, pure meat sausage, and a cup of ale. That's not expensive, is it? Original setting. The price difference between meat and grain in this world was not as exaggerated as in modern society, but under normal circumstances, 1 gold royal should be able to buy 10 tons of wheat. Lannister should be able to take out another 1 or 2 million gold royals. If we calculate the winter as 5 years, wouldn't this amount of money be enough to save all the people in the Westeros? No, Baylor shook his head. If you buy so much food, the price will probably increase by 10 times. Danny nodded. She scanned the crowd and asked, do you understand now? The difference between 10 times and the normal price represents the devaluation of the gold in your hands. Just buying and selling wheat once can devalue the gold to 1/10 of its original value, or even a few tenths. Do you still think that gold and silver are valuable? The crowd was at a loss. They wanted to refute, but they could not find a reason to. The old professor was also a little confused, but he quickly recovered and changed the topic. What are you trying to say? Didn't you say that the Westeros are poor? Well, let's continue. The trade deficit does not affect the Westeros in the short term, but after hundreds of years the 7 kingdoms have lost too much gold, so much so that the Iron Throne has to borrow money from the iron treasury of Bravos and the bankers of Myr, Pentos and other cities. King Robert's extravagant spending is one of the reasons why the Iron Throne is short of money, but he has spent nearly 10 million gold royals in 14 years. In addition to the 6 million in foreign debt, there are also millions of gold royals left by the Mad King, and the treasury itself has income. Then may I ask, my lords, did the 10 million gold royals that King Robert spent go into your family's treasury? No, my family has been paying out for more than 10 years. We have no income at all. The Earl of Green Apple was confused. So my family too. We have to spend money to fight wars and participate in tournaments. The Earl of Highland City nodded. The expenses have been high these few years. Although my family did not lose money, there is no income either. Dickon was confused. Really? My family can't make ends meet either. We even borrowed money from the Iron Treasury 3 years ago. What's going on? The Earl of Nightsong City was shocked. I also borrowed money. Me too. You all borrowed money? Now I can relax, ha. Baylor was also confused. Everyone is spending money, but Miss Layla is right. King Robert definitely spent 10 million gold royals in the past 14 years. Where did such a large sum of money go? Is someone secretly getting rich? Professor, do you know what's going on? The nobles could not help but look at the only expert on the scene. Professor Peristan was quietly pulling the long necklace on his neck, trying to hide the gold chain that represented economics at the back of his collar. His action was seen by everyone. Awkwardly, the scene fell into a suffocating silence. Ugh. The old man's cheeks were red, and he was so embarrassed that he almost cried. Professor Peristan mainly studies history. Baylor touched his nose and helped the professor out. Maybe it's like what Miss Layla said. The trade deficit has been lost to other countries? More than 10 million in 14 years? Including all of us, how much money have we lost? Now you know why I said the Westeros are poor? Dany smiled casually as if it was none of her business. To be honest, when she was rebuilding the trade system at Slaver's Bay, she guessed that the Westeros might be in a constant trade deficit. She also guessed that Robert's extravagance would accelerate the loss of gold. However, she did not expect that most of the nobles in the 7 countries would be emptied. Dany could not help but think of the era when the Jews, led by Rothschild, controlled the economic lifeline of Europe. Perhaps the moneylenders and Bravos were equivalent to the Jewish bigwigs in the other world? Then what should we do? Closing the customs will only benefit the smugglers, but it will not cut off the trade deficit you mentioned. Garland said with a serious expression. I have a plan that can solve this problem once and for all. Do you want to know? Dany said mysteriously. What plan? Everyone looked at her. Everyone will take a loan from the Bravo's iron treasury. Borrow as much money as possible. The nobles of the 7 countries will borrow together. What do you mean? Reneging on the debt. Danny smiled evilly. The Westeros also have their own specialties, knights. It can be said that the knights of the 7 countries are the most powerful in the world. 20,000 Dothraki roaring warriors could not take down Koer, but 10,000 golden mercenaries could take over Koer in one wave. Do you understand? Yes, Koer had fallen before. The story of 3,000 immaculate warriors protecting Koer had been passed down for hundreds of years. It seemed to give the nobles of Koer the illusion that as long as they were protected by the immaculate warriors, no one could touch them. Decades ago, the exiled knights of Westeros formed the Golden Mercenaries. Koer hired them to fight for territory in the plains of the Rhone River. The Golden Mercenaries asked for a high price, but they were capable and completed the mission easily. In the end, the nobles of Koer wanted to renege on the debt and refused to pay the balance, similar to how some unscrupulous businessmen dealt with migrant workers. Unfortunately, the Golden Mercenaries were not migrant workers. They defeated the Koer Iron Cavalry and thousands of immaculate warriors and took down Koer City in one day and one night. However, the founder of the Golden Mercenaries, Cold Iron Igor Riverman, one of the illegitimate sons of the Dragon family who started the Blackfire Rebellion, was very principled. In order to make a name for himself, he did not ransack or burn the city. After he received his commission and compensation, he took the initiative to leave Koer. Yes, the motto of the Golden Mercenaries was, "Their word is gold." They never broke their promises and were famous for their reputation and combat power. Excluding the ordinary cavalry, the Golden Mercenaries only had 500 true knights equipped with 3 horses and 1 attendant. Not to mention the 7 kingdoms, just the High Court alone could gather thousands of true knights. With thousands of true knights leading tens of thousands of cavalrymen, who would dare to come and demand payment? Isn't this a little too dishonorable? Garland's mouth was wide open and he was dumbfounded. Judging from her appearance, this woman was beautiful and gentle, but inside she was completely different from her appearance. She was strong and her martial arts were superb. Even men could not compare to her. Deep inside, although she was very intelligent, she was also very shameless and cunning. It was a little scary. Yes, if we really do that, the reputation of the Westeros will definitely be destroyed. Even the local bankers will not dare to lend money to the nobles anymore. Bishop Peter was so nervous that his nose was sweating. The church's bank still had millions of gold royals. The Iron Throne alone had borrowed 1,000,000 gold royals. Outside. If everyone followed suit, wouldn't they go bankrupt? I'm just saying. It's up to you. Dany waved her hand and said casually. However, she then returned to the previous topic, you should understand, right? The Dragon Queen occupies the rich Slave Bay. There is almost no winter there, the land is fertile, and the 4 seasons are like summer. It is also close to the great maritime trade route, and there is agriculture and commerce. Especially in terms of popular sentiment, the newly liberated free people all call her Misha. Do you know what Misha is? Mother, in the Gujaskali language. From this you can see how popular she is in Slave Bay. If it were you, would you be willing to leave such a rich and friendly blessed land and return to this poor, cold and broken country where the people do not support her? That makes sense. Even the stupid knight with the turnip on his shoulder understood and agreed with him. Is she really not coming back? Paristan murmured. Not necessarily. Dany shook her head and said uncertainly, when she defeats the allied army, not to mention unifying the continent of Ursos, she will at least take down the city-states that declared war on her, such as Rhys and Tarosi. At that time she will have a strong army and is only a narrow sea away from the Westeros. She will come back with millions of troops to show off. It is normal for you to be jealous and hate her. Millions of troops to show off? The nobles' mouths twitched, and their expressions were extremely complicated. Chapter 248. Seeing that everyone was in low spirits, the old professor immediately cheered them up. We don't have to be envious or jealous. The Westeros are always striving for self-improvement. But if she can defeat the Alliance, unify the continent of Ursos, and build a Targaryen empire similar to Valeglia, why should we reject such a great emperor? To put it bluntly, with her current achievements, not to mention Tommen and Cersei, she can't even compare to Aegon the Conqueror, right? The one who said this was an olive-skinned, black-haired man. He wore a furry coat with 3 poisonous scorpions embroidered on his chest with black silk thread. Laughing, Baylor glanced at the wooden garland beside her and scolded, "Sir Aaron Kogel, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Nonsense?" Sir Kogel smiled contemptuously. "I'm speaking the truth. The Dornishmen never hide their hostility towards Lannister, but someone has to sit on the Iron Throne. Targaryen is much stronger than Cersei Lannister and the Child King. Sandstone City is located in the central desert of Dorne. How did you know about that woman?" Professor Paristan asked worriedly. "Son, Halbert City is a trading port no weaker than the old town. Everyone is not stupid. More than one sailor talked about Targaryen and dragons. How could we ignore it? 16 years ago, our king's surname was Targaryen. She can't defeat the Alliance. This is common knowledge. One person can't fight against the entire world," Professor Paristan said with certainty. "Professor, if she fails, she can only give up the great cause of freeing the slaves and go home to inherit the Iron Throne," Dany said strangely. "Oh, what do you mean?" The old professor was surprised. "She has dragons for dragons. Even if the Alliance takes Slaver's Bay, can they stop her from escaping on Megalosaurus? But the whole world is against her. Where can she escape to? Only her hometown, the Westeros. The Alliance will even support her return to the Westeros. After all, she has dragons, prestige, and a chance to turn the tables. If the Mother of Dragons obediently returns to the King's Landing to fight for the Iron Throne, the slave merchants will welcome her with open arms. What should we do?" Dany's analysis was reasonable and the old professor was anxious. If they won, they would be able to lead their million-strong army back to their hometown and live a life of luxury. If they lost, they would have to ride their dragons back home and sit on the Iron Throne. Can't the people of the Seven Kingdoms escape from her shadow? Dany's eyes flashed a ray of light as he said, "We can invite Faceless One." The low and deep voice silenced the scene for a moment. The orange light from the burning torches fell on everyone's faces, imprinting all kinds of strange expressions. Their eyes flickered as they quietly looked at each other, but no one said a word. Ahem. Baylor coughed a few times and changed the topic with a faint smile. "Tonight is the celebration banquet of the martial arts tournament. Let's not talk about irrelevant topics. Clown, come and tell us a joke." The musicians played the music and the guests cheered. The venue became lively again as if the previous discussion had never happened. The next morning, although the camp of the martial arts tournament was not demolished, most of the participating nobles were preparing to leave. Baylor also returned to the city to continue supervising the construction of the warships, while Hyder stayed to recruit free riders. The news of the female knight Layla winning the martial arts tournament spread like wildfire in the city. When Dany led the horse back to the wine bottle, she heard a handsome blonde singer sitting in the hotel lobby, playing the harp and singing the story of the first female knight in history with a mellow voice. A group of apprentices and merchants surrounded him, listening with great interest. Dany also saw a few familiar faces such as the black girl Larissa and her friends, Lame Morant, the stupid little fatty Rooney and others. But there was no Pater. What made Dany frown was that the girlfriend of the lousy apprentice, the flower of the hostess Rosie, was in the arms of a handsome blonde young man. Although he was wearing green and gold striped silk clothes instead of the gray robe of a scholar, the 4 metal chains on the silk rope around his neck showed his identity. He was a scholar apprentice. An apprentice from a rich family. Could it be that Pater had been poached? It didn't seem like it. Rosie looked sad, and her eyes were red as if she had cried. Obviously, she was unwilling to accept her fate, which was to become a hostess like her mother. "Ah, Knight Layla." Just as she was wondering, a hostess saw Dany and opened her mouth to shout. This time, everyone in the hall looked over and even the singer stopped singing. He hugged his harp and ran to Dany, saying affectionately, "Oh, Lady Knight, let me be your personal attendant. I want to write a legend for you and let countless people know of your deeds." In Slaves Bay there were too many gigolo bards who recommended themselves to the queen, and Dany did not know how many of them she had rejected. She skillfully threw over a gold royal and said with a faint smile, "I'm very satisfied with your song, but I don't need an accompanying singer." Then, under the protection of White Knight, she walked past a group of groupies, who were asking all kinds of questions and went straight to the backyard. She did not stay in the hotel for long. After washing up and changing into clean underwear, she still wore her armor and left the tavern from the backyard. She walked along the stone arch bridge to the famous City of Knowledge. In theory, the core area of the City of Knowledge did not receive women, and would not recruit female apprentices, but the purpose of the rules was to wait for the privilege to break them. The daughters of the Hathar family, the women of the 7 dukes' families, and the royal princesses could all enter the city of knowledge and be grandly received by the doctors. Danny was now dimensional water, so her identity was naturally not qualified. However, she received an invitation from Dr. Paristan last night to go to the City of Knowledge to discuss the trade deficit with the economists. The old doctor was frightened by the terrifying fact that the 7 countries had lost more than 10 million gold royals in 14 years. This morning he specially ran to her tent to remind her not to miss the appointment. Through this period of observation, Danny found that except for the inexplicable hostility towards her, the City of Knowledge's performance was still acceptable. They had basically fulfilled their duties. As long as they found a problem, they would try to find a way to solve it. Whether or not they could solve it was another matter, but their positive attitude was very commendable. The City of Knowledge was right next to the Honey Wine River. It was only a stone arch bridge away from the wine bottle. In less than 10 minutes she arrived at the gate. It was a bit like a modern university. The stone gate was very wide, enough for 3 carriages to pass through side by side. On both sides of the gate, there was a tall green sphinx statue. It had the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the tail of a snake. One of them had the face of a man, and the other had the face of a woman. This kind of stone statue was also called the Veleglia Sphinx. Whether it was the stone statue itself or the custom of placing a sphinx statue at the gate, it all originated from the ancient Veleglia. Behind the gate there was a desk on the left side of the stone path. Behind it sat 5 or 6 gray-robed clerks. They had chains but not enough to form a necklace. They belonged to the assistant scholars. More than 10 citizens of the old town were gathered there. Some were asking the clerks to write letters, some were shouting for their wills, some were holding letters in their hands, and asked the assistant scholars to read the letters. There were also some who were simply bored and were there to watch the fun. On the right side of the stone path, there was a row of bookstalls on the ground. It was a bit like the stalls near the BBS bulletin board before the seniors left the university. They sold old books, CDs, magazines, tennis rackets, basketballs. Danny deliberately went over to take a look. They were all old books, storybooks, history books, biographies, and travel notes. She squatted down and flipped through them. 90% of the books were written by scholars of the City of Knowledge. Books related to Targaryen accounted for another 70% of the total. There were books such as The Cruel Meg, The Secret Records of the Dragon Knights, Renai's Lover. Danny curiously flipped open Renai's Lover to take a look. The result was so shocking that her worldview was almost shattered. Aegon the Conqueror had 2 wives. The elder sister was Visenya, and the younger sister was Renai's. Visenya was the first wife, and Renai's was the true love, probably. The book said that every night Aegon accompanied Visenya, he would accompany Renai's for 10 nights as compensation. However, Rhaenys was accompanied by many handsome men. Whenever Aegon and Visenya were together, Rhaenys would enjoy these bedfellows. 7 gods above, this kind of book isn't banned? Danny asked the old apprentice who was selling the book. Yes, the book was very old. The once snow-white parchment was pale yellow. The binding on the side was even a few short threads and some pages were missing. This book was definitely not newly written, and Targaryen had only been extinct for 16 years. The gray-robed old man who was selling the book was very old. His beard and hair were white and he wore silver-rimmed glasses. However, there was still a rope around his neck and on the rope were 4 or 5 links. He was an old apprentice. Why is it banned? The old man was puzzled. There are many scenes of Queen Rhaenys and her lover in the book. But it's all true. How can it be wrong when it's spoken by the person involved? Besides, Aegon tacitly acknowledged his sister's behavior of keeping lovers. At that time, all the nobles in King's Landing knew about it. There was even a custom among noble widows to keep singers and poets as their lovers. The old apprentice's face was calm. Danny put down the book with a wooden face and used 2 copper coins to buy a hand-drawn map of the City of Knowledge. The City of Knowledge was built along the Honey River. It had been constantly expanding for thousands of years, and the internal architecture was extremely complex. Some of the towers were even built on small islands near the river. If there was no map, there was an 80% chance that tourists would get lost. Moreover, the City of Knowledge was a university town. It was not just a gathering place for scholars. The Holy Church and church schools were also mixed in. Although the City of Knowledge did not accept female apprentices, it did not cut off the path of learning for women. The church schools were specially prepared for nuns. However, there was almost no academic research in the church schools. It was mainly used to train reading and writing nannies for the rich families. Along the winding riverside road, Danny saw a few stone sculptures of Targaryen kings. They were all famous kings. Conqueror Aegon I, Merry King Jaehaerys I, Young Dragon King Dylan I, Virtuous King Dylan II. Yes, there was also Mad King Aerys, who had half of his body smashed. Aerys was not purely a fatuous ruler. His life trajectory was a little like Lilongji's, rising first and then suppressing later. In the first half of his life he was quick-witted and charming. Together with Tywin, they worked hard to reform the country's corrupt policies. During that period the Westeros were peaceful and prosperous. It was almost a different version of the Kayuan Age. At that time the City of Knowledge even erected a stone sculpture for him. Who would have thought that he would change so much later on? Danny and Barristan arrived at the door of the chief steward's pavilion and saw a middle-aged apprentice in his 40s being dragged out of the door by two assistant scholars. Barristan grabbed a tall and thin scholar who walked past and asked, "What's going on?" Zion stole Dr. Varen's waffles. Chapter 249. What did he steal? Danny asked in disbelief. Waffles. Why did he steal waffles? Gluttony, of course. It's not the first time Zion stole food from the kitchen, the tall and thin scholar shrugged. He then looked at Danny and asked, "You're Knight Layla, right? I'm Parker, a bachelor in economics. I was just about to look for you at the feather wine bottle." "Hello, Scholar Parker. I'm Layla. What's the rush?" "It's urgent. After your reminder, Professor Paristan checked the customs trade records for the past 20 years. The trade deficit is far worse than we thought. To be honest, I didn't even know that we Westeros had so many gold royals." The tall scholar laughed bitterly at himself. They stood in front of the stairs and exchanged a few words. The two tall and strong assistant scholars dragged Zion out of the door. There was a wooden hut the size of a phone booth at the door. The assistant scholars were trying their best to stuff Zion inside. Zion seemed to be extremely afraid of the hut. He grabbed the door with his fingers and struggled with all his might. He screamed, "I'm hungry. My family is poor. I can't afford to go out to eat. I only stole the professor's biscuits because I was hungry." Bang, bang, bang. The other two assistant scholars ignored him completely. They kept on kicking the middle-aged apprentice until he cried out in pain. He had no choice but to let go of his hands. The wooden door was immediately closed with a puff sound. The assistant scholars locked the thick oak door and left cursing. Zion was left alone with his frantic banging and crying. It was miserable. What's going on? Do the apprentices in the City of Knowledge go hungry? Danny asked. Not under normal circumstances. You can get a commission if you work for the professor. But Zion is too old and he hasn't been able to get a chain ring. The professor doesn't seem to like him and he doesn't like the work of a servant, so? The lanky Parker shrugged and didn't continue. Danny couldn't help but think of the old apprentices who sold books at the entrance of the City of Knowledge and wrote letters for the people of the old town. It seemed that Pate wasn't an exception. The life of the apprentices in the City of Knowledge wasn't good. But compared to the people, the apprentices were already above the rest. Then, how difficult was the life of a rural farmer? Inside the general manager's pavilion was a spacious hall of more than 500 square meters. The floor was made of marble and there were tall arched windows on the four walls. The lighting was excellent. Danny and Barristan's iron boots made a crisp sound on the floor. Compared to the many gray-robed scholars, their iron armor was too conspicuous. However, the title of Layla Martial Arts Champion had already begun to spread. The scholars who came and went had already guessed her identity, and they all cast curious gazes at her. Danny ignored the curious eyes of the other students and asked the tall economics student who was leading the way, "How long will Zion be locked up in the dark room?" "1 day, 2 days, I'm not sure." At the end of the hall there was a high platform. On the platform, there was a gray-robed old scholar with a thin face. When he saw Danny coming he wrote on a book with a quill and asked, "Layla Weishue, right? So, Squire, what is your name?" "Aston, my name is Aston Windstorm," White Knight said. "Windstorm? Another illegitimate child." The old man wrote down the name that White Knight said, and handed over 2 small wooden plates and a bronze key. "Both of you are honored guests invited by the City of Knowledge. You can take the wooden plates to the library to borrow books." Danny took the wooden plate and the key. After flipping through them, she found that the wooden plate had the words Layla Weishue and VIP guest, same as an ordinary scholar, written on it. The content of White Knight's wooden plate was similar to hers. "What's the key for?" She raised the bronze key and asked, "You'll understand when you get to the library." The old man waved his hand and began to ask the next visitor. While climbing the stairs, Scholar Parker explained, "Other than the books compiled by past scholars, we also buy books from any city, any nationality, and any language brought by anyone. After thousands of years of accumulation, the City of Knowledge has the richest collection of books in the world. There are so many books that a room can't fit all of them, so the scholar needs to bring the key to open the door of the library." The doctors were waiting for Danny in a spacious meeting room on the second floor. Two small bronze sphinx statues stood by the door. The room was decorated with warm colors, and in the middle of the room was a 10-meter-long, 2-meter-wide mahogany table. Other than the table and high-back chairs, there was nothing else. When she arrived, 17 or 18 old doctors were arguing with a stack of parchment papers. The golden sunlight shone on them through the arched glass window, and Danny could see the spittle of the old men as they argued. "Ah, Miss Layla, you're here." Dr. Paristan quickly stood up to greet her. "You met Scholar Parker, right? He just went down." "Yes, I met him at the entrance of the hall." Everyone. The red-nosed old man clapped his hands to attract the attention of the doctors. He pointed at Danny and introduced her. "This is Miss Layla Weishui, who is knowledgeable and skilled in martial arts." "Hello, Miss Layla. My name is Gallardo." The doctor closest to Danny immediately stood up, bowed, and introduced himself. Paristan also said in a timely manner, "Like me, Gallardo is proficient in history. He once traveled to the Midsummer Islands and translated the poems of the Tree of Words that have been passed down since ancient times. He wrote the famous book, The Midsummer Sun." "Dr. Gallardo, I've heard a lot about you." Danny's eyes lit up and she complimented him with a smile. "I've seen your masterpiece in the Free City." This was the truth. Just like how the City of Knowledge crazily collected books from all over the world, Danny also wanted to build a super library in Slave Bay. Sea merchants often came to Astapor with all kinds of books, and then took away large amounts of gold, sugar, liquor, and other goods. The Midsummer Sun was also very famous in the Midsummer Islands. It was similar to how the ancient people of the Celestial Dynasty recorded words on bronze cauldrons. The Midsummer Islands had a long-lived and huge tree called the Tree of Words. The canopy of a single tree could cover the entire town. Every year, the local priestess would use songs and legends to carve the local events that happened or heard of in the past on the white skin of the tree trunk. The Tree of Words had a special characteristic. As long as the tree was still alive, the carvings on its skin would remain forever. Thousands of years had passed, and their history had been preserved through the huge Tree of Words. In addition, because of this special characteristic of the Tree of Words, the craftsmen in Slave Bay had once proposed to use the bark of the Tree of Words to make Queen Danny's paper. Just as Paristan introduced the doctors one by one, the others were also whispering and discussing this strange female knight in front of them. "She's so young." She's indeed young, not more than 18 years old. However, she was the first to propose the concept of trade deficit. Just based on this point, she can at least create a link in economics. I just don't know if she has a way to solve the deficit. In the 14 years that King Robert was in power, the 7 countries lost 16 million gold royals. That's terrifying. Actually, the nobles' collective debt reneging law that she proposed last night could be tried. That would make all Westeros be nailed to the pillar of shame and be cursed by foreigners for 10,000 years. The 18 doctors, except for the head steward himself, almost all of them had 2 or more copper, history, links, and gold, economics, links. They also had copper or gold alloy canes and rings. Yes, the City of Knowledge's apprentices had smooth necks. Apprentices who had forged metal links were qualified to become bachelor's assistants. When they had accumulated enough links, 10 links, and formed a chain, they would be promoted to bachelor. When they had a deep understanding of a certain subject, or when they had more than 3 metal links, they would be qualified to become doctor. The doctors would wear masks, canes, and rings that corresponded to the metal according to their research project. For example, Dr. Paristan had links made of silver, gold, lead, iron, black iron, platinum, and many other metals. However, his main research project was history, so he had 5 copper links. Therefore, his ring, scepter, and mask were all made of copper. If you met a person in a gray robe in the City of Knowledge, as long as you saw his appearance clearly, you would not be mistaken about his identity and profession. After meeting all the doctors, Dr. Paristan then led Danny to the old man in the lead. "Head steward, this is Miss Layla." Snore. Snore. The old man tilted his neck and let out a light snore. The warm afternoon sun shone on the old man. He was sleeping soundly in this quarrelsome room. His face was extremely old. Almost all of his hair had fallen out, revealing a baby-like pink scalp. The muscles on his cheeks were shriveled, and his pale skin was covered with soybean and broad bean-sized age spots. Dr. Wargrave. Dr. Peristan could not wake the old man up. He could only step forward and push him lightly. Dr. Head Steward Miss Layla is here. The meeting can officially begin. Oh, the meeting has begun? The old man rubbed his nose and sat up slowly. He only glanced at Danny and was suddenly stunned. He immediately struggled to stand up and shouted, "Your Highness, please forgive me. I didn't know you were here. Clarson, help me up to greet your Highness." Danny did not understand the situation at all and was stunned. Dr. Peristan looked embarrassed and shouted with a red face, "Doctor, you've got the wrong person. This is Miss Layla, and Clarson went to Storm's End Castle half a century ago." Tap, tap, tap. Just then a small door on the left wall opened. A young apprentice ran in from the next room and supported Dr. Wargrave. "Doctor, what are you doing?" "Pater?" Danny was surprised to find that the apprentice was Pater, whom she had not seen for a long time. His face was not as red as before and was as pale as a patient who had lost a lot of blood. However, his cross-eyed eyes were more lively than before. "Hello, Miss Layla." Pater smiled awkwardly and explained in a low voice, "I'm Dr. Wargrave's assistant. I'm responsible for helping him complete his work. However, the doctor often can't remember my name and thinks I was his assistant when he was young, Scholar Clarson." Gradually, Danny frowned. She realized something. Pater's temperament that once made her sympathize with him was gone. Instead, he had an aura that made people disgusted. It would be an exaggeration to say it was disgusting, but that kind of aura always made people unhappy. However, there were too many people here and she did not have time to study the little apprentice's changes. The old doctor was still causing a ruckus. "What are you all talking about? Hurry up and greet," Dr. Wargrave said and was stunned again. He muttered, "Sigh, is this Princess Layla or Princess Layla? I didn't hear clearly." Dr. Seaboard should be the one to preside over the meeting. A doctor covered his face and sighed. "Sigh, it's not his fault. Dr. Wargrave is 94 years old this year. He was fine during the election last year, but he got Alzheimer's in just a month." The doctor next to him shook his head and sighed. Everyone was talking. Danny was embarrassed and shocked. She did not notice that two old doctors in their 50s with bronze rings were looking at her strangely. Chapter 250. In the end, Dr. Wargrave was helped out of the conference room by Pate. The old man in this state was completely unable to communicate. Danny also breathed a sigh of relief. The old man was clamoring to see Princess Layla for a while, and then he pulled Crescent to salute Queen Layla. She had considered the resemblance between mother and daughter before, but Beristan clearly told her that Queen Layla was not similar to her, especially in terms of temperament. He could not see the queen's shadow in her. As the White Knight said before meeting Dr. Wargrave, no one doubted her identity. "Sorry, Dr. Wargrave is old and his memory is in a mess. As you can see, he can't even remember his assistant who served him for 3 years. Dr. Peristan apologized awkwardly. "It's okay." Danny waved her hand and sat down on the right side of the old doctor. When everyone sat down, Peristan announced the start of the meeting. First, he handed Danny a piece of parchment with the income and expenditure of sea trade for the past 50 years. "After returning to the City of Knowledge last night, 25 economic students and I sorted out the trade data of the 6 major trading seaports: Port Lannister, Old Town, Sun Halberd City, King's Landing, Seagull Town, and White Harbor. Finally, we calculated the trade deficit of Westeros for the past 40 years. Danny took a closer look. During the period of Mad King Aerys, there were surpluses and deficits. If the years of trade deficit were singled out, it was almost a horizontal line, about 200,000 gold royals per year. Well, there were even a few years of small surpluses in the middle of summer, but there would be a large deficit in winter. But everything changed after Robert came to power. Not only did the deficit increase every year, but the extent of the deficit also increased crazily, from 800,000 gold royals in the second year of Robert's succession to 2 million gold royals in the year before his death. Well, the data after the War of the Four Kings fell, and the deficit hovered around 500,000 gold royals in the last 2 years. Of the 14 years Robert had been in power, 10 had been in summer. This is crazy. In the 16 years after the War of the Usurpers, the Westeros lost 16 million gold royals. Danny said incredulously. Paristan rubbed the dark circles under his eyes and smiled bitterly. We didn't expect it to be so terrifying either. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep for the entire night. We need to rebuild the statue of King Ares. Compared to Robert I, he did a good job during his reign, a doctor named Morith joked. It's mainly due to Duke Tywin. Dr. Nemo shook his head. Actually, other than being addicted to wildfire and tormenting the nobles until they couldn't eat or sleep in peace, Ares didn't do much evil. At least, not only was he not extravagant, he was also very frugal. Robert inherited at least 4 million gold royals from him, Professor Ha Dongyin said. Sai, why is it so difficult to have a good king? The thrifty king is crazy, and the heroic man is extravagant. Dr. Nemos held his head and sighed. Danny's eyes flashed and she suggested tentatively, the Westeros are indeed at the time of reform. The City of Knowledge can launch a Grand Council, to learn from the advanced experience of the trading city-states and limit the power of the king. Don't even think about it. The City of Knowledge is just a service organization. It doesn't have the right to initiate a meeting, nor does it have the right to participate in the game of power. The professors shook their heads in unison. What's going on? There's no need to lie at this time, and their expressions don't seem to be perfunctory. Then why would the City of Knowledge, which doesn't participate in the game of power, target me? Danny's mind was filled with more and more doubts. Let's get back to the topic. Doctor. Paristan coughed a few times and reminded everyone, the most urgent problem now is how to reduce the trade deficit. Danny frowned and said, to solve this problem, we have to figure out where the Westeros spend their money. We have statistics, Paristan said as he handed over another sheepskin scroll. During the reign of King Ares, the City of Knowledge's witchcraft lens experiments accounted for 1/10 of the country's external financial expenditure. Luxuries such as mere lace, brocade, coir iron, barren spices, and ivory accounted for 80%. The remaining 10% was necessities such as grain, linen, salt, whale oil, and sugar. However, we also exported wood, fur, and wine to the trading city-states, especially the wine from Qingting Island. This made the old town a major port second only to the King's Landing. Danny lowered her head and flipped through the sheepskin scroll. She asked casually, how far have you researched the witchcraft lens? Miss Layla also knows about the witchcraft lens? Yes, I've read about it in a book. Sai, the creation of the witchcraft lens requires witchcraft. However, we've researched it for many years and proved that magic is a scam. We've wasted more than 1.5 million gold royals. Dr. Paristan shook his head. Magic? Danny stopped flipping through the sheepskin scroll. She raised her head and looked at the old professor. Are you sure you want to use magic? Of course, we have all the information on the creation of the witchcraft lens. As he spoke, he pulled his necklace and revealed a black chain. You see this? Valeglius steel. I've researched magic for 20 years and I'm also a master magician. Danny stared at his brown eyes for a long time. Other than his determination and pride, there were also 2 lumps of yellowish-white excrement at the corners of his eyes. She didn't see a single meditation rune. He was purely a muggle. Professor, how do you study magic? Danny asked tentatively. I memorized the basic rune table and study the composition of the incantation runes. First, I disassemble it into hundreds of individual runes. Then, I compare the similarities and differences of the runes through the specific functions of witchcraft and analyze the meaning of the various combinations of the individual runes. Danny widened her eyes and said in disbelief, 7 gods above, your process of learning magic is very formal and systematic. Yes, formal, just like studying a certain major in a university. This was completely out of Danny's expectations. The process of learning magic was very professional. If she didn't know that the old professor was a muggle, she would have thought that the old professor had graduated from a wizard academy. It's fake. The old man shook his head disapprovingly. It's true, Danny said seriously. Your way of learning magic isn't wrong, but you've neglected 2 prerequisites. Miss Layla, you even know about occultism? Professor Nemos asked curiously. Not really. I only know some basic knowledge. There are 2 prerequisites to learn magic. First, the learner must have the talent to become an extraordinary. Second, there must be a magic tide, which means that there are dragons in the world or the place where the divine power radiates. After saying that, Danny was also confused. You even know the orthodox way of practicing magic. There's no reason that you don't know these basic knowledge, right? Let's not talk about anything else. Just go to the docks and find a fire mage or a red god priest. The expressions of the professors changed. Miss Layla, the fire mages are all liars, Professor Paristan said in a condemning tone. You're all wise people who know the truth. Think about it and you'll understand. The witchcraft lens was invented by the people of Valeglia, and the people of Valeglia are famous for their magic skills. It's definitely real. Without real magic, how can you create the witchcraft lens? Actually, the reason why you can't create the witchcraft lens is that the dragons have died out over a century ago, and the world has entered an era without magic. You won't be able to learn magic no matter what. Runes without magic are the same as the patterns on armor. They have no practical use. Is that so? Some of the professors were enlightened, but most of them didn't think so. Some even looked disgusted by the topic. Danny observed their expressions and immediately changed the topic. I understand now. King Robert is extravagant, and the other nobles are imitating him. The trend of extravagance is spreading from the King's Landing. The 7 kingdoms consume too much luxury goods, so naturally the deficit is huge. As long as the next king is diligent and thrifty and appropriately raises the tariffs on imported goods, the deficit will be easily solved. Well, Miss Layla, your suggestion is good, but it's hard to implement. Paristan paused and explained with a bitter smile, the king has 2 types of taxes for the lords of the 7 kingdoms: land tax and business tax. Land tax is related to the population and land under the lord, so it's hard to raise it under normal circumstances. But business tax is different. If the old town's commerce is flourishing, the king's share of the tax will naturally increase. In other words, the more luxury goods the nobles buy, the higher the consumption, and the higher the income of the Iron Throne. The tariffs set by Littlefinger when he was the finance minister can almost maximize the prosperity of commerce and earn the most money for the king. And the tariffs are also related to the purchasing power of the nobles. The higher the tariffs, the higher the prices. You can imagine that they're already used to spices and fancy clothes. Raising the tariffs will offend the king and the nobles at the same time, but there's no obvious benefit. Since they can't bear to be poor and suffer, there are only 2 options left, Danny said after thinking for a while. There are 2 options? The professors were pleasantly surprised. Yes, I mentioned the first one before. Cheat the Iron Treasury of their money. Paristan frowned. Credibility, Danny waved her hand and interrupted him. Don't want credibility. The Westeros will completely abandon their international reputation. Oh, what do you mean? 17 pairs of confused eyes looked at her. Obviously the Iron Treasury can only be cheated once, right? That's right. After cheating, the Westeros will completely lose their credibility, right? That's right. Then let's go all the way and become a rogue nation. Danny waved her hand and said boldly, I said before that the warriors of the 7 kingdoms are unparalleled in the world. We can build a few hundred pirate ships and learn from Timin's ancient road. We can seal off the narrow sea and collect toll. This suggestion was too crazy. The professor's eyeballs almost fell out of the table. After a while, Professor Paristan shook his head regretfully. It's possible, but it doesn't conform to the teachings of the 7 gods and the traditions of the 7 kingdoms. That's simple. Take off the knight's armor and pretend to be a foreigner. The foreigners will form a group and occupy the narrow sea. What's the difference? Paristan was confused. You should feel a little better. You don't even believe in magic. Do you think the 7 gods are real? If even the 7 gods are fake, why can't you pretend to be a foreigner? The professors opened and closed their mouths. They were conflicted but did not know how to refute. Moreover, the 7 kingdoms are now in a state of collapse. Killing relatives, killing the king, violating the rights of the guests, violating the sacred oath, these are happening one after another. Let's just give up and become a nation of beasts. Danny waved her hand and said boldly. Paristan and the other professors almost broke down when they heard this. Maybe the king can set things right. Let's talk about the second option, the old professor groaned. Chapter 251. The second path is more difficult. Danny sighed and analyzed for them with her fingers. First of all, there needs to be a wise and decisive king who can integrate the power of the 7 countries and carry out a plan with all his might. Secondly, the scholars have to work hard on how to localize foreign products, which means planting spices, black rice, tea leaves and other crops in the 7 countries. They also have to learn Barty's silk and porcelain technology, Mir's glass precision processing technology, and Koer's forging and smelting technology. Lastly, the king has to make industrial arrangements according to the specific situation of the 7 countries, then mobilize the whole country to create a huge industrial chain, mobilize the people to engage in production, and improve the Westeros industrial and agricultural standards. Professor Peristan looked at Danny with admiration and nodded. Very good, this is the way of the king. It's good, but can you do it? Can the city of knowledge imitate the products of the free cities? Glass, mirrors, porcelain, smelting, weaving, how many do you know? Well, the old man frowned and thought for a while, then said, we can slowly figure it out. We scholars are not afraid of sacrifice. We can explore the big cities on a large scale for a few years, and there will be a time when we learn. Damn it, he made it sound so refreshing to secretly learn other people's technology. His skin was so thick that it was scary. What was the difference between this and the country of animals? Doctor, I heard something, Danny reminded him with a straight face. In Kohor, scholars are even more unpopular than Dothraki. Kohor had the smelting technology of Valeglia that had been passed down since ancient times. There was once a scholar who secretly learned the technology of recasting Valeglia steel, but he was caught red-handed. Not only did he have 2 hands chopped off, the scholar's reputation was ruined for 100 years. Take off your necklace, take off your gray robe, wear leather armor, and hang a sword at your waist. Who will know that we are scholars? Professor Peristan said proudly. All right, there were many scholars in the City of Knowledge anyway. There was nothing to be afraid of if there were dozens or hundreds of one-armed scholars. Danny frowned and asked, the City of Knowledge has a few thousand years of history. Don't tell me that you have not mastered some core technology? What core technology? I have no technology that can be turned into great benefits. Let me think about this. The old doctor thought hard, and so did the other doctors. It was so quiet in the meeting room that a pin drop could be heard. After a long time, the old doctor shook his head helplessly and sighed. Actually, we know a little about forging, smelting, glass, and weaving technology, but we are not as exquisite as the other party. It was as good as not saying anything. Since that's the case, there's only one way left. Oh, there's a third option? The professors looked over in surprise. Miss Layla's previous 2 development paths, one evil and one good, were very feasible. This made everyone look forward to her third path. Let the Iron Throne and the nobles do whatever they want. When the last gold royal is spent, we'll declare bankruptcy and reorganize. What do you mean by bankruptcy and reorganization? Professor Peristan was confused. When the previous kings and lords stepped down, they invited the creditors who borrowed the most money to become the king of King's Landing and the lord of the territory. For example, the current queen regent just happened to be widowed and unmarried. She could go to Bravos and import a major shareholder of the Iron Treasury to be her husband, and the financial crisis of the Iron Throne would be easily solved. This? The professor frowned. He wanted to refute Danny's nonsense, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that the Iron Treasury is ruthless. According to your plan, the Westeros will fall under the control of Bravos in less than a few decades. A professor shook his head. Then don't marry the husband of Bravos. Go to Kohler and find a great noble. Let him bring Kohler's advanced smelting technology to King's Landing and become the king. When you learn the smelting technology, find an opportunity. Danny made a throat-slitting gesture. Queen Mother Cersei is familiar with this. Familiar? Professor Peristan was shocked. How did King Robert die? Danny continued with her bad idea. Then let Queen Mother Cersei go to Myr to find her third husband, to Rasai, barbarian land to find her fourth, fifth. The old professor shook his head and interrupted her. Impossible. She's not stupid. Why would she allow her core technology to be leaked? Also, with Cersei's personality, not only will she not agree, she will also chop off the head of the person who suggested this. This won't work, that won't work. Then what do you suggest? Danny leaned back in her chair and asked coldly. Trade deficits were a difficult problem to solve in modern society. Otherwise, the Americans would not have been so crazy in recent years. Even the great American empire has decided to be shameless, and you're still picking and choosing here, hoping to solve the problem in an honorable and trustworthy way? Let's discuss it further. After the meeting in the evening, the professors racked their brains and finally found that the 3 unreliable methods proposed by Layla were the most feasible. The others were prepared to stay up late and work hard, determined to come up with the perfect plan. However, Danny left the meeting before dinner. She wanted to talk to Pate about the recent situation, but when she went to the small lounge next door, she found out that he had left the steward's pavilion with Wargrave in the afternoon. When she returned to the feather quill for dinner, Danny was shocked to see a one-eyed horseman throw 2 silver coins to Emma. He then hugged her daughter Rosie and walked to the bedroom on the second floor with a lecherous smile. There was also a sailor who stared at Rosie's back lustfully and asked Emma, "Didn't you say that only a gold royal can taste little Rosie's bud? That's her first night." Without waiting for the plump waitress to answer, a scholar's apprentice who occupied a table by himself, it was the blond young man who held Rosie in the afternoon, laughed softly and said, "Count Garland gave me a bag of gold royals the day before yesterday, and little Rosie's bud opened that night. In just 2 days her price dropped from 1 gold royal to 2 silver dear. In a few days I guarantee that even you poor dockside bastards can taste the leftovers." Emma glared at him, and the sailor who was mocked as a poor bastard also looked at him angrily, but no one cursed the blond young man. "Ah, Lady Layla. The world's first female knight. She's the woman who crowned herself with love and beauty. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful." Like an international superstar appearing on the noisy street, Danny instantly became the most dazzling person in the hall from the moment she stepped through the door. Even the singers who were singing and playing the piano immediately changed their tune and sang their own songs such as Knight Layla's Poem and The Iron Knight's Laurel. Oh, that's right. Danny had almost surpassed Prince Flair and Jenny of the city of Baron Stone, Dragon Knight and Queen Naisi, and she had reached the level of a legendary hero. Well, Prince Flair and the like were only modern heroes. Only the protagonists in legendary stories such as Fool Florian and Joan, King of the Frontier, Winterhorn, Star Isemian, Bard Bell, Winter Rose, and other legendary stories that had been passed down for thousands of years and were known by Westeros to be real legends. As the diners exclaimed, "The legendary hero," Danny walked straight to the young man's table and sat down. She asked, "You're from the Tyrell family of hiding?" The blond young man was stunned for a while before he snorted with a red face, "My name is Leo Tyrell. I'm Duke Mastillier's cousin." "Lady Layla, you're so brave. I saw you defeat Count Garland and Sir Dickon with my own eyes. You're also very beautiful. You're as dazzling as the sun in the entire tournament." This young man is not bad. Not to mention his character, his knowledge is really impressive. "Leo, I know Pate. I'm friends with him," Danny said lightly. "Oh." Leo was stunned for a while before he realized that this lady knight was going to stand up for swineherd Pate. "Damn it, I'll buy Rosie tonight to vent my anger." "Lady Layla, you've wronged me," Leo complained. "Although my father doesn't have a fief, he's still the brother of the Duke. He's also the commander of the old town's garrison. It's common for me to spend a silver dear on a meal. I'm not boasting about my background by saying this. I just want you to understand that if I wanted to deliberately insult Pate, I would have done so with my financial resources." "I heard everything just now." Danny's eyes flashed with a faint light, and gradually, there was a trace of dragon soul power. Leo's heart trembled as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His whole body was cold and he unconsciously told the truth. "That evening I saw Pate and Rosie arguing by the river. Not long after, Rosie ran away crying. I found Rosie outside the tavern and found out that the two had broken down after I asked her. Pate decided to give up on love and focus all his energy on his studies in the future, so that he could wear the necklace one day. Although I've said many times in front of Pate that I want to buy Rosie's first night, we see each other all the time. Why would I make him and his friends dislike me for a waitress?" Danny didn't listen to Leo's one-sided story. After that, she used a silver deer to confirm it with Rosie's mother, Emma. "Alas, I also want my daughter to have a good home, but her mother is a waitress, and I don't even know who her father is. Would a big family want her as a daughter-in-law? But marrying an ordinary farmer is not as good as having a stepmother. I won't hide it from Miss Layla. In the past 20 years I've saved a total of 18 gold royals. Even without Rosie's support, it's enough for the rest of my life. It's 10 times, 100 times better than a peasant woman. As for that swineherd Pate, perhaps he was indeed infatuated with Rosie for a period of time, but I've met too many Pates in my life. They've also said a lot of sweet words to me, but in the end they still left." But Danny still felt that there was a problem. She could understand a man's heartlessness, but Pate hadn't done it yet. If Pate indulged in beauty, the carrot dangling from his mouth would only make him more persistent, and he wouldn't suddenly give up. If Pate really loved Rosie, he wouldn't leave his beloved to other men, unless he was practicing martial arts. It was a pity that there was no great art of Dowhart-wearing hat in this world. After dinner, Danny and the old knight walked to the City of Knowledge again. They were going to the library tonight to look for information. Carrying a lantern and walking on the dark path by the river, Danny asked, "When you met Pate this afternoon, did you feel that his temperament changed?" "Yes, less cowardly and weak. More calmness, more wisdom, and more." The old knight seemed to be deep in thought. "It's hard to describe. I can't say that I hate him, but there's a coldness that I don't want to come into contact with." Danny's eyes flashed and said with certainty, "There's something wrong with Pate." Chapter 252. As expected, she knew what the key was after she went to the library. The three buildings were connected together to form a huge H. The four-story building was made of brick and stone. The front and back of the main hall were covered with soft grass. It was not hard to imagine that many apprentices would sit on the grass and read during the day. Entering the hall on the first floor, she saw a map on the wall. It showed the room number and the corresponding book type. The guard on the first floor only looked up at Danny. He did not even check her identity card before letting them in. The single-room library was not big. At least, it was not as big as a modern provincial library that was thousands or tens of thousands of square meters. According to the age, type, and rarity of the books, the library was divided into 225 spacious stone rooms. If one needed to read a book, they could use the key to open the door and get the book. The books that the students and apprentices could borrow were not the original copies. Beside the walkway, under the eaves, and in the hall, even though it was already dark, there were still a few old apprentices who lit oil lamps and copied books at their desks. Danny felt like she was back in her university study room. The first place to go was the archive room on the third floor. Iron boots echoed on the marble walkway. There was not a single apprentice nearby. She opened the thick wooden door with a bronze key. The smell of ink and tanned leather filled her nose. The stone room was 200 square meters wide. It was so quiet and dark that it was like a tomb. Lifting the oil lamp, she saw 7 or 8 tall wooden shelves that took up 3/4 of the space in the room. They were filled with bound books. According to the age marked on the shelves, she found the latest 2 years of court bulletins and important official news. They were excerpts of letters sent to the City of Knowledge by the scholars from the various lords' families. White Knight took a thick stack of documents to the first floor. Danny stayed there alone. She locked the door, drew the curtains, and sat down cross-legged with her back against the bookshelf. She opened the long and narrow box hanging in her thick cloak and took out a glass candle. Moments later, the gray light lit up. Danny almost immediately found Larissa and Marvin, who were wandering aimlessly. Just like before, when Danny found them, they did not find her. She used her mental power to enter the gray light. A few kilometers away in the crow's nest, the magician Marvin's tower, the glass candle suddenly shone brightly. A gray shadow crawled out of the candlelight. "Ah, it's Master Shikue," Marvin exclaimed. "Fortunately, it didn't crawl out of my mouth this time." Larissa patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Under everyone's gaze, the gray ball of light stretched into a blurry female figure like plasticine. It was a bit like a 3D projection made by 50-cent special effects. "When I left the last time, Marvin and I exchanged beacons. Of course, I don't need to use your mental space as a transit station," Danny explained as she frowned at the 2 additional people, Leo Tyrell and Swineherd Pater. "How did the 2 of them get together?" "They are." She pointed at the 2 and asked directly. Leo was dumbfounded, as if he was scared silly by the scene in front of him. On the other hand, Pater's brown eyes were filled with bewilderment, and the freckles on the sides of his nose were also flashing with excitement. However, in the face of such a fantastical scene, he didn't lose his mind. "I'm Pater, Dr. Mulwin's assistant," Pater stammered. Danny's pupils shrank as she looked down. She really saw a hemp rope on Pater's chest with a silver chain hanging from it. Medical? His neck was still empty in the afternoon. Now, not only did he get a chain, but he also got a new doctorate instructor? The blond youth also came back to his senses as he bowed elegantly and introduced himself. "Hello, Master Shikue. I'm also Dr. Mulwin's assistant, Leo Tyrell." "I didn't see these 2 apprentices before." Danny turned to Dr. Mulwin and deliberately asked in a suspicious tone, "Could it be that you didn't find a candidate for the gathering and pulled these 2 little muggles to make up the numbers?" "Muggles?" "Ordinary people who don't understand mystical knowledge." Oxneck Marvin nodded and explained, "Leo has been my assistant for a long time. Pater was introduced by Larissa this afternoon. I saw that he was quite smart, so I stayed to help him." Blackie also nodded and said, Dr. Wargrave is so old that he can't even recognize people and can't teach Pater knowledge. After accompanying him to get a silver chain this afternoon, he introduced him to Dr. Mulwin. Did the two of you get meditation from the glass candle? Danny asked again. Not yet, but I'm learning the 32 Veleglia alphabet, Leo said. I didn't light the candle either, Pater said cautiously. People who could light the glass candle for the first time were extremely rare, and learning could indeed develop the brain and improve the quality of mental power. Perhaps they couldn't light the candle when they were young, but when their bodies matured as adults, their intelligence and knowledge were greatly improved, and they were qualified to become a wizard. Of course, there was a higher chance that Leo and Pater were muggles. How many mages did you find this week? About 5. Danny frowned. About? Marvin explained awkwardly, I found a red priest in the lower city, a doctor with a Veleglia steel chain in the City of Knowledge, and a bishop in the Starry Cathedral. Maybe I made a big move, and the old man in the old town in the towering tower knew about the gathering. He and crazy woman Maroya also wanted to join. Sigh, the 7 priests and dogs can't join the supernatural gathering. Forget it, just these 5. Do you have an agreed place to meet? It's best to find a place where there are few people. High-level magic is a little harmful to ordinary people. Is the towering tower okay? There are many empty rooms in the tower. Danny nodded and finally asked, let's meet 3 days later at midnight under the towering tower? Okay. Just as Danny was about to end the conversation, Larissa suddenly stepped forward and bowed, asking, Master Shikue, I've encountered some difficulties recently. Not only can I continue to construct the meditation runes, but a quarter of the completed runes also shows signs of collapsing. What's going on? Your talent is actually good, but your basic knowledge is too poor. The meditation runes in the glass candles involve 64 runes, but you only recognize 32 of them and 7 of them are wrong. There's also a problem with the runes combination. Danny shook her head and sighed. Then what should I do? Blackie was a little panicked. Stop cultivating or go to the City of Knowledge's library to find the Veleglia secret codex, or find a fire mage teacher. Since the City of Knowledge brought back 4 glass candles from Veleglia, there must be a set of witchcraft knowledge. With Dr. Marvin's authority, he should be able to find it. Danny said with certainty. I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Marvin shook his head and explained with a bitter smile. In theory, the doctor's black iron key can open all the doors of the library's library. But the real secret codex and secrets are in the underground library, and only the head steward can freely go in and out. And at this sensitive time, I don't dare to ask the Doctor Council for permission to read the codex. Pater, who had been silent, suddenly asked, Basement? Is it the library's basement? I've seen a few doctors go in and out of the basement in the library. No, the basement of the library is filled with the original manuscripts of precious books. The secret codex pavilion is in the head steward's pavilion, in the underground library. Dr. Marvin shook his head. Danny glanced at Pater thoughtfully and asked in confusion, Why do you say that this is a sensitive time? Dragons. Marvin's expression became extremely solemn. Does Master Shikue know about the Targaryen and dragons? Danny was shocked and nodded. Of course, everyone in the Free City knows that the last princess of the Targaryen family hatched 4 dragons. There's one more recently. 3 or 4 are all the same. The doctor shook his head and sighed bitterly. Because of the news about her and dragons, the doctors in the City of Knowledge have become extremely sensitive to the occult. I don't even dare to study magic openly, so how would I dare to ask to enter the library to find the Veleglia secret codex? What? Danny was puzzled. Thousands of years have passed. As their understanding of the world deepened, the City of Knowledge began to develop its own will to build a real world without magic and witchcraft. Dr. Marvin grinned bitterly. The red juice of the swordgrass between his teeth slid down his wide chin. The real world, the age of chaos. Danny was shocked, speechless. That's right. They hope to build a world without dragons, glass candles, prophecies, witchcraft, or any other mystical powers and even gods. It's a world dominated by mortals. The ancestors of the City of Knowledge called it the real world. This is crazy. So, the City of Knowledge isn't unaware of the magic tide? Danny muttered. The City of Knowledge knows everything. It's because they know all of this that they decided to, at this point. Dr. Marvin shook his head and sighed. There are some secrets that I can't tell you. If I did, no one in this room would be able to live, including me. Leave the City of Knowledge. Marvin turned to look at Larissa and said gently, You're talented. If you have a good teacher to teach you, You might become a great fire mage just like Master Shikue. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Danny. Blackie also knew what he meant. She looked at Danny with longing eyes. Obviously, since she could not read the secret books of the City of Knowledge, becoming the disciple of Shikue, the successor of Valeglia, was the best choice for Larissa. Let's talk about it after the gathering. Danny was not in the mood to think about taking in a disciple. In the library on the third floor, the gray light of the glass candles went out instantly. Danny frowned and sighed. No wonder the City of Knowledge deliberately targeted me. If there were no dragons, they might not mind the restoration of Targaryen. But dragons revived magic, which is contrary to their expectations of the Age of Chaos. She had mixed feelings. She did not know whether to admire the scholars of the City of Knowledge or to mock them for wasting their efforts. Dragons could bring the magic tide to the human world, but where did the tide come from? The tide came from the sea. Dragons were like the wind, causing waves in the sea of magic. But the existence of the sea of magic was not determined by dragons. In the Age of Chaos, the power of the gods was still active. Knock, knock, knock. While she was in a complicated mood, someone knocked on the heavy wooden door from the outside. My lady, it's me. The old knight sounded a little anxious. I found a terrible message in the files. Danny put the glass candles back into the wooden box, pulled the bolt, opened the oak door and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Deviant ghosts." The old knight panted and said anxiously, "The Great Wall of the Northern Region sent an urgent report. The legendary deviant ghosts have appeared. A large number of savages are being driven south. The Night Watchers are not strong enough. The Great Wall can't be defended." Chapter 253. Deviant Ghosts? There's the Great Wall, what's there to be afraid of? Danny's tone was relaxed. The old knight turned around and looked at the corridors. Seeing that there was no one around, he closed the wooden door and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, those are deviant ghosts. Do you know the legend of deviant ghosts? In the long night 8,000 years ago, deviant ghosts dragged the human world into the eternal night. The winter lasted for 10 years and there was no light at all. Humans were almost wiped out. Fortunately, Yesor Yahai, I know about deviant ghosts and the long night." Danny waved her hand and interrupted him, "But I don't see any tension in the City of Knowledge. They don't seem to be taking this news seriously. Why are you so agitated?" "Because I've met the gods and seen real magic. The scholar must think that the Night Watchman commander is lying, but I know that Scholar Yimont would never be wrong." "All right, Your Majesty, do you know Scholar Yimont? He's your blood." The old knight counted with his fingers. "Your grandfather has to call Scholar Yimont second uncle." "Second uncle?" Danny's mouth twitched. She gradually remembered this person. He appeared very rarely in Game of Thrones, so she did not have much of an impression of him. Now he seemed to be dead? "Is the old man dead?" she asked. "No, he's still alive and well." "Ah, still alive." Danny touched her chin deep in thought. "Your Majesty, the City of Knowledge's attitude towards you is worrying, but you do lack a scholar." The White Knight observed her expression and said tentatively, "Why don't we go to the Great Wall to take a look? The barbarians don't have dragon crossbows. 2 dragons can easily resolve the danger of the Great Wall and bring the old scholar to Slave Bay. We can also confirm the authenticity of the deviant ghosts. 3 birds with 1 stone." "Who's the Night Watchman commander?" Previously it was Sir Yora's father, Geo Mormont. A year ago, he led 300 Night Watchmen north to the Great Wall to investigate the deviant ghosts and barbarians. In the end, they encountered the deviant ghost army at the Fist Peak of the Ancestors. The Night Watchmen were almost completely wiped out. In the end, the old man's expression became extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "The Night Watchmen violated the guests' rights and killed the barbarian caste who served them. They even violated the oath of the Night Watchers and murdered their sworn brother, Commander Jiro. Morality has declined to such an extent. It makes one's heart burn with worry." The old man was so sad that he almost shed tears. "What about now?" Danny asked. "At this time, the commander of the Night Watchmen is still uncertain. At least the City of Knowledge hasn't received any letters from the Great Wall. Maybe the election is going on, or maybe the messenger crows are on their way here. After all, the old town is thousands of miles away from the Great Wall. Sai, let's ask for Xue Cheng's opinion tomorrow before we make any plans." Danny sighed and slowly explained Xue Cheng's attitude towards her. "So, you understand? I think it will be very difficult to ascend to the Iron Throne, and the choice of the Maester represents the attitude of most of the Andalite nobles. Even if I go to the Great Wall and discover deviant ghosts, it will be difficult for me to do anything. The old knight furrowed his brows, his expression changing back and forth. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that it involved the queen that he was loyal to, the old knight would definitely agree with the City of Knowledge's wish to create a real world. Just as Danny had said, the choice of the City of Learning had a very high base of support from the masses. The Andalite civilization naturally rejected the power of gods and monsters. This could also be seen from the doctrine of the 7 gods that they had developed. The 7 gods were the 7 human virtues, and not the worship of natural phenomena. For example, Lalo's light and shadow, Inami's sea, and the old god's wind, wood, mountain, water. After a long while, he asked with a hoarse voice, "What are your plans, your majesty?" "Continue with the previous plan and find out the details of the City of Knowledge. But we should change the location. The real secret vault is in the steward's pavilion, and the basement of the library only stores the original manuscripts of the documents." Well, when they were planning to come to the old town, Danny had planned to go to the secret vault of the City of Knowledge to take a look. She had already thought of a way. Previously, she had asked the old knight to go to the first floor to carry out the plan. However, when the old man saw the news about deviant ghosts, he was so scared that he even forgot about the task of being the coordinates. "Your Majesty, since the conflict between you and the City of Knowledge is almost irreconcilable, then we have to change our plan." Baristan, who was gradually recovering from his shock, immediately remembered the responsibility of the White Knight and considered Danny's safety. 2 hours later, the White Knight carried a stack of books and accompanied Danny to the steward's pavilion. There are chairs in the library and it's very quiet. However, that place is too empty and too quiet. "It's scary to think of one person occupying an entire floor in the middle of the night," Danny said with a smile. After the old knight secretly stuffed 4 silver deer into the hands of the watchman in the hall, they were given a 40-square-meter lounge on the 2nd floor. There was a soft couch, chairs, and a small fireplace. If you need tea or food, you can ring the bell outside the door. "An apprentice will come and serve you," the watchman Rokus said. "Thank you." As soon as the White Knight closed the door, Danny disappeared from the room like a phantom. The next moment, as if she had teleported, she appeared on a narrow spiral staircase. She walked down the narrow wooden staircase and swept her right hand lightly across the wall. The surroundings were quiet and the space was dark. It was so dark that she could not see her own fingers. After a while, Danny found a torch by the wall. Unfortunately, the torch was too heavy. She could not lift it at all in her spiritual projection state. Snap! Danny raised her hand and snapped her fingers. TSK TSK. A few dark red sparks the size of rice grains flickered on the torch. They were extinguished as soon as they appeared. Well, it had been almost 10 days since she came to the old town. Danny had not stopped practicing the fire manipulation spell. She had almost completed 90% of the runes for the 2nd level, gathering fire elements. If her real body was here, she could ignite the torch with just a thought. Even without the torch, it would not be too difficult for her to create a small fireball the size of an egg. She was much better than Lisbon back then. However, she was only a spiritual projection now. Her level of witchcraft was greatly reduced. These few sparks were also because her real body was too close to her spiritual projection. If she was 100 or even 1,000 miles away, her spiritual projection would not be able to use any witchcraft. If her spiritual projection was beside her real body, she could almost do everything that her real body could, except for the side effect of consuming too much witchcraft. It was very similar to the shadow clone technique in Naruto. This was the reason why Danny had brought the glass candle to the 3rd floor of the library. At first, she thought that the secret codex of the City of Learning was hidden in the basement of the library, so she asked Baristan to wait on the 1st floor while she cast a spell on the 3rd floor. Her projection passed through the ground and entered the underground study. That was because the distance between her real body and her projection was no more than 50 meters. Not only could she use the inferior version of witchcraft, but her spiritual projection could also carry a lot of weight. However, after the old knight learned of the irreconcilable conflict between her and the City of Learning, he immediately advised her not to appear in the City of Learning with her real body. Although most people would not associate you with Queen Layla at first glance, it is undeniable that you are mother and daughter after all. The two of you do have some similarities. Obviously, he had not forgotten about the incident with Dr. Wargrave in the afternoon. At that time, the old knight's heart was in his throat. Well, It was the spiritual projection that had followed the old knight to the steward's pavilion. Her real body had quietly returned to the inn. Blackie was hiding in the river beside the inn. TSK 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 boom. After 7 or 8 consecutive attempts, the whale oil torch was finally ignited by the sparks. Danny looked around with the help of the torch and saw that she was in a cylindrical cellar that was 200 square meters wide and as deep as a 2-story building. The arc-shaped bookshelf had 4 levels, which gradually became shorter from the inside out. In front of each level of bookshelf was a tall movable wooden ladder. The innermost bookshelf was placed against the wall, almost touching the ceiling. The outermost bookshelf was about 4 meters high, enclosing a 30 square meter reading room. In the center was a round table surrounded by 7 or 8 high-back chairs. Danny hugged the torch with both hands and the burning red flame at the top. Ting 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 visible to the naked eye, the bright red flame swelled and rose, as if a flame retardant had been added. Then, Danny went from hugging to holding, as if she was holding up a lotus flower from the water. The flame the size of a vegetable bowl broke away from the wooden handle wrapped in oilcloth and burned in the palm of her hand. Danny looked like she was kneading dough or like Naruto kneading a raisingan. The illusory flame the size of a vegetable bowl changed from an irregular shape to a round ball. Soon, it shrunk from a bright red the size of a volleyball to a dark red the size of a baseball. Finally, when she opened her right hand, a small fireball the size of a pigeon's egg floated out of her palm. It floated in front of her forehead as if she was wearing a headlamp. Then Danny jumped and flew down from the top of the stairs like a fairy. She was lighter than a feather and more agile than a swallow. She landed right next to the wooden table in the center. She randomly found an ebony bookshelf. It wasn't full, but almost every row had a few or dozens of books of different thickness. There were also white painted markings on the side of the bookshelf, corresponding to each row of books. Witchcraft Asha Shadow Binder, Witchcraft Asha Necromancer, Witchcraft Asha Paladin of Judgment. In addition to Asha's mystical profession, there were also extraordinaires from other parts of the world. Witchcraft Queer's Male Wizard, Prophecy Jijesnai Moon Singer, Witchcraft Barbarian Necromancer, True Blood Witchcraft Coer Black Goat Priest, Alchemy Kings. Landing Alchemist Guild, Witchcraft? Bravos Faceless. The more Danny read, the more shocked she became. She felt as if she had entered the Jade Cave of Langxian and the Huansher Water Pavilion. Those despicable people in the City of Knowledge, even though they say they don't want it, their bodies are very honest. They practically took all the secret arts that could be collected from all over the world and brought them to their own home. Continuing to walk forward, Danny saw a pale ebony bookshelf that belonged to Veleglia. Witchcraft Veleglia Fire Mage, Witchcraft Veleglia Fire Warlock, Prophecy Veleglia Dreamwalker, Witchcraft Veleglia Witchcraft Lens, Witchcraft Veleglia Undying Stone. Just Veleglia alone occupied a large bookshelf. After that there was a bookshelf dedicated to dragons. Legendary Creature Dragon Dragon Egg, Legendary Creature Dragon Young Dragon Taming, Legendary Creature Dragon Dragon Taming, Legendary Creature Dragon Dragon Dung, Legendary Creature Dragon Dragon Slayer Crossbow, Legendary Creature Dragon Body Structure. Just the Dragon Slayer Crossbow column alone was piled with books that were close to 10 meters thick. And it could only be described as thick. It was packed to the brim. There were so many documents and books that one couldn't count them all. Fuck, what were the ancestors of Targaryen doing? The City of Knowledge had almost thoroughly researched dragons. The books on the dragon bookshelf were more than all the extraordinary information that she had seen before, other than Veleglia. Chapter 254. Looking at the books about dragons, Danny was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. She was angry at the stupidity of the Targaryen ancestors, but she also hated the vicious thoughts of the scholars of the City of Knowledge. Especially when she took out the book Blood Dragon Dance, and flipped through it. She felt as if she had become the mother of the 20 dragons who had died unjustly. Blood Dragon Dance wasn't the work of a scholar, but the execution process of the Megalosaurus extinction plan. That's right, the Blood Dragon Dance that made the Targaryen family lose their divinity and finally started the Age of Chaos was initiated by the scholars of the City of Knowledge. At that time, at least 10 scholars who served the top nobles were involved. The first was the cause of the Blood Dragon Dance. 200 years ago, the Targaryen family was prosperous. Not only did they have many people, they even hatched more than 20 dragons. At that time, the Targaryen family was at its strongest state in history. At that time, Viserys I and Queen Erin had 3 children. In the end, only the eldest princess, Rhaenyra, survived, so Rhaenyra was always trained as the crown princess. Not long after, Queen Erin also passed away. The king married a legitimate daughter of the Old Town, Hightower, and had 3 sons and 1 daughter. With a stepmother, King Viserys didn't become a stepfather. In order to strengthen his eldest daughter's position, he not only let the young Rhaenyra attend the imperial council, he even ordered the nobles of the country to swear an oath to protect his daughter's rights. Under normal circumstances, there was no problem with Rhaenyra inheriting the throne. It was legal and reasonable. The nobles of the country even swore an oath. The stepmother, queen, came from the Old Town. The scholars' Megalosaurus extinction plan officially began. They didn't need to participate directly. As the instigators behind the scenes, they easily encouraged Queen Hadel to have the idea of dethroning the crown prince. But Rhaenyra didn't make any major mistakes in the court. Instead, she did a good job. The king also loved his eldest daughter very much. The father and daughter got along very well. The plan to dethrone the crown prince failed. But it didn't matter. Every noble had a scholar of the City of Knowledge. The City of Knowledge could easily set off a storm of public opinion. The stepmother queen and the eldest princess were not on good terms. Prince Aegon had the possibility of competing with his half-sister for the throne. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. The nobles had sworn that Rhaenyra didn't do anything wrong. Even if the conflict between Queen Hightower and Princess Royal was made public, no one would really think that the crown prince could be changed. When Viserys I died, Princess Rhaenyra was on Dragonstone Island. The title of Prince of Dragonstone Island was almost equivalent to the title of Crown Prince, but the City of Knowledge deliberately delayed the arrival of messenger crows to Dragonstone Island. They encouraged the queen to directly push her son onto the Iron Throne, creating an established fact. In reality, anyone with any sense would know that doing so would definitely cause a civil war. Because Rhaenyra had been the crown prince for 30 years, and the old king had always helped her develop her power, the crown prince could be said to be fully fledged. Let's put it this way. When Prince Aegon II was pushed to the throne, he didn't want to compete with his half-sister for the throne at first. After all, Rhaenyra had been the crown princess for so many years, and her father supported her so much. Her younger brothers had no intention of usurping the throne. In the end, the scholar used the captain of the Kingsguard, Criston Cole, to tell Prince Aegon, "You also know that your mother and Princess Rhaenyra have been fighting for more than 10 years, right? When she ascends the Iron Throne, she will definitely kill your mother and your brothers and sisters. Don't doubt, even if you refuse, Rhaenyra will know what happened today. Will she let go of people like us who have committed treason?" This was also the truth. Aegon had already been pushed onto the Iron Throne. Even if he struggled to ran to his sister's side and cried, "I was forced." But in order to stabilize the rule and establish authority, Rhaenyra would most likely not let him and his mother go. Therefore, the civil war broke out according to the scholars' script. After the civil war broke out, the scholars didn't stop their actions. Among them, the incident of the King's Landing rioters attacking the Dragon's Den was the most shocking. A total of 5 adult Megalosaurus died in the hands of the rioters with axes and iron swords. One of them, described, lumberjack, Habu, quickly learned the skills taught by Scholar Dick. Dick also gave him an iron axe made of Kohler's first-class steel, and let him enter the Dragon's Den with the rioters. Habu didn't let us down. Srikos, an adult female dragon, was chained up. He nimbly jumped onto her neck and got stuck at the 3rd joint. Our research wasn't wrong. Srikos couldn't turn her head and spit dragon flames at him, nor could she shake her neck to throw him down. Habu was facing the weakest part of the Megalosaurus skull, which was like the temple of a human skull. He shouted the names of the 7 gods while using the axe to chop Srikos' head. After chopping it 15 times, the bone that Professor Danis named Dragon's Wing Point was finally broken. Sigh, as expected of a legendary creature that represented the upper limit of the world's physical creatures. Even the weakest wing point was tougher than steel. Even the blade of the axe was curled up, scorching hot blood and brain matter sprayed out, and Habu's head instantly melted into a pile of mush. However, he had completed his mission, becoming one of the rare dragon slayers of the ancient times. After that, we kept promoting the legend of Lumberjack Habu and reduced the number of times he chopped Srikos to 7. Yes, in Habu's story he represented the 7 gods to enforce justice on earth. He was the great hero who killed the devil. When he shouted for the last of the 7 gods, "Stranger," the 7 gods responded to his request and granted him divine power. He finally pierced through Sriko's scales and bones and smashed into her brain. Fortunately, Danny wasn't in a physical form. Otherwise she would have broken her teeth. Damn it, damn it. She cursed loudly to vent the anger in her heart. It was as if the one who was smashed to death wasn't Sriko's, but her son Blackie. Yes, there was also a colorful picture on the page. It was a picture of lumberjack Habu riding on a dragon's neck. It could be seen that Sriko's was also a black dragon. But the more she read, the more she understood the truth behind the blood dragon dance. Danny fell silent instead. That's right, the City of Knowledge was playing dirty tricks behind the scenes to instigate a civil war among the Targaryens. But in the process of the blood dragon dance, the Targaryens themselves were too vicious and stupid. If the gods wished to destroy, they must first make them mad. In order to fight for that iron chair, almost every Targaryen became a kinslayer. Other than the two main characters, Rhaenyra and Aegon, there were also a few illegitimate sons of the dragon family who overstepped their authority and claimed the throne. In those years, the King's Landing was the changing of the king's banner on the city wall. The Targaryens' divinity was completely shattered by a group of unfilial sons and grandsons. Why should I be a lord if I can be a king? A bastard named Shulf said when he claimed the throne. Faced with other people's doubts, he said righteously, "This is the right of a conqueror. I have a dragon under my crotch." Yes, in order to increase her own strength, Rhaenyra allowed the Targaryen bastards to go to Dragonstone Island to subdue the Megalosaurus. Shulf was one of them. In the end, the bastards weren't trustworthy at all. A few of them betrayed the eldest princess. The City of Knowledge was responsible for the blood dragon dance that caused the Megalosaurus to wither away. The Targaryens were responsible for half of the blame, and the rest of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms shared the remaining 30%. If all the nobles followed Stark's oath, the blood dragon dance wouldn't have happened at all. That's right. During the blood dragon dance, the Northerners didn't violate their oath to King Viserys. They had always stood on the side of Princess Rhaenyra. Of course, the Northerners were stubborn, but that didn't mean they were stupid. With dozens of dragons fighting, wouldn't they be courting death if they participated? Although they fulfilled their oath, they didn't participate much. They only sent 2,000 cavalrymen to form the Winterwolf army to the south to rescue the king. A bunch of morons. Sooner or later, I'll kick you idiots out of the family tree. Dany was furious. She threw the book back while cursing. After that, she left the dragon bookshelf and decided to look for books that would make people feel happy. Valeglia's secret arts were very good at making people feel happy. Just like in Longhuan Blessed Land, the Shaolin Musclebone Strengthening Scripture, and Dali Six Meridian's Godly Sword, were empty. The Valeglia Witchcraft Row was also empty. There were only a few notebooks. Dany picked up the thickest book and flipped through it. The author was a scholar named Gurney, from the City of Knowledge 1,000 years ago. Gurney sold himself as a slave in Valeglia and worked for the Wizard Council for 50 years. In the end, he learned the long-distance communication, witchcraft of Valeglia. Yes, it was the witchcraft that the great wizards used to communicate with the various cities in the world through magic energy balls. Dany found Marvin by accident last time. They were too close to each other. The glass candle came from Valeglia, and the rookie Larissa didn't know how to protect herself. This parchment book was half as thick as a dictionary. It only recorded the magic network spell. It was full of pictures and detailed the entire process of creating a magic energy ball in a wizard tower. Unlike the glass candle, a complete magic network could store information and process multiple sets of data in parallel. For example, when Dany contacted Marvin through the glass candle, it could only be one-to-one. Both of them had lit the candle, and the candle couldn't use other witchcraft. If a magic network was built, even if Marvin was not online, Dany could still send him messages even if they were thousands of miles apart. If Dany and Marvin were chatting through the magic network, and suddenly a third or fourth party came to Dany, she wouldn't have to close the chat window with Marvin. She could multitask and communicate with multiple people at the same time. If Kueishi happened to find her, the mark on her right wrist flashed with soul waves. Dany didn't need to find another glass candle. She could directly use the magic network to project her power of the will to Kueishi. At the same time, she could also chat with others. The magic network, invented by Valeglia, was similar to the magic internet. A wizard's power of the will was like a stream of data that could be instantly transmitted to the ends of the earth. However, Scholar Gurney had mentioned in the preface that the magic network had two fatal flaws. First, the magic sphere had to be built at the mouth of a volcano, and the magic within the magma was used to maintain its daily operation. Second, only a great wizard with perfect inheritance could create the spell formation at the center of the node. Sai, why is this book so thick? There are hundreds of thousands of words in it. I can't even remember them all. Danny lamented. Maester Gurney's two fatal flaws were nothing to her. She already had the perfect inheritance, and Dragonstone Island was the Targaryen's land. She could give up the Iron Throne, but she had to take back Dragonstone Island. Dragonstone Island was built on top of a volcano. If there's no other way, I'll just have to take it by force. She finally gritted her teeth and made a decision. Putting down the tome, Danny continued to flip through the pages. She had guessed correctly. When the City of Knowledge brought back the glass candle from Valeglia, there was also a large amount of information on meditation. In the history of the City of Knowledge, there were more than 100 professors who had studied meditation and left behind precious notes for their descendants. Chapter 255. Yes, there were many scholars who had mastered extraordinary powers. At that time, the Valeglia steel chain in the scholar's necklace lived up to its name. Well, the Valeglia steel chain was custom-made in Valeglia. There were 50 pieces, which added up to 1 kilogram. It was the remuneration for a scholar to serve the Wizard Council for 30 years. The quantity was limited, so after the scholar died, his chain would be reclaimed by the City of Knowledge. In the past 2,000 years, nearly 1,000 scholars had worn the Valeglia steel chain. Excluding those people after the Blood Dragon dance, 95% of the scholars were true magicians. Among them there were even more than 100 Grand Magicians. The notes on the bookshelf were left behind by the Grand Magicians. There was not much research on the specific fire witchcraft. It was mainly an elaboration of the essence of magic. They had long known the relationship between dragons and magic tides. In one of the notes, Danny saw the word real world for the first time. A history professor named Fire Demon Hades had a similar experience as Longlegs Lomas. He had traveled to almost every corner of the world. Fire Demon Hades was the bandit title he got when he fought with witches in Asia. When a witch was about to sacrifice a little slave girl to a shadow demon, Dr. Hades used fire control, witchcraft to make the flames of the firewood avoid the child. Instead, the flames rolled back and burned the witch to death. When he walked out of the flames with the little girl in his arms, the surrounding barbarians kneeled on the ground and shouted, "Fire Demon." Since then, the name Fire Demon Hades spread like wildfire. Obviously, Dr. Hades was also very proud of this. He had made a name for himself in Asia and even recorded all of his experiences in his notebook for future generations to worship. Well, I digressed. Although Dr. Hades was famous for his fire magic and was often proud of it, he himself had doubts about whether or not the civilization of mankind needed magic because he had seen too many tragedies caused by extraordinary powers. Valeglia used magic to enslave the world and destroyed countless countries and races. Every year, Asha imported many slaves, and most of them were used by evil sorcerers as sacrifices to demons. After the sorcerers used magic, they would leave behind long-lasting energy radiation, causing terrible damage to ordinary people like a curse. Dr. Hades lived in Valeglia during the Free Fortress period. Naturally, he did not know about the changes in the land of long summer in the future. However, he had been to the Lorne River, the middle reaches of the Lorne River after the war between the Valeglia and the Loinars. It was also the part of the river that was now known as the Sorrowful Territory. The Heartbroken Hill was shrouded in gray fog all year round, and there were many stone people infected with the grayscale disease living there. Hades believed that the grayscale disease originated from the magic radiation near the Sorrowful Lair. Because Valeglia was the most powerful country in the world at that time, although Dr. Hades had seen the side effects of the abuse of magic, he couldn't deny the advanced magic civilization. He simply put forward a concept. If there were no illusory magic and moody gods, what kind of world could human beings create with their own wisdom? The concept of the real world was derived from this. After skimming through Hades' magic notes, Danny found that after Valeglia was destroyed by the Great Cataclysm, the real world began to be mentioned and looked forward to by more and more scholars. Valeglia had reached the peak of the magic civilization, and its destruction represented the failure of the magic civilization. Perhaps under the real world human beings will have a better future. This was the conclusion of the secret meeting of the doctors in the City of Knowledge 250 years ago, after the cruel Meg rode Beleriand and burned down the Starry Church, located in the Old Town, the main church of the Church of the Seven Gods at that time. Of course, from some of the notes, Danny saw more of the scholars' jealousy of the talents of the Valeglia people, and they were unwilling to accept that they could not learn the high-level secret arts of Valeglia. To put it simply, about 5% of the scholars were purely thinking about the future development of Westeros, and more people were despairing of supernatural powers after their fruitless cultivation. In short, the scholars who were very active began a century-long plan to restore the original appearance of the world. Well, the Megalosaurus extinction plan was only one part of it. They wanted to create a world without magic and gods. The extinction of the Megalosaurus started the end of the magic era for human beings, but it did not have any effect on the gods. It did, but Danny and the previous scholars did not know about it. Magic was gone, but the gods and priests still existed. The last magic note belonged to a doctor named Candy from 120 years ago. Before he died, he wrote excitedly, "The magic in my body is fading. Aha, our generation has finally achieved an unprecedented feat and stopped the magic tide completely. I hope that the future generations will continue to work hard and completely end the era of the gods." Well, the scholars of the City of Knowledge are really daring. The Megalosaurus is just an appetizer. Even the gods are their targets. Danny was very curious about how the City of Knowledge intended to deal with the gods, so she prepared to look for books related to the real world. But at this moment, a kacha-kacha sound suddenly came from above. Someone was opening the door. The next moment, she extinguished the flame floating in front of her eyebrows. Her body passed through several bookshelves like a ghost and hid in the innermost corner, hiding her body well. Creak creak. The person did not carry an oil lamp. After closing the thick iron door, he walked softly on the wooden ladder. In the quiet environment, Danny also heard the subtle sound of fingers rubbing the wall. The guy was like her before, looking for the torch on the wall. Creak. Sparks of light flashed, and Danny heard that the other party was scraping the flint. But after more than a dozen times, the torch was not ignited. What's going on? It was a strange male voice. The whale oil on the cotton cloth at the top of the torch was burned up by me. Of course it can't be ignited by you. Danny complained in her heart. Maybe he found that the torch was broken. The man continued to grope his way down, and not long after, he started scraping the flint again. Boom, beep 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 beep. This time he only scraped twice and the torch burned fiercely. Under the light of the fire, Danny saw a terrifying face. Pate. The person holding the torch and slowly walking down the wooden ladder was Pate. The pale young man did not look scary, but the meaning of Pate's appearance in the library at this time was shocking. Faceless. Danny's expression was complicated. At this time she was completely sure that the poor apprentice had ended his miserable life. His face was peeled off, his body was thrown into the honey wine river, his girlfriend was... his identity was replaced. Miserable. No wonder this guy has an aura that makes people unwilling to get close to him. Danny watched Pate find a glass oil lamp in the small cabinet under the wooden table. After lighting it, he extinguished the torch and began to walk through the bookshelves. Finally, he came to the bookshelf labeled Dragon. When he found the book, 72 Techniques to Hatch a Dragon Egg in the Legendary Creature Dragon Egg column, the originally expressionless Pate was almost beaming with joy. He did not read it carefully, only the preface. Then he stuffed the book into his gray robe and flipped to the next book. Finally, in the dragon riding column, he found a few ancient scrolls of Valeglia's parchment and tied them to his calf. Then he walked back to the round table. Looking at his unsatisfied expression, it seemed that he wanted to empty the library. Danny was annoyed. He even had a dragon and a god. Why didn't he have a space ring? She also wanted to empty the library. Just when she could not hold back her envy and hatred and was about to run to the first floor to inform the gatekeeper that Pate was a thief, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. After Pate put the torch back, closed the iron door and left, she also ran to the round table, squatted on the floor and lit the glass oil lamp with a warm wick. Then she rummaged through the small cabinet beside her to find a quill and ink. Then in the bookshelf labeled Dragon, she found a book called Targaryen Dragon Hatching Chronicles. Pate, oh Pate, I'm afraid you're not satisfied with just stealing once, right? Danny smiled and leaned over the table, adding a paragraph on a blank page of the book. After doing all this, she went back to the second floor and told the old knight that Pate was a faceless one. Then she went back to the library and continued to look for books related to the true world. As the distance between the main body and the coordinates Barristan was very close, the spiritual body lasted for a full 5 hours before Danny's wizard power was completely exhausted. However, this period of time was enough for her to understand the progress of the City of Knowledge's artificial age of magic plan. How should she put it? She was very disappointed. The scholars of the City of Knowledge were ruthless. When dealing with the simple-minded Targaryen royalty, their methods were astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the Megalosaurus had been reduced to ashes without leaving a trace. But when it came to the gods, they were completely resigned to fate and had no plans. In other words, the scholars of the older generation were both knowledgeable and had real supernatural powers. Not to mention that they knew the truth of the world, at least they had a very deep understanding of their goals, magic and the gods. It was because of their understanding of the Megalosaurus and the magic tide that they were able to let the world enter the age of magic. But after entering the age of magic, the scholars of the older generation were all dead. The new scholars of the next generation did not know magic at all. The Megalosaurus were all dead, so the age of magic had entered the age of magic. They did not know much about mystical knowledge and even doubted the authenticity of magic. If they did not even understand mystical knowledge, how could they formulate a plan to deal with the existences at the peak of supernatural powers, the gods? The idea of the scholars of the City of Knowledge developing the civilization of ordinary people was good. Looking at this matter from a neutral point of view, Dany even had some admiration for the City of Knowledge. Also, they were not as useless as she had thought before. The City of Knowledge had indeed been established for thousands of years, but in those thousands of years, they had been learning from the advanced Valeglia and developing a magical civilization. It was only in the recent few hundred years that the scholars realized in despair that not everyone was qualified to develop a magical civilization. The requirements for supernatural powers were too high. More importantly, after the cataclysm, Valeglia had killed herself. It seemed that there was no way out for the magical civilization. Therefore, the City of Knowledge began to change its development path and prepared to completely end the age of magic. They focused all their efforts on. Area was very awkward. Although the City of Knowledge had been clamoring to create a real world without magic and gods, they did not have a clear idea of the development of the real world. In other words, they were wholeheartedly focused on destroying the magic era, but they did not have any plans for the technological civilization. If there were no gods, no long night, and no deviant ghosts, Dany suspected that the City of Knowledge would continue to be lost for 1 or 2,000 years. Then they would experience a renaissance and officially propose the concept of technology, just like the Western world on Earth. Unfortunately, the faith of the Light King had begun to corrupt the Westeros. The long night was coming, and the deviant ghosts had already headed south to the Great Wall. When the Night King descended, even the scholar himself would shout, "7 gods, please make sure it's real." When the 7 gods could not respond, the scholars might even shout, "My Lord Lalo," or, "Dany, my king, long live the 7 gods." Sigh, the scholars of this world were both hateful and pitiful. Chapter 256. What does Faceless want? White Knight stirred the milk tea in her cup and asked in confusion. The next morning, Dany, who had rested for half the night, once again appeared in front of the old knight in the lounge directly above the bookseller on the second floor of the steward's pavilion. The morning light scattered through the curtains made her feel a slight burning sensation, as if her skin was being burned by a flame. Kashi's warning was not wrong, the spiritual body should not appear in broad daylight. However, Dany also noticed that the spiritual projection did not immediately collapse. Perhaps her resistance to sunlight was stronger than ordinary people, and she could even slowly adapt to it? She could give it a try. Dany moved closer to the window, enduring the burning pain, and affirmed, "It's simple, they plan to hatch dragons, and Bravos also desires Megalosaurus and wants to find the weakness of Megalosaurus to deal with the 3 dragons of the Mother of Dragons." Then, should we inform the City of Knowledge immediately? White Knight frowned. We can, but not now. When we leave the old town, leave an anonymous letter to the gatekeeper. Faceless will not give up the identity of Pater in a short time. Whether it was Faceless or the City of Knowledge, Dany did not have a good impression of them, and she would be very happy to see both sides fighting each other. But now that she told the City of Knowledge that Faceless stole books, the bookseller would be strictly guarded, and she could not go down to peek anymore. "Knight, actually I want to steal books too, do you have any good ideas?" The old knight's face was distorted and he mumbled, "This, I have no experience, I can't help you." Sigh, the key to Faceless must have been obtained from Dr. Wargrave, you can go. Before Dany could finish, White Knight interrupted her and complained, Your Majesty, Dr. Wargrave is in his 90s and he is even senile, such a poor old man, I can't do it. You don't need to rob, but stealing is fine, right? Sigh I dash, knock knock knock. The old knight was so wrong that he was about to cry, but a knock on the door saved him. He quickly got up and went over to ask, "Who is it?" "I am Zion, the apprentice who brought breakfast to the two guests." The person outside replied, "Oh, please come in." The old knight immediately opened the door and welcomed the gray-robed middle-aged apprentice in. The breakfast was simple and sumptuous. There were 4 garlic sausages with bursting sausages, 6 boiled duck eggs with their shells peeled, a pot of dark brown smoky wine, a small bamboo basket of red strawberries with sparkling water droplets on it, and a brown baguette. After the apprentice finished setting up the table, the old knight stuffed 2 copper coins into his hands. "Thank you. If you need anything you can ring the bell and let me know." The middle-aged apprentice nodded and thanked him. After the door closed, Danny said with a strange expression, "I saw a strawberry seed in his teeth." "So have I," said the old knight, slurring as he tied a napkin round himself, and thrusting a sausage with his fork into his mouth. "Have you forgotten? Zion, the apprentice who was locked up in the wooden house yesterday afternoon." "I remember. He stole the doctor's waffles. To tell you the truth, I was going to give him a gold royal." The old knight took a big gulp of wine and swallowed the bacon in his mouth. He burped contentedly and sighed. "But when I saw those strawberry seeds, I lost all my sympathy." "Don't let him hear that," said Danny with a smile. "Otherwise, the next time he delivers food he might put your sausage in his mouth and lick it. Ugh, he really has the guts." The old knight looked at the sausage on his fork, his face twisted. After a while he sighed, put the fork back on the plate and began to eat the boiled duck eggs. Danny spent the whole morning in the bookseller. In addition to reading the information about Valeglia's witchcraft lens, she also found some interesting things in the secrets bookshelf. For example, all the scholars knew about the affair between Cersei Lannister and Jaime. Even 5 years ago, when Robert was still alive, it was clearly stated that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen were not the king's children. Even Jon Arryn, the best foster father in the world, could discover Joffrey's identity through the genealogy and history of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms, which contained many descriptions about the appearances of the lord's wives and their children. How could the City of Knowledge not know? After all, even the genealogy and history of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms was written by the Grand Secretary. Danny even saw a letter from Grand Secretary Pycelle to the Seneschal, which was written around the time of Prime Minister Arryn's death. Pycelle advised the City of Knowledge to remain neutral. The scholars should not participate in the struggle for power in King's Landing. It did not matter who sat on the Iron Throne. The Seven Kingdoms had finally settled down, and they should not fall back into a state of war over trivial matters. It was clear that the old man not only knew about the affair between Cersei and Jaime, but he also knew about Jon Arryn's death. Haha, the Grand Secretary swore loyalty to the king, which is equivalent to the king's retainer. That old man is such a traitor, yet he still talks so righteously. Danny sneered. White Knight once told her that the person who persuaded the Mad King to open the gates to King's Landing was also Grand Secretary Pycelle. In the end, Tywin entered the city and plundered the Seven Kingdoms' capitals, and even killed Rhaegon's entire family. In the latest edition of the file, other than the rotten affair between Cersei and Jaime, it also recorded the process of the Bloody Wedding and the speculation about the Purple Wedding. Well, the process of the Bloody Wedding was roughly reconstructed, and the cause of death of some nobles in the northern region was also described in detail. However, the Purple Wedding of Joffrey's death was only a guess, and even the City of Knowledge was not sure what exactly happened. However, the scholar was certain that the murderer was not Tyrion. The reason was simple. Joffrey was poisoned with stranglehold, which was a strong poison that almost killed him on the spot. With Tyrion's intelligence he would not be so stupid. Danny also saw her own information in the file. The records before the Red Wasteland were very thin. It was obvious that the City of Knowledge did not care about her before she hatched the dragon. After that, there were detailed records about her hatching the dragon, and the process of her seizing Astapor. However, she did not know anything about the battle between Yuan Kai and Meereen. The night was dark and fog began to spread from the riverside. The light from the window of the steward's pavilion was dim, and the large hall was empty and quiet. Standing by the window she could even hear the snoring of the gatekeeper, Locus, on the platform. A black shadow as light as a cat and as swift as a snake, slithered along the wall to the fifth stone arch window on the left of the main door. His body was as soft as silk, and he slid into the hall in the blink of an eye. Then he pulled up his hood as if nothing had happened, and silently but quickly walked towards a wooden door in the southwest. Crock, crock. The sound of the lock being unlocked rang in the dark cellar once again. Unlike last night, the newcomer did not touch the torches on the wall. He walked in the dark like an old horse and came to the round table in the middle of the bookshelf. He took out an oil lamp with a glass cover from the wooden cabinet under the table, lit it skillfully and came to the front of the bookshelf. He took out a book called Targaryen's Dragon Hatching Chronicles. After reading the preface, he pulled open his robe skillfully and hid the book against his skin. Crash! As he flipped through a maester's notebook, a snowflake-like piece of paper suddenly fell from the gap of a page. He squatted down curiously and picked up a piece of yellowed sheepskin the size of a fingernail. There was only one word that could be seen clearly: forbidden art. Forbidden art? Could it be that the ancient secret art that was destroyed by the maester? He muttered to himself. Under the yellow light of the oil lamp, his hands were so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Soon he collected 85 pieces of paper and returned to the table. Relying on the eyesight that he had trained for decades as a faceless, it only took him a quarter of an hour to piece together an A4-sized page. It was a large piece of paper with hundreds of words written on it. Forbidden art, forbidden art, forbidden art, forbidden art. It's really a forbidden art. It's too terrifying. This forbidden art, this forbidden art. If he had read the Celestial Empire's junior high school textbooks, he would have cursed the other party for being Xianglin Sa, who kept repeating the words forbidden art and terrifying forbidden art. No wonder he could see the words forbidden art when he randomly picked up a piece of paper. It made his heart itch, but he did not know what the forbidden art was. Fortunately, the last few lines of the boy gave some explanation. 2,000 years ago, the most legendary doctor in the city of knowledge, fire demon Hades, when he was traveling in Asia, he learned a forbidden art from the god of death. He could cultivate into a demon and reverse life and death, but, damn it, but what? I said a few hundred words of nonsense before. Why is there an ellipsis here? Even with his composure, he could not help but curse anxiously. It's really a forbidden art that belongs to the god of death. The faceless people believed in the god of death, but for thousands of years the faceless people were unable to communicate with the god of death. They were even worse than the blood priests who believed in the black goat. Well, the black goat was the god of death of the Kauls, just like the stranger was the god of death of the Undals. The faceless people were both an assassin organization and a religious group with a long history. They believed in the god of death of all races, the black goat of Kauls, the stranger of Westeros, the pale holy child of Urso's mercenaries and warriors, the wild lion of barbarians. The faceless people believed in all these gods of death. They believed that all the gods of death were actually thousands of faces of the same god. In the end, all the gods of death ignored the faceless people who believed in this religion. After cursing for a while, he continued reading. The final secret is hidden in a clay pot that everyone can see and ignore. The following is the way to open the magic pot. 1. Kiss the pot 7 times. 2. Touch the surface of the pot 7 times. 3. Place it on a high platform, kowtow 7 times and chant XXX 7 times. This is draconic, so it should be said this way. If the spirit of the magic pot goes crazy and wants to attack you, you can repeat the third step and chant XXX to restrain its movements. Magic pot. He held the oil lamp and looked around, not even letting go of the smallest corner of the bookshelf. Finally, he stood by the wooden ladder and looked at the gray pot in the corner. His face twisted. Is this the chamber pot? He was unwilling to give up. The second, the third, and the fourth time he searched the bookcellar. In the end, he slumped on the chair and looked at the dark ceiling. He muttered, the pot that everyone can see and ignore. Isn't this it? But forbidden art, the god of death's forbidden art, terrifying forbidden art. In the middle of a dilemma, he also became Xianglin Sa. Gradually, he calmed down and said with a determined look, for the organization, for the ancestors of the faceless people, I am willing to give it a try. Although there is a high chance that I will find nothing, there is no loss in trying. After all, there is no one here. So, he followed the instructions of the secret record and picked up the pot. Fortunately, the pot has not been used for a long time, so the smell is not that strong. His solemn expression relaxed a little as he puckered his lips and leaned over. Pop, pop, pop. Chapter 257. Pop, pop, pop. After 7 solid kisses, he wiped away the dust on his lips and the taste that he could not see but could smell. Damn it, it must be some bastard who didn't aim his pee at the opening of the pot, he cursed inwardly. Then he held the pot and rubbed it 7 more times. When he opened his palm, there was a thick layer of black dirt. However, he also heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally completed 2/3 of the ceremony. Put it on the high platform. He looked at the table and then looked at the bookshelves nearby. Thinking that the bookshelves were always higher than the table, he climbed up the wooden ladder and placed the pot on the top of the first shelf. Kissing the pottery pot, touching the pottery pot, and chanting the incantation may not be fake, but how would the magic pot know if I knelt down and kowtowed? Thinking of this, he stood up straight and stomped his foot. Bang! At the same time, he read aloud to the phonetic transcription behind dragon language, "Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots." Bang! He stamped his foot again and shouted, "Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots." Just like a foreigner speaking in half-baked Chinese, he stomped his feet 7 times and shouted 7 times at the same time. However, the magic pot did not react at all. As expected, he was lying to me. He was a little angry and was about to climb up and smash the jar, but when he saw the wet lip marks on it, he was extremely unwilling. Maybe I didn't use the correct method? He returned to the table again and carefully read the words on the secret record. Since it's related to the death god, perhaps the magic pot can sense my mental fluctuations? He stroked his chin and thought. After a while, he gritted his teeth, knelt on the ground and suddenly kowtowed. Bang! Very solid. Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots. However, after 7 tries, there was still no reaction from the jar. He was ashamed and angry, but he was even more unwilling to give up just like that. I've already paid such a huge price, and I don't want to think about the god of death's forbidden technique anymore. At least I have to find out if the magic pot is real or fake, right? With this thought in mind, he quickly found a reason for his failure. The entire opening ceremony was coherent, and he thought he was smart enough to interrupt the ceremony. So, he climbed up the wooden ladder, took down the jar and hugged it in his arms. He moved his mouth closer, to find a spot where the smell was not so strong. Pop, pop, pop. Then, with a solemn expression, he rubbed it 7 times, rubbing off a handful of fine dirt. After setting up the magic pot, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 7 times while shouting, "Mother, your son is filial. Faceless is an idiot." Then he raised his head and was shocked to see specks of golden light gathering at the mouth of the flask, slowly converging into a pool of red clouds. The entire library was much brighter. He looked at the red clouds with infatuation. 2 drops of tears slid down his cheeks as he murmured, "Finally, the heavens don't disappoint the faithful. I've succeeded." Succeed in what? Suddenly, a shrill voice came out from the jar. Then, under his dumbfounded gaze, a figure came out from the mouth of the jar like smoke and fog. The red clouds accompanied him as if he was a spirit from the magic jar. "Magic tool spirit," he blurted out. "So that's how it is. The magic pot has a spirit. No wonder it doesn't allow people to cheat." He suddenly understood. The specks of red clouds gradually disappeared, and he could see the appearance of the spirit on the bookshelf. He was wearing a gray scholar's robe, stepping lightly on the jar as if it was nothing. He was about 1.6 meters tall, with a hunched back and a walking stick in his hand. His snow-white beard hung down to his chest and his face, it was a bit strange. The spirit's face was pale as if it was covered with a thick layer of powder. Well, the old scholar must have been dead for thousands of years. Of course, the face of a dead person would be pale. Soon he thought of a reasonable explanation. The scholar's silver hair was messy. He was wearing a pair of reading glasses on the bridge of his nose and a long necklace around his neck. It was almost the longest necklace he had ever seen in his life. Although the scholar was a spirit, his character decoration was almost like a real person. Even the color and texture of the necklace could be seen clearly. Gold, silver, red copper, white gold, black iron. The 7 smoky black links were connected together. That was Valeglia's steel, which represented magic and mystical knowledge. Got 7 links. There was no doubt that this must be a knowledgeable old scholar. The whole process took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in a short moment. After all, he was a faceless and had superb observation skills. "Kid, you're an apprentice? How can an apprentice with a silver link be qualified to enter the library?" The magic jar sprite suddenly floated in front of him. He was so scared that he almost pulled out the dagger tied to his elbow. My name is Pater, Dr. Wargrave's assistant. The doctor can't move easily, so he asked me to come down and help him get the books. As a top faceless he could easily lie, and it was flawless and reasonable. With a whoosh, the magic jar sprite floated back to the opening and asked in confusion, Wargrave? I don't know him. Alright little Pater, what year is it now? Aegon year 299. The old scholar came and went like the wind. Pater could not help but be amazed by the magical magic of the elves. He was also looking forward to the god of death's forbidden spell. Aegon? Who is that? Why do you use his name to record the years? I remember that the 7 kingdoms have always used Veleglia to record the years. The magic jar sprite was curious. Sigh, senior elf, there's something you don't know. Then Pater used simple words to summarize the major events that happened in the past 400 years. Oh my, Veleglia is dead? The magic jar sprite sighed in disappointment and then said excitedly, since the magic civilization is coming to an end, maybe my true world can really be realized. True world? This time it was Pater's turn to be confused. It's a purely material world without magic, glass candles, prophecies, dragons, or even gods. This? Pater was shocked. How is this possible? Doctor, you must be crazy. What is a little apprentice like you know? The jar sprite looked at him in disdain and said proudly, how can a normal person understand the grand ideals of the city of knowledge? Pater shook his head and sighed, let's not talk about whether the true world is real or not. Now that there are dragons, magic, and gods, Doctor, you have become a magic jar sprite. The city of knowledge cannot live in its own fantasy. Humph, little apprentice, you think this old man, a demigod, will talk big? The magic tide is caused by dragons. Since Veleglia is dead, then we only need to kill Aegon and the other 3 dragons, and the world will enter an era without magic and gods. The magic jar sprite sneered. Slay dragons? So it's the blood dragon dance. Pater's eyes widened in disbelief. No, what did you say? You're a god? Not a true god, just a demigod. The magic jar sprite did not seem to notice the words blood dragon dance. He raised his chin and asked proudly, right, I am the famous Hades of Asia. Young one, have you heard of me? So you are Hades? Pater was shocked. But aren't you the fire demon? How did you become the Hades? Haha, I didn't think that even a normal person would know my name. The magic jar sprite laughed proudly. Doctor, I just saw a piece of paper with your name on it. Pater pointed awkwardly at the parchment on the table. What? The magic jar sprite suddenly floated to the table. After reading the contents of the paper, he said thoughtfully, Fire Demon was just my name when I first started out. After mastering the mystery of the cycle of life and death, I called myself the Hades. Kid, from the looks of it, you want my death god forbidden technique? Can I? Pater asked expectantly. The magic urn genie leaped onto the top of the magic urn and said coldly, of course not. Let alone a fake apprentice like you, even if you were a real professor, you wouldn't be able to obtain my secret technique. What? Pater took a step back, his right hand that was covered by his sleeve held a dagger, and said in disbelief, how do you know my identity? Aha, I am a demigod who has mastered the mystery of life and death. The magic jar sprite's voice suddenly became high-pitched, sharp and ear-piercing. Even the air rippled. In an instant, Pater felt a substantial pressure from the other party, the dragon spirit state. As expected, the other party's identity was not ordinary, perhaps he really was a powerful demigod. Pater's mind turned quickly and he shouted, I have something to say. No words can save you. The magic jar sprite's language was still rude, but the frightening aura of the dragon's aura disappeared. Dr. Hades, the 3 dragons of Aegon the Conqueror died long ago, and the City of Knowledge had already carried out the dragon-slaying plan more than 100 years ago. The dragons of the Targaryen family have long withered. Nonsense. The magic jar sprite shouted and said angrily, you can activate the magic jar and I can still manifest my soul in front of you. What does that mean? It means that the magic tide is still surging, and that there are still dragons in the world. Doctor, you are right, there are still dragons in the world. Pater was more and more impressed with the demigod sprite, and he slowly explained, dragons have indeed been extinct for a period of time, but 2 years ago the exiled princess Dany Rise hatched 3 more dragons from stone eggs. Then he explained the dance of the blood dragons, the war of the usurpers, and the rise of the dragon mother. In the end he concluded, Dr. Faceless, you and the City of Knowledge have the same goal to kill the mother of dragons and her dragons. There is a possibility for us to cooperate. The magic jar sprite nodded thoughtfully and his tone softened a little and he asked, "Boy, what is your name? I know the habits of Faceless, don't use a fake name to fool me." "I am Jaqen Heghar," Faceless said with his original hoarse voice. As the saying goes, Jianghu was Aunt Aria's uncle. Jaqen, isn't he Aria's master lover? Shit, at this time shouldn't he be training Aria in Bravos? Why is he on a mission in the City of Knowledge? Danny was surprised at first and then she was secretly happy. Jaqen good. She felt more accomplished by tricking Jaqen than tricking other nameless Faceless. "Jaqen, my son, let your mother take care of you." "Jaqen, tell me, why does Faceless want to assassinate that Mother of Dragons? Sigh, what a silly name." "Faceless accepts orders from customers, takes money and kills without asking for the purpose," Jaqen said lightly. "Don't talk nonsense with me." Danny, who was disguised as the magic jar sprite, waved her hand and said in a contemptuous tone, "Do you see the necklace on my neck?" "Yes." Jaqen nodded doubtfully. "Count how many platinum segments there are." "Ah, 5? Jaqen's eyes were sharp, and he counted the rings on the magic jar sprite's neck with just a glance. "Platinum represents politics. You think I don't understand politics?" the magic jar sprite shouted. Chapter 258. Without the acquiescence of the Sea King and the Iron Treasury, would you dare to kill people and make enemies everywhere? Without the protection of the huge navy of Bravos, any millionaire could hire a mercenary team to eradicate the entire Black and White House, Faceless One's headquarters in Bravos. How did you survive until now? Jianghu was silent. Although Bravos had never promised to protect the Black and White House, and the Faceless One had never explicitly pledged loyalty to the Bravos government, anyone with normal intelligence would know that there must be a deep relationship between the two. As the genie of the magic pot said, the assassination ability of Bravos was indeed strong, but in a head-on battle, 10 Faceless One may not necessarily beat 10 experienced and skilled mercenaries. It was impossible for the Faceless One not to fail once, and it was impossible to clean up every time so that the family of the deceased would not suspect anything. Most of the people who could be assassinated by the Faceless One were not ordinary people. Ordinary targets could be assassinated by ordinary assassins, so why spend a lot of money to hire a Faceless One? And for revenge, 10,000 or 100,000 gold coins were really nothing to the rich and powerful. 10,000 gold coins could at least hire 500 desperados, so how could they not kill the Black and White House? The Black and White House was in Bravos, open for business, but no one had ever come to their door. Danny continued, with the Faceless One's business model, the cost is frighteningly low, but the income is frighteningly high. Why do you need so much gold? Where is the gold now? How could the Iron Treasury become the world's first bank in just a few hundred years? It was said that the gold of the other banks in the 9 free trade city-states added together was not as much as the Iron Treasury. Killing people and arson was a golden belt. A horse would not get fat without eating at night. Just relying on maritime trade and usury, how could they make so much money? Bravos was located in the northwest corner of the continent of Ursos. Its geographical location was not very good, at least 10 streets away from Volantis. In terms of maritime trade, Bravos' size was not even a third of Volantis'. Moreover, didn't the Volantis merchants know how to lend? Oh, the first people who thought of using finance to control other city-state governments were the Bravos bankers. The rise of the Mother of Dragons threatens the stability and peace of the world today. Many people and forces want her dead, so we don't have to refuse this business. Jianghu slowly said. Well, at least he's honest. Danny nodded, confirming her previous thoughts. What is the current political situation in the world? As the head of the 9 free trade city-states, Bravos influenced the political situation of other countries through the Iron Treasury. It was the big brother of the Western world, west of queers. Just like how the Americans did not allow a certain country to rise, there was only one position for a leader. The current leader would definitely not want to give up his position. To put it bluntly, Bravos, which had always been against slavery, was also inseparable from the slave trade. Of course, they did not directly engage in the slave trade, but the Great Voyage trade was supported by slaves, and most of the profits from the Great Voyage trade were eaten by the Bravosi. If there was business, there would be harm and sin. The essence of the City of Knowledge is to spread wisdom. As you can see, other than Westeros, people from the Summer Islands and people from the free cities can join the City of Knowledge to study. Therefore, it's not a big problem for you to sneak into the library. Stealing books can't be considered stealing. Sigh, can a scholar's matter be considered stealing? Jia Kuan's mind was filled with fuck, but he nodded in agreement. Doctor, you're absolutely right. There's only one point. The reason why I chose to seal myself, other than not wanting to follow the old path of the evil demigod in the easternmost land accepting sacrifices and sucking the essence and souls of the living, is to protect the forbidden technique from being known by others. The forbidden technique is strong, but it's also very harmful. If you use it carelessly, it won't do any good to yourself, others, or even the world. The genie of the magic jar held the cane with one hand and stroked his long beard with the other, looking like an otherworldly expert who had seen the vicissitudes of life. Under Jia Kuan's expectant gaze, he sighed and said, "Young man, go ahead. The forbidden technique of the god of death will not be taught to outsiders." Damn it, after so much foreshadowing, he finally said that it would not be taught to outsiders. Is he playing with me, or is he playing with me? Jia Kuan was so angry that he almost fainted. He said in a muffled voice, "Dr. Hades, if there's any taboo about the forbidden technique, please tell me. I'll abide by it." "No, I can't teach you. Jia Kuan, you should go." Danny just shook her head. Suddenly, Jia Kuan's eyes flashed, and he remembered the spell recorded on the remnant pages of the secret record. He pointed to the genie of the magic jar and shouted, "Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots." Danny was stunned. At first, she didn't react, but when Jia Kuan repeated it for the second time, she suddenly remembered the spell she wrote. She immediately howled and rolled down the bookshelf with her head in her hands. "Ah, Jia Kuan, you bastard, don't read it!" she screamed with a distorted face. "Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots. Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots. Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots." Seeing that it really worked, Jia Kuan read more cheerfully. Danny also cooperated with him, laughing wildly in her heart, but her body kept rolling on the ground. Her head, legs, and torso were like a phantom shuttling back and forth between the bookshelves, which made Jia Kuan frightened. What a powerful demigod! Then his chanting became louder and faster, and his Chinese became more and more fluent. Danny thought that it was not a good idea to keep rolling around like this, so she suddenly jumped up and hit her head on the jar on the bookshelf and shouted, "I would rather die than submit." Bang! In the blink of an eye, Jia Kuan had no time to react. The pot fell from the wooden frame and hit the sliding wooden ladder below with a crisp sound. Only then was he able to rush forward and catch it. "Ouch, ouch, it hurts." Danny lay on the bookshelf, holding her head and wailing, "Jia Kuan, you win, I will teach you the forbidden art." Originally, when he saw the jar with a hole in his arms, Jia Kuan's heart was like dead ashes, and he thought that it was over. Now that he saw that the genie of the magic jar only cried out in pain and even surrendered, his chest was instantly filled with ecstasy. "Ah, doctor, you see this?" He held the jar like a baby and didn't want to let it leave his side. "Kit, you are ruthless. Promise me one thing and I will teach you the forbidden art." "Dr. Hades, please say it." Jia Kuan said happily. "You are not allowed to practice or use the forbidden art in Westeros. I am not afraid to tell you that practicing the forbidden art is easy to cause problems. If it is light, you will attract the attention of the Grim Reaper, and if it is heavy, he will follow you all the time or even possess you. He is the Grim Reaper, and if you are noticed by him, you will bring misfortune to your family and friends." The genie of the magic jar's teachings made Jia Kuan happier. Being noticed by the Grim Reaper? Isn't that what we faceless want? As for misfortune, faceless have no family or friends, and will only bring misfortune to our enemies. "I swear I will never practice the forbidden art in Westeros," he immediately said. Okay, I will teach you." The genie of the magic jar panted, and quickly explained the yin-yang spiritual theory. In addition to teaching Bo Cheng, she also made a set of forbidden art theory summaries, based on the cultivation experience she read on the internet, or some novel, in her previous life. "Doctor, please speak slowly, I don't really understand," Jia Kuan said awkwardly. "Sigh, stupid. To put it simply, my magic power is almost depleted." The genie suddenly shouted in panic. "What? The jar is broken and the essence is leaking out. I don't have much time left and will fall into a deep sleep soon. If you have any urgent questions, hurry up." "How long will it be?" Jia Kuan quickly asked. "I'm not sure, it depends on when my magic power is replenished. Or else, there are so many doctors here and you just happen to take advantage of it. For hundreds of years there must have been others who tried to open the magic jar, but it is too dark here and there is no moonlight, so the magic power replenishment is slow. The genie of the magic jar shook her head. Moonlight? Is it related to magic power replenishment? Place the jar under the moonlight and chant a spell to worship it. The speed of recovery is determined by the number of worshippers and the degree of devotion. It is similar to the worship activities of those evil cults. Jianghu was puzzled. Of course, evil cults worship demigods. I am also a demigod, and the magic power I need is essentially the power of faith. You need a blood sacrifice too? No, please don't. A blood sacrifice will aggravate my demonic nature. I would rather die than become a demon. The genie of the magic jar said firmly. How long will it take for you to come out again? Maybe half a month, maybe half a year, since there is a hole in the jar. Seeing that the genie of the magic jar was on the verge of death, Jianghu quickly asked, "What kind of meditation technique are you practicing? Teach it to me first." The divine version of the great wizard Valeglia's inheritance. Listen carefully, these are the 108 basic runes. After saying that, the genie of the magic jar suddenly exploded into a ball of golden red light, and disappeared in front of Jianghu's eyes. She hid behind the bookshelf and used fire manipulation to gather a ball of scattered fire elements on top of the bookshelf. She did the same for the special effect before, which was the gathering of fire elements. The Great Wizard's Inheritance. Divine Version? 108 Basic Runes. Jianghu murmured in shock. Without any hesitation, he immediately looked down to find the broken piece of pottery. After finding it, he didn't bother to flip through the books anymore, and carefully wrapped the jar in his clothes and quickly left the library. After leaving the general manager's pavilion, Peter immediately carried the jar in his hand. As he thought, the scholars and apprentices he met on the way didn't even look at him until, "Hey Peter? Why are you carrying the jar?" Just as he left the City of Knowledge's gate, the female knight Layla saw him. "Oh, the jar is broken, I'm going to the porcelain shop to find a master to fix it," Peter said honestly. He really wanted to fix this precious magic jar tonight, so that the magic power that the genie painstakingly accumulated would not leak through the hole. "Isn't it just a broken jar?" Layla looked down curiously as she ate a skewer. "Oh, this is a chamber pot, right?" Layla took a step back and covered her nose as she yelled. It's not a chamber pot, it's a pickle jar. It might not suit your taste, but I quite like it," Peter said calmly. "The smell. Forget it as long as you like it." Layla pulled up Peter's empty left hand and stuffed a skewer of barbecued meat into his hand. "It's just, I can't eat any more after this smell, you can have it." Although Peter's hand hurt from being poked by the skewer, he still thanked her with a smile. The two chatted for a while before parting at the river. Chapter 259. After leaving a sole coordinate in Jianghu's palm, Danny silently returned to the wine bottle bedroom. She lit the glass candle and entered the library again to flip through the collection of books in the City of Knowledge. Other than Magic Net and Witchcraft Lens User's Manual, Friar Bath's Dragons, Dragon Worms and Pterosaurs, the unnatural history of the Dragon Clan shocked Danny the most. Unnatural history was not the first time Danny had heard of it. A long time ago, when Danny and the Centaur maid were discussing the origin of dragons, Baristan had mentioned this book to her and strongly suggested that she look for it. Well, the book that the White Knight saw in Illyrio's private library was not complete. A few books were missing. The author of Unnatural History was not a scholar but a friar. The Hand of the King, Friar Bath of the King of Rinrui. The King of Rinrui Jehoris was almost equivalent to the Emperor Kangxi of the Targaryen dynasty. He was the grandson of Aegon the Conqueror. Not only was he the smartest and wisest of all the kings, he had also been on the throne for the longest time, a full 55 years. Of course, compared to Bath, who had been prime minister for 40 years, the life of the King of Rinrui Jehoris was not too legendary. Bath was the son of a blacksmith. When he was young, his family was poor and his father sent him to the church to be a friar. It was very likely that he owed the church money and used his son to pay for it. Just like how Wei Xiaobao met Kangxi, the young Friar Bath worked in the king's library and met the young King of Rinrui who loved to read. The two of them hit it off at first sight and fell in love with each other when they met again. In short, they became good friends. Prime Minister Bath's talent in learning and magic was like Wei Xiaobao's talent in flattery and taking advantage of the situation. It was unknown if it was because of the royal library or if Bath had other sources of information, but he had written a book that recorded the knowledge of dragons in detail: dragons, dragon worms, and pterosaurs, the unnatural history of the dragon race. The reason why this book shocked Danny was because it described the origin of the dragons of Valeglia from the two aspects of natural evolution and the transformation of species through blood magic. Basil believed that Valeglia's dragons were different from the megalosaurus that appeared in other regions and other historical periods. Valeglia's dragons were biological weapons that were purposefully modified through blood witchcraft. Unnatural history put forward two viewpoints. First, the pterosaurs in the forests and swamps of Soros, the dragon worms in the 14 Fire Peaks, and the megalosaurus all had the same ancestor. Megalosaurus was the most perfect evolution. The pterosaurs had the body of Megalosaurus, but they did not have the ability to control magic like Megalosaurus. They could not breathe fire. On the other hand, the dragon worm had magic power, but it did not have the body of the Megalosaurus. It could not fly. Secondly, the Megalosaurus of Valeglia was created by the blood shaman using a pterosaur. Using blood magic to help the pterosaur evolve into a Megalosaurus, Valeglia was born with the ability to control dragons. Well, I have to explain the dragon worm and the pterosaur here. There were 3 continents in the world of the Song of Ice and Fire. The Westeros in the far west, equivalent to the British Isles, the Ursos continent, Eurasia, and the Soros continent in the southern hemisphere, Africa and South America were connected. Soros was almost undeveloped. People from civilized countries did not dare to explore it at all. The environment was too bad. It was almost a paradise for diseases. For example, Azin, who was known as the twin stars of Yuan Kai with Grazadin, was originally handsome and heroic. However, after walking around Soros on the other side of the Summer Sea, he was infected with a disease and his lower body was paralyzed. In that barren continent, pterosaurs were not rare. Dragon worm? Danny did not recognize the dragon worm at first. Until she saw the description and pictures of the dragon worm in Unnatural History, she was shocked to find that it was the fire earthworm that she met in Orus. After Balerion descended on Jenny, he vomited countless dragon worm larvae in the mucus that he spat out. Even his body seemed to be made of dragon worms. According to the description in Unnatural History, there were dragon worms in the 14 Fire Peaks. Their larvae were about the size of a child's arm. An adult dragon worm was almost the size of a wingless megalosaurus. A fire-breathing earthworm that could swallow a mammoth in one gulp. Would you be afraid? Unnatural History did not just give a simple guess. Friar Bath also used his identity as a magic researcher to make a detailed and in-depth analysis of the witchcraft of the blood shamans in Valeglia. It was a very intelligent book. However, it met with St. Bailey, who listed it as a forbidden book and ordered all copies of Unnatural History in the country to be burned. Suddenly, Danny's expression froze. She put down the book and suddenly appeared in the lounge on the 2nd floor. Professor Paristan, Baristan said softly. They had an agreement. If Danny was reading in the library and someone unexpectedly came to visit, Baristan would quickly walk around the room. The spiritual projection came from White Knight. When his position changed, her spiritual body would feel it. Of course, if Danny did not even project her spiritual body, Baristan would not be able to remind her. At that time, he would directly tell the visitor that Lady Layla had gone out. Professor, it's so late. What's the matter? Danny and White Knight came to the door together. I want to tell the two of you that the City of Knowledge has formulated a strategy to reduce the trade deficit. The red-nosed old man walked to the table, opened a folder, and pushed it in front of Danny. He explained, as a world-class country we can't lose our integrity. We can't go back on our words and we can't be blatant pirates. What world-class country? Except for the Westeros themselves, who didn't think that you were a barbaric country and barbarian people? Danny carefully flipped through the old man's strategy. There were 3 guidelines. First, convene a meeting to persuade the king and the nobles of the 7 kingdoms to be diligent and thrifty. Second, discuss the industrial chain plan that she had previously mentioned in the meeting to create their own competitive products. Third, conquer the Stone Steps archipelago and impose tariffs on passing merchant ships. Between the Westeros and the Ursos continent, there was a narrow sea 500 kilometers wide and 2,500 kilometers long, and the Stone Steps archipelago was at the entrance of the narrow sea. Legend has it that the Stone Steps archipelago was part of the Dorne Arm, connecting the Westeros and the Ursos continent. When the ancestors invaded the Westeros from the Continental Bridge, the Green Prophet cast a forbidden spell and shattered the Dorne Arm, forming the Stone Steps archipelago, an island chain. In short, the Narrow Sea was an extended version of the English Channel, and the Stone Steps Archipelago was the entrance to the channel. Think about the impact of controlling the English Channel on the European continent. I'm afraid it will be difficult. The old knight shook his head and sighed. Everyone knows that controlling the Stone Steps Archipelago is equivalent to controlling the sea trade of the entire Narrow Sea. 200 years ago, the three cities of Rees, Tyrosh, and Mir formed the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, Valeglia's Three Daughters, intending to control the Stone Steps Archipelago. But as you can see, after a few decades of struggle, the alliance of the three cities was declared dissolved. Using the power of the Seven Kingdoms to conquer the Stone Steps Archipelago is better than the fleets of the Seven Kingdoms going there to be pirates. The red-nosed old doctor said. Not necessarily. Danny shook her head. As pirates, they can advance and retreat freely, and their policies are flexible. They won't offend the public, and they won't have to bear the responsibility of guarding the land. Dr. Paristan smiled bitterly. You have to think about the nobles. The reputation of pirates is too bad. If they are captured by the enemy, they might be hanged immediately, losing their honor and their lives. If the Stone Steps Archipelago is conquered in the name of the Seven Kingdoms, the nobles will not only be treated as high-ranking prisoners of war, but they will also be redeemed with money. And if they lose in battle for the country, it won't be embarrassing and their reputation won't be damaged. Danny was stunned. It's already so late. Do you want to eat something? The old doctor stood up, opened the door, and rang the bell to call the apprentice to deliver food to them. The old doctor was very decisive and didn't give them a chance to refuse. After he finished ordering, Danny mumbled, "Actually, I'm not hungry. I'll get fat if I eat too much at night." "Drink some soup to warm your stomach." The old doctor chuckled. Then he began to ask about the development of the industrial chain. "We've tried to breed mulberry silkworms in the Westeros, but the weather in the Seven Kingdoms is too extreme. It's hot in the summer and cold in the winter. What do you think, Miss Layla?" Danny rolled her eyes and said, "You can find the children of the forest. They know magic and they might be able to breed native mulberry trees and silkworm babies." Miss Layla, you really know how to joke. The children of the forest are just fictional characters and legends. They might not even exist in history. Even if they did exist, they would have gone extinct thousands of years ago. The red-nosed old doctor shook his head with a smile. Even deviant ghosts have appeared. Why aren't the children of the forest real? Danny smiled coldly. Deviant ghosts? Who told you that? That's ridiculous. The commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers and Scholar Yimont wrote a letter to explain this. Are they all lying? Dr. Miss Layla, your supper is here. The apprentice's voice came from outside the door. White Knight quickly got up and opened the door. Wine, butter beets, freshly baked white bread, grilled barracuda and pork ribs, cold egg lime soup and barley brisket soup. To be honest, the old knight was already drooling at the sight of such a sumptuous meal. But when he saw the middle-aged apprentice Zion, who was chuckling as he set the table, and the tiny bits of cumin by his lips, "Sigh, I'm old. I can't eat too much at night," Baristan said. He was drooling, but he didn't want to eat other people's saliva. "Have some soup. Miss Layla, have some too." The old doctor picked up a spoon and a small porcelain bowl and served the two of them. Danny didn't touch the porcelain bowl. Instead, she continued the previous topic and asked seriously, "If the information about deviant ghosts is fake, it'll just be a false alarm. But if it's true and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms didn't respond to the Night Watcher's request for help, it'll be fatal." Deviant ghosts? They're just a bunch of barbarians. The Night Watchers exaggerated on purpose to get the nobles' praise and support. But the political situation is unstable now. Who has the spare energy to help them? At most, a group of barbarians will climb over the Great Wall and cause a small disturbance in the north. Dr. Paristan didn't seem to care. Instead, he pushed the bowl to Danny and said enthusiastically, "Have a taste. It's not bad." Just when White Knight couldn't resist his master's enthusiasm and scooped a spoonful of soup into his mouth, Danny's expression suddenly froze. She stopped him and looked straight at the old doctor. She sneered and said, "Doctor, why don't you get a bowl for yourself?" Paristan was stunned. He said with a smile, "I just ate." "It seems like you've already guessed my true identity," Danny sighed and said with a complicated expression. "Doctor, do you know what you're doing?" "What identity?" The apprentice who placed the plates noticed that the atmosphere was not right and asked in confusion. "Oh no." When Danny stopped him, the old knight picked up the iron helmet on the table and put it on himself. When he saw Zion, who was at a loss, he immediately said, "Doctor, Quickly give me the antidote. Ugh, the middle-aged apprentice suddenly grabbed his throat. His face was red and he said with a voice as soft as a feather, I cough 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 can't cough 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 cough. Bang. The tray slipped from his hand. Zion staggered and supported himself on the table. Under the sympathetic, anxious and vexed gazes of the three people, his face became redder and redder. He fell to the ground and scratched his throat crazily. If he was given a dagger, Zion would slash his throat without hesitation just to take a breath of fresh air. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he scratched his throat until it was bleeding, he could only make frighteningly thin and terrified hisses deep in his throat. It was like a person trying to drink the entire Yangtze River with a straw. However, only half a minute later, the last hisses disappeared. There was only a terrifying silence left in the room. Chapter 260. Strangle him. White Knight pressed her sword with her right hand and stared coldly at the old professor who had a pale expression. Do you know what you are doing? We were invited by the City of Knowledge to come here, stay under your roof, eat your salt and bread, and now we are your guests. What is the difference between the City of Knowledge's actions and Wade Frey's? For the peace of the 7 nations, for the welfare of millions of people, to reduce disputes and wars. Although this method is not honorable, it is the simplest and most effective. Professor Paristan smiled bitterly. Idiot. The etiquette that has been passed down for thousands and thousands of years is the spiritual framework of the Westeros. The City of Knowledge should protect those beautiful traditions and values with all its might, not take the initiative to destroy the souls of the 7 nations. Barristan's eyes were spitting fire as he clenched his teeth. Dany shook her head and sighed. Not everyone can represent the 7 nations and all the people. Think about it, Professor. Are you willing to be represented by Rat Chef and Wade Fry? Maybe Rat Chef also shouted representing the justice of the 7 nations when he cooked the King of Undulls? Or maybe Wade Fry shouted, to reduce disputes and wars between the 7 nations when he slaughtered the guests from the Northern Territory during the wedding banquet, just like you are now. Because of you, Slave Bay and the Free City have been plagued by wars for years, and the people of the world are crying and wailing under the dragon flame. In the foreseeable future, the 7 nations will definitely repeat the same mistake as Slave Bay. I am guilty, the City of Knowledge is guilty, I admit it, but we have reduced deaths and wars, we are not wrong. Pareston's face was pale, but his gaze was firm. Is the 7 nations very peaceful now? Music is broken, etiquette is broken, morality is lost, wars are endless, and the people have no way to make a living. Barristan glanced at Dany and said bitterly, do you know why Her Majesty the Queen traveled thousands of miles from Slave Bay to the Westeros? To investigate the enemy's situation? The nobles of the 7 nations did not care about the fact that winter is coming and continued to play the game of power. Only Her Majesty the Queen cared about the safety of the people and was unwilling to start the Restoration War in winter. When she found out that the 7 nations did not prepare for summer grain storage, she did not care about the dangerous situation of Slave Bay being surrounded by enemies and brought the 2 dragons to the Westeros to investigate the people's situation. You've seen it for yourself. She won the tournament with her strength, and even the professors of the City of Knowledge were impressed by her intelligence. She's concerned about the lives of the people, worried that they won't have enough to eat in the winter, worried about the terrible trade deficit that Robert created and the extravagant lifestyle of the nobles. How could such a benevolent and wise king not be worthy of the Iron Throne? Is Lannister, who killed his husband, committed adultery with his brother, and usurped the Iron Throne, worthy of your love and respect? Dany rubbed her nose awkwardly. Her strengths were so obvious that even Barristan, who had never been a sycophant or a sycophant, had described them in plain language. Didn't he see that the old doctor, who was unyielding and looked like a revolutionary martyr, also changed his expression and looked ashamed? Plop, the old doctor was so ashamed that he prostrated himself on the ground. Be careful, there's something strange in the next room. The old knight listened carefully and his expression changed. They've also set up an ambush with axemen on both sides. Bam 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 bam. The sound of bowstrings was like thunder, and the sound was deafening even though they were separated by a brick wall. It was accompanied by the dense sound of bowstrings. TSK 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 TSK. Dozens of holes were instantly pierced through the wall, and the chairs and plates in the room were in a mess. Occasionally there was the sound of metal clashing. Dragon slaying crossbow. The candle fell to the ground and went out. But in the dim moonlight that shone through the window, Danny could see that the narrow room was filled with crossbow bolts that were as thick as a thumb and as tall as a man. The bolts were made of fine iron. Unlike the siege crossbows, although the crossbow bolts here were also made of solid metal, they were not cylindrical. They looked like elongated and twisted willow leaves. The thief is not dead yet. Danny's scream reminded Paristan, who was hugging his head and lying on the ground. Then, the sound of arrows being loaded and bowstrings being pulled could be heard from both sides of the wall. I'm going to die. Danny dragged out her voice and let out a shrill cry. Then she dispelled her mental projection. At the same time, the roar of the megalosaurus could be heard from above the City of Knowledge. Yes, when the red-nosed old professor was scooping soup for Danny, she sensed a slight danger and immediately entered the dragon spirit state. Blackie's soul clearly sensed the danger, and she began to summon the megalosaurus. When she talked to the old professor earlier, other than feeling indignant, she also wanted to stall for time. Although her main body had been hiding in the inn, Baristan could not give up. Your Majesty, you can't die. The old knight also let out a dry cry. He swung his sword and destroyed the arrows and chairs blocking his way. He bent down and picked up the old professor from the ground. Without waiting for him to struggle and shout, he hit the back of his head with his sword and knocked the old man unconscious. He then picked up the fur cushion on the soft couch and wrapped it around the old man. He carried the old man on his shoulder and rushed to the door. The old knight was observant and alert. He had already noticed the noise and the light of the torches outside the window. Jumping off the building was equivalent to walking into a trap. Boom. When he reached the door, the old knight suddenly turned sideways and dodged a crossbow arrow that was as thick as a child's arm. He heard the sound of the crossbow being dragged outside the door. Bam bam bam. After a few slashes, the old knight did not care. He lowered his head and rushed forward. There was a crossbow the size of a treadmill outside the door. 2 gray-robed scholars were turning the winch. One scholar was lying on top of it and loading the crossbow. There were 12 leather-armored soldiers around with crossbows. When they saw the old knight rushing out, the 3 scholars were scared and retreated. They shouted, "The thief is escaping. Shoot. You're asking for it." The old knight roared and cut off half the head of the scholar closest to him. He then turned around and swung his sword and cut 2 crossbowmen into 4 pieces. Thump, 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 thump. The crossbowmen did not miss a single shot. Almost all of them hit the old knight. There were also 1 or 2 arrows that hit the queen on his shoulder. But what was shocking was that the arrows that hit the old knight only produced sparks and then bounced off. Damn it. The armor-piercing arrows that Londo sold us are fake. The general in blue armor threw away his crossbow and pulled out his sword while cursing. He shouted to his subordinates, "Use your sword and kill him." Facing the 9 soldiers and the Iron Knight, the old knight did not dodge at all. He exchanged injuries for injuries. Bam 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 bam. In the blink of an eye, the old knight was hit 8 times. A series of sparks appeared on his body. The huge force only made him sway, but he also used a spinning slash. Crash. 4 swordsmen were slashed, and 3 soldiers had their stomachs ruptured. They blankly held on to their intestines and fell to the ground. The general was wearing plate armor, and only a shallow scratch appeared on his lower abdomen. Damn Londo. Even the iron sword is fake. A soldier lay on the ground and muttered his last words. The general who escaped with his iron armor pointed at the old knight with a pale face. Valeglia steel. He's wearing Valeglia steel armor. His sword is so sharp. It's also Valeglia steel. The scholar who was hiding far away reminded him. The old knight ignored them. After breaking out of the encirclement, he immediately ran to the stairwell. The whole process seemed long, but in fact it only took 2 rounds. The old knight slashed 3 times and it took no more than 3 seconds. But just as he was about to rush to the 3rd floor, a figure appeared beside him. It was Danny. She stopped him and said, "Don't go up. There's an ambush on the roof." The scholar knows about the spiritual connection between the megalosaurus and the dragon rider. There are 40 to 50 crossbows and at least 200 crossbowmen. Which place has the least number of soldiers? I'll jump through the window. The old knight panted. No need. Wait here. I'll help you clean up the soldiers. Danny smiled mysteriously and disappeared again. The old knight was puzzled. The next moment there was a scream outside the building. The sun? 7 gods above, a sun has risen in the sky. What's going on? Is it really the sun? But it's already 10 at night. The old knight found the window in the stairwell and peeked out. But before he could see anything, the armored swordsman from before chased after him with 6 soldiers. "Do you know who I am? I'm Baristan Marcella. Get lost." The old knight roared in annoyance. "What, Sir Baristan? You're not spies sent by Taimin Bey?" The 7 of them were stunned. The general put down his crossbow and carefully walked forward. "Are you really Sir Baristan the Fearless? I'm Dax Norton, a knight under Count Hathar. I've met Sir Baristan a few times. Do you know me?" "No." "Then why don't you lift your visor and let me see?" Knight Norton suggested. "All right." The old knight took a few steps forward. Then, chi ding almost at the same time, the old knight thrust his sword towards the gap in the knight's throat. Norton also raised his hand and shot towards the old knight's eyes. Unfortunately, the old knight was already prepared and dodged the attack by ducking his head. "You." Knight Norton clutched at his bleeding throat and staggered backwards. He shook his head and said, "No, you're not. You're not Sir Baristan. He wouldn't be as shameless as you." "Hey, you're right. I'm not him." White Knight let out a long sigh and swung his sword, slicing Norton's throat and neck into 2 pieces. Norton's head flew 7 to 8 meters away and landed right in front of the other 6 soldiers who were still hesitating. Blood spurted out and Norton's headless corpse fell to the ground. The old knight roared again, "Get lost!" Clang. A swordsman dropped his crossbow and ran away. He was still shouting, "Lord Norton was killed by Sir Baristan." "I'm not, sir." The old knight reached out his left hand in a daze as if he wanted to grab hold of something that had passed away. In the end he could only sigh and shake his head. At this moment the soldiers surrounding the steward's pavilion became louder and louder. "The sun is setting." The old man didn't care about the archers downstairs. He hurriedly stuck his head out of the window and looked at the sky. With just one glance, his eyes widened. A dark red fireball the size of a small house was falling from the sky. Although it was just a fireball, it felt heavy as if a huge star was falling from the sky. Chapter 261. I'm so strong. To be honest, Dani herself did not expect her cooperation with Dahe to be so coordinated. The City of Knowledge was very familiar with the habits, abilities and weaknesses of the Megalosaurus. There were hundreds of dragon-slaying crossbows and hundreds of crossbowmen lying in ambush below. If Dani died tragically on the spot, her dragon would definitely sense it and chase after her to find her body and take revenge on the enemy. Similar incidents had happened many times in the history of the Targaryen family. In this way the City of Knowledge could easily turn the dragon into a hornet's nest. Therefore Dani did not even think of riding the dragon to dive and bomb. The old town was not her territory, so she could not make incendiary bombs in a short time. Therefore she was ready to try the big fireball spell. The range of the Megalosaurus's dragon flame was about the same as the length of its body. Even Dahe could only spit out 2 to 4 meters of dragon flame. Any further and it would not be lethal. But the fireball spell was different. When Dani used the fire control spell to turn the dragon flame into a ball, the fireball could be stable for a long time. Last time in the Dorne Desert, she controlled Whitey's dragon flame to burn for 3 hours until it ran out of magic power. Dani had already guessed that she could merge with Dahe's soul. Their cooperation must be stronger than Whitey's. But she did not expect that the 9-colored vortex in their sea of consciousness would spin at the same time at the same frequency. Under the dragon spirit state, their wizard power gradually connected and merged. Then Dahe transformed into a tailed beast. Wisps of visible fire elements condensed in his mouth. The exaggerated scene, similar to a Baijidama, almost scared Dani out of witchcraft control. The fireball expanded rapidly from the size of an egg. It lasted for about 40 seconds, the time that Dahe continuously spat out dragon flame, 20 seconds before Dani helped him to condense the meditation runes. A dark red fireball the size of a baby's bathtub formed in his mouth. That kind of heat and heaviness made Dani tremble with fear. The fire control spell had 10 times more control over the dragon flame fireball than ordinary flames. Ordinary fireballs would disperse when they were 1 or 2 meters away from Dani, but the dragon flame fireball could fly freely within 100 meters of her body. Even so, the fireball in front of her was too big. The bigger the fireball, the harder it was to control. She could barely move it. In desperation, Dani could only resign herself to fate. She let Dahe dive vertically and spit out the fireball when it was 500 meters away from the ground. When Dahe drew an arc in the sky and circled back to the general manager's pavilion, Danny was shocked and relieved to see that the fireball that had been freed from its bindings was rapidly expanding in the air. Its color had also changed from dark red to brighter and brighter, like a falling sun. The dim indigo sky was dyed red. When the fireball approached the roof of the steward's pavilion, it had already expanded to the size of a small house, an irregular sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. Boom, 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 debris flew everywhere and a large part of the roof slowly caved in. The roar of the burning flames was muffled, drowning out the terrified screams of the ambushing soldiers. After the fireball encountered an obstacle, it became even more unstable. When it could not even maintain the most basic form of a sphere. The general manager's pavilion was 40 meters wide and 100 meters long. It was the largest building in the City of Knowledge, but at this moment half of the roof had been blown away. Danny even saw a ring of air that was rapidly spreading out, mixed with a large number of tiles, wooden beams, twisted corpses, and dragon-slaying crossbows. Oh my God! I'm so invincible? Danny was so excited that she was dumbfounded. Although it did not have as high a penetrative ability as the Tomahawk missile, just by looking at the surface, the explosion range was not much worse than an explosive pack. When Baristan knocked away a piece of debris and broken wood and climbed to the top floor with difficulty, Danny had already changed to the white dragon in the sky and was roaring to clear the miscellaneous soldiers. Yes, she was still throwing fireballs on the ground. The small fireballs that were spat out by Little White were not as powerful as grenades, but they were enough to scare the frightened soldiers into throwing away their helmets and armor, shouting "Seven gods bless" and "Mother, save me" as they fled frantically. Half an hour later, on the central island at the estuary of the Honey Wine River, a group of high-ranking officials of the old town gathered together on the towering tower. Damn it, what the hell happened? It seems that half of the City of Knowledge is burning. Barry Haitan leaned against the window, staring in the direction of the City of Knowledge with an anxious face. The long-bearded old man on the seat of honor opened his closed eyes and looked straight at the calm young man beside him. Earl Garland, have you thought of a plan to deal with the aftermath? Didn't we discuss it before? Timmy's spies sneaked into the City of Knowledge to cause destruction, Garland said doubtfully. No, it's not an excuse to deal with the people of the old town. Earl Layton, whose bald head was full of age spots, shook his head and sighed. I'm asking how to deal with the fury of the Mother of Dragons. Grandpa, you think she's not dead? Garland's pupils contracted and he said with a trembling voice, That's impossible, right? She was not prepared at all. She should have been poisoned to death long ago. Isn't the City of Knowledge on fire? Isn't it the Megalosaurus venting its anger? It failed. The old man smiled bitterly. How do you know? Garland's eyes flickered. The old man explained bitterly, the magic tide did not fluctuate at all. A magic tide? Is it reliable? Garland suspected that the old man had gone mad. Report. As he spoke, the guard hurried into the hall with a doctor wearing a lead ring. Chief Theobald, what's the situation? Baylor hurried over and asked. Well, Dr. Wargrave could not handle official business, so Dr. Theobald had always been the one to exercise the authority. However, he was not a doctor of economics and history, so he did not preside over the discussion on reducing the trade deficit of the 7 countries 2 days ago. Not sure. Dr. Theobald's expression was unpleasant. Smack. Garland slapped the armrest of the wooden chair angrily and asked loudly, What do you mean not sure? Previously, you all patted your chests and promised that the plan was perfect and flawless. There will definitely be no problems. Sigh. Danny Rise's senses are very sharp, and she sensed that there was something wrong with the food. At that time, the apprentice who delivered the food was stealing the food of the guests. Dr. Theobald explained the entire situation. There was someone monitoring the room next door, but no one dared to dig a hole to peek. Powerful knights would notice if they were being stared at with ill intentions. Garland asked again, even if the poisoning failed, there's still the dragon-slaying crossbow, they can't escape even if they have wings. We guessed wrong. The doctor shook his head and said dejectedly, Baristan did not deliberately wear the tattered armor to deceive others. It was a set of rare Veleglia steel armor, and even his black longsword was an extremely sharp Veleglia steel sword. What? That extravagant? Baylor's eyes were about to pop out. But I remember Layla. No, Danny Rise's armor was bought in the old town. Garland was puzzled. Only Baristan was wearing the Veleglia steel armor, and Danny Rise seemed to have been shot by a crossbow arrow, but the condition of her injury is uncertain, but since the dragon could still carry the two of them away, it means that she is not dead yet. What was that red sun just now? The old man asked. I don't know, maybe it was dragon flames? Dragon flames? Baylor was so agitated that his voice cracked from shouting. You have studied the megalosaurus for thousands of years, but have you ever seen dragon flames like that? But we have checked the burn marks, and it indeed matches the characteristics of dragon flames. Magician Marvin thought that it was dragon flames transformed from fireballs, and he said that the megalosaurus used fire control to turn the dragon flames into fireballs and spit them out. The old man stroked his long white beard and asked thoughtfully, just like the fire warlocks at the docks who control fire to turn it into a fight between beasts. Yes. Dragons can use magic? Garland and Baylor were dumbfounded. We don't want to believe it either, but this is not an exception. Dr. Theobald's smile was bitter and desperate. The Dragon King may not be the Great Wizard, but the Great Wizard must be the Dragon King. According to the records, Great Wizard Valeglia's Megalosaurus can spit out fire rings, fire birds, fire dragons, fire snakes, and even fire giants. Compared to that, the mother of dragons' dragon spitting out fireballs is nothing. Great Wizard Valeglia? The old man's eyes flashed and he suddenly thought of a possibility. He glanced at his grandson but kept his mouth shut. Sai, how are we going to deal with the aftermath? Baylor slumped against the back of his chair, his face numb as he muttered to himself, I was against assassinating her before. Not to mention violating the guest's rights, we get along well with her. Danny Rise is gentle and polite, smart and wise, brave and good at fighting and close to the people. So what if Targaryen is restored? Is it worth it just for Marjorie's position as queen? Everyone saw Cersei's attitude. Lannister is not willing to share the Iron Throne with Gao Ting. Lannister and Targaryen have a blood feud, but we only have a conflict of interest with her. What's the point of this? This has nothing to do with Gao Ting. Galanter's expression froze and she looked around at everyone. She emphasized in a serious tone, Grandmother only said that we can cooperate with the City of Knowledge, but we, the Tyrell family, will not participate. Then who is responsible? I was against this from the beginning because Garth planned to sneak out and report the assassination to her. You even locked him up in the confinement room on the 4th floor. Baylor's eyes were red as he stared at his nephew and questioned. Unlike Galanter, who was trying to shirk responsibility, Baylor spoke from the bottom of his heart. The Heidel family had not invested in Lannister at all. Whoever ascended to the Iron Throne would not affect them at all. Furthermore, from their personal impressions, Baylor and Garth admired the beautiful champion of martial arts Layla, and even secretly admired her. If Layla Vesuvius had a higher status, Garth would have thought of pursuing her. Well, of course, now that he found out Layla's true identity, he felt that her status was too high. Baylor's status was suitable, but he already had a wife, and Garth was only the second son without the right to inherit. Thinking of this, Baylor looked at his father with some resentment. Since he had been studying magic at the top of the tower, he should have continued to train. Why did he have to come down and participate in such a troublesome and unrewarding matter? The old man stood up and said to his grandson with a wooden face, Garth, ask Lady Alina. This matter is beyond the Hyder family's ability. No matter what the lady and the City of Knowledge come to an agreement, I will fully support it. But it's late now, so let's all go. Oh right. The old man walked a few steps with the help of his maid, and suddenly turned back to Professor Theobald. Sir Steward, after you return to the City of Knowledge, please ask Professor Marwyn to come over. I want to ask about the dragon fireball. All right. Baylor looked at his father who was staggering away, and then at Garth who was calling for the scholar to write a letter. He shook his head and went downstairs. Chapter 262. The next morning, the sun woke up from the eastern horizon and the sky was red. In the Crimson Mountain Range 1,000 kilometers north of the Old Town, 2 megalosaurus, one black and one white, passed through the thin mist surrounding the mountain and landed on the cliff with pine moss growing on it. The breeze blew the hair on the girl's temples. Danny frowned and came to the old knight's side. She looked at the old red-nosed doctor in his arms and complained, "This kind of villain who violates the guest's rights, why don't you just throw him down and kill him? Why do you have to treat him?" She originally planned to cross 1,700 kilometers in one breath and go to King's Landing for lunch. I want to know what the City of Knowledge is thinking. The old knight lowered his head and carefully pulled out an arrow that pierced through Pereston's thigh. Ow, ow, ow. Even though White Knight's actions were skillful and gentle, the red-nosed old man still howled like a pig being slaughtered. Give me poppy milk. We didn't bring poppy milk. White Knight took out alcohol and cotton from her backpack and began to disinfect the old man. The alcohol contaminated the wound and caused another round of miserable howls. After more than an hour, Danny had already eaten the burnt cowhide leg caught by Dahe. White Knight finally dealt with the 5 crossbow bolts and 4 broken bones on the doctor's body. You're really lucky. None of the wounds are fatal. Danny sat on a large blue stone and leaned her back against Dahe's warm wings. She was very relaxed. White Knight used a dagger to slice off a piece of hind leg meat and stuffed it into her mouth. She said vaguely, "He's not lucky. I disguised him as you, so I naturally have to protect him and not let the arrows hit his vital parts." Danny nodded. Spiritual projection was a very important trump card. It was best not to expose it if it could be kept a secret. White Knight cut a piece of bloody red meat and gave it to the red-nosed old man. She asked, "Doctor, how did you discover Her Majesty's identity?" The sun climbed to the top of the mountain and the mountain fog had dispersed. Looking around at the edge of the cliff, the green forest and the dark red ridge were clearly visible. Perestan retracted his numb gaze and sighed. He took the beef and started chewing on it. He said as he swallowed, after Dr. Wargrave's reminder, several doctors who had seen Queen Layla noticed the abnormality. Danny Rise was her daughter after all, so there were some similarities between them. It's just that we didn't think about it before. It's too crazy to travel thousands of miles from Slave Bay to Old Town. However, there was one suspicious point and then countless other suspicious points. Her name is Layla, and she's from the royal territory. Her father is the great feudal lord who lost his territory. Then he turned to Danny and proudly said, "More importantly, we found a strand of your hair. After washing it with medicine, it turned out to be silver hair. Look at how smug you are. You've seen Sir Barristan countless times, but you still can't recognize him." Danny sneered. "He has changed too much. His temperament and appearance have changed." White Knight asked seriously, "Why did you attack His Majesty?" "For the 7 kingdoms." Danny waved her hand and interrupted him, "For the real world." How do you know about the real world?" Pereston's eyes bulged as he asked in disbelief. "I already know all the secrets of the City of Knowledge. The mad dance of the blood dragon and the extinction of the megalosaurus were all you're doing." "What?" White Knight stood up in horror and said in shock, "Why did the City of Knowledge do that?" Danny smiled bitterly and told him the purpose of the City of Knowledge and the secret behind the extinction of the megalosaurus. White Knight was still in disbelief. He turned to look at the red-nosed old man and asked with a complicated expression, "Is this true?" "I have nothing to say now. Just kill me." The old doctor looked miserable and closed his eyes to await his death. "I saw many red god temples in the lower city of Old Town." Danny suddenly changed the topic. "Other than Slave Bay, the mainland of Ursos, including the various cities of the Jade Sea, all the sea trade cities have red god temples and a large number of devout red god believers. If the areas under the influence of the church were marked with color, the entire world would be dyed red. Even the Westeros had a king who believed in the red god, Stannis. May I ask, Dr. Perestan, how do you plan to deal with Lalo?" Seeing that he closed his eyes and did not answer, Danny smiled and continued, "Indeed, the extinction of the megalosaurus and the extinction of the magic tide, even some of the red god priests were affected. However, Lalo himself is growing stronger. Without the human extraordinary professionals, only the gods have the power of miracles in the world. This is more beneficial for the development of believers. Lalo has always been in the astral world, and the magic tide is the link between the astral world and the real world. Without the dragon, the magic tide has been extinguished. No matter how strong the gods in the astral world are, they can't interfere with the human world." Perestan opened his eyes and said loudly, "Well, that makes some sense." Danny nodded and agreed with the old man's words. "The problem is that some areas are very special. They are naturally close to the divine kingdom of the gods in the astral world. For example, Asia and beyond the Great Wall. Those areas can even trigger a magic tide of a higher energy level. There's an energy level for the magic tide." Perestan doubted. "To be honest, I wasn't sure before. These 2 days I read a lot of secret books in your library. As my knowledge increased, I realized something." Danny smiled bitterly. "Do you still remember the red comet 2 years ago?" she asked. "The whole world saw it. No one can forget it. That's the appearance of a higher energy level magic tide. Danny sighed and looked up at the bright blue sky. She said slowly, I'll tell you clearly, the hatching of the dragon has nothing to do with the sacrifice. The activation of the stone egg requires two key elements, the fire element and the active soul element. The process of giving the two elements to the dragon egg is magic itself. In the age of magic without dragons, I can use magic to hatch the egg. This means that the magic level of the hatching dragon is higher than the ordinary magic used by the extraordinaries. Do you understand? Looking at the two people's blank faces, Danny looked depressed. After a while, Peristan nodded and said, I've realized something. What have you realized? Danny was a little surprised. You and the Megalosaurus are the same. Both of you can trigger the magic tide. Both of you deserve to be killed. Danny gritted her teeth. She wanted to immediately draw her sword and slash this bastard. You idiot. Although the mother of dragons is the source of the magic tide, other than having a higher energy level, it's essentially no different from the extraordinaries like the Fire Warlock and the Shadow Binder. Whether the mother of dragons can hatch a dragon or not is determined by the existence of a higher level. Seeing that the old man was still wearing an expression that said, You can continue to quibble, but I can see through the truth, Danny was furious and asked with a smirk, Do you know when the other ghosts appeared? The deviant ghost is fake. The old professor's tone was firm. I knew you would say that. Danny's smile became more and more eerie. It made the red-nosed old man feel a chill in his heart. She drew the clear sky Valeglia's steel sword from her waist and placed it on the old professor's head. In the name of the queen, I judge Peristan. You violated the rights of a guest and murdered the queen of the Undulls, Loinars and the ancestors. The evidence is conclusive. You are punished, to wear black clothes and guard the borders of the kingdom. Peristan was dumbfounded. I became a night watcher? Yes. I'll spare your life. Go and guard the Great Wall. Thinking of the old man facing the deviant ghost army, Danny could not help but laugh out loud. Your Majesty is so merciful. The White Knight seemed to be relieved and praised sincerely. She took some time to treat Perestan's injuries. When the King's Landing city and the Red Castle near Blackwater Bay came into view, it was already past lunchtime. As the center of the game of power, the King's Landing should have excited Danny. However, as soon as she passed through the city gate, she was greeted by a strong rancid smell. The smell of feces, rotten garbage and the urine of humans and animals made her want to vomit. Dahe and Little White put down Danny and Peristan in the forest beside Rosby Road. Just like in the old town, they first found a courier station by the roadside and sold 2 horses. They then continued to walk in the southwest direction and entered the King's Landing through the steel gate in the east. The road was wide enough for 8 horses to walk side by side. The road was paved with bluestone. However, the street was very dirty. The thick mud and layers of feces made the horses feel like they were walking on a thick carpet. The layout of the buildings was also poor. The houses on both sides were uneven. Most of the houses were 2 or 3 stories high. The front yard and the backyard were connected to the pigsty, the stable and the garbage dump. Danny had the urge to flatten them all. However, there were a lot of people in the King's Landing. Most of them were poor. They wore gray linen clothes and were barefoot. They did not care about their appearance and were dirty and unkempt. They looked like refugees struggling for their lives. Even the few nobles who rode horses with swords were mostly wearing dark leather clothes and leather armor. They were not as gorgeous as the Free City's merchants. At the crossroads, a group of beggars approached Danny. There were more than 20 children who were less than 10 years old. They only wore a dirty t-shirt sewn with patches. Half of their dusty buttocks were exposed. Their small arms were as thin as firewood sticks. They held a broken wooden bowl and looked at her with pitiful eyes. They shouted dryly, "Miss Knight, please be kind. I'm hungry." Danny was upset. She was about to take out her purse and give them a handful of copper. Money is useless. They have someone behind them. The old knight stopped her and led her and the group of children into a small alley. They navigated the maze-like alleys with great familiarity. The buildings here were more densely packed than the houses on the street. The low yellow mud-thatched houses looked like 1,000 beggars squeezed into a 100-square-meter garbage dump. There were alleys everywhere, but there seemed to be nowhere to go. The sewers had long been blocked. Black and smelly wastewater flowed freely on the road. However, the alleys were not even paved with bricks. It was a long stretch of mud. The children left footprints with every step they took. From time to time they would step on a dead cat with a bloated belly. With a squeak, its intestines and white maggots would be squeezed out of its broken belly. The smell was strong. "My lady, this is the flea's nest. It's the slum of King's Landing," White Knight explained in a low voice. "But isn't this too poor?" Danny frowned. "I don't believe that 1,000,000 gold royals can't build a neatly planned house with red bricks and green tiles. But who would be willing to pay 1,000,000 gold royals? It's such a large sum of money." White Knight shook her head and sighed. "Of course the king will pay. This is his country, his people. Isn't this what kings do?" Danny said matter-of-factly. The old knight stared at her for a long time. Seeing her serious expression with anger, he could not help but smile. "My lady, your way of thinking is very different from other kings. We're here." The old knight stopped in front of a shop with a dirty canvas shed. Chapter 263. In front of a 2-story brick building, there was a messy courtyard without walls. In the middle of the courtyard there was a black iron pot that could fit a cow. 7 or 8 men and women in linen clothes were busy cooking there. Someone was stuffing wood into a pot, a bloated woman with dull, coarse skin was washing turnips by a well, and a bearded man was skinning a dead dog with a sharp knife. Danny could smell the thick stench of decay from the blubbery carcass. Another person was holding a large dustpan and pouring dark red meat with pale white bones into the pot. He was pouring while 2 people beside him were stirring the pot with spoons. It could be seen that barley, soybeans, onions and bones of unknown animals were already in the pot. A thick layer of oil floated on top of the thick brown soup. From time to time, bubbles the size of eyeballs would slowly pop up and burst. White steam brought with it a strange salty smell and spread in all directions. Gulp, gulp. Danny looked at the oily soup and felt a little nauseous. The reeds and firewood sticks next to her widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva with their fingers in their mouths. "Sir, the brown soup is not ready yet." The square-faced man who was pouring the meat into the pot looked at Danny and White Knight for a while in confusion. "My 2 knights, this place does not have good wine and meat to serve you. This group of children," White Knight pointed at the more than 20 beggar children around the tamed horses. "Give each of them a bowl of brown soup." "Wait," Danny's pupils contracted. She pointed at the dustpan in the arms of the square-faced man in shock. "What is that? Damn it, you eat people." The dustpan was a little old. One of the bamboo strips jumped out and hooked the skin of a piece of red meat. It did not fall into the pot. And that piece of red meat, complete with skin, was the sausage that all normal men had. These guys really ate this sausage, as if it was a sausage. "Oh, this." The square-faced man pulled out the sausage and threw it into the pot as if nothing had happened. His voice was flat, but his tone seemed to be firm. "We don't eat people. This is duck neck." The other busy shop assistants glanced at Danny indifferently. Their hands didn't stop moving and they were still doing their own things. Danny still wanted to say something and even wanted to draw her sword to cut them, but White Knight grabbed her elbow and shook her head with a serious expression. "My lord, that's a duck's neck. The brown soup shop doesn't do any slaughtering business. They only buy meat and vegetables from the public. After cooking them into brown soup, they sell them to the nearby residents at almost cost price. Tens of thousands of flea nests, even hundreds of thousands of people, rely on them for a living." Danny put the sword back in its place in silence. The old knight dismounted his horse and walked into the small courtyard. He asked the other man, "Striker, how's business recently? Sir Knight knows me?" The square-faced man was surprised. "Ah, I've lived in King's Landing for 40 years. I know exactly how many fleas there are in a flea nest." White Knight's tone was complicated. Hearing this, the square-faced man and the other shop assistants looked at the knight in iron armor and helmet with a lot of affection. "It's not good," Stryker shook his head and sighed. "There are 500,000 people in King's Landing. Most of the food, vegetables, and meat they need come from the king's territory. But the wolf cubs in the north didn't take down a big city, but they almost destroyed all the manors near Female Spring City. The lions in the west are even worse. The Iron Throne has changed his surname to Lannister. When the army passes, they still send soldiers to the countryside to rob food, kill people, and rape." The pig-faced young man squatting on the ground to make a fire said with emotion, "Ah, I really miss the peaceful times when King Robert was alive." "Yes, yes." The teenager next to him nodded in agreement. "King Robert is great. Back then you could buy a pork sausage with 1 copper coin. Now even a pumpkin costs 3 copper coins. 1 gold royal can only buy a fan of beef. No, King Robert is nothing. King Aries is the best. The fat woman washing vegetables by the well shook her head and shouted, Dick, you are young and have not experienced the heiress age of that year. The people lived and worked in peace and did not have to worry about food and drink. The people in King's Landing were so happy that the brown soup business almost couldn't continue. The bearded butcher also had a nostalgic look on his face. He sighed and said, Yes, I still remember the 12th year of King Aris's reign over the 7 kingdoms. 1 copper coin could buy 10 big apples on the flower street. They were crisp and sweet. Ah, I haven't eaten a juicy red apple for half a year. Some of the shop assistants missed Robert and some missed Aris. People who didn't know the situation would probably think that they were 2 peerless kings. But Danny understood that they didn't miss the king, but the summer of peace. Why was everyone looking forward to the coming of summer? It was because summer was rich in produce. If there was no war, almost no one would starve to death. Danny kicked the horse's belly and entered the small courtyard. She frowned and looked at the boiling soup pot. She asked the old knight, Their brown soup shop really doesn't make money? Stryker pulled at his dirty linen shirt and said unhappily, Look at us. Do we look like rich people? Danny nodded and pointed to the group of children behind her. She asked, How much should I pay for providing brown soup for them for half a year? Stryker counted with his fingers. The more he counted, the more tangled and confused his face became. After a while, he waved his hand helplessly and said, You can give me whatever you want. 10 silver deer, 20 silver deer, it's fine. Will you be greedy for my money but not give them food? Danny asked again. How is that possible? I, Stryker, am also a famous person in the flea's nest. Stryker blushed with anger and pointed to the white knight. Your companion knows me. Ask him. Give him 20 gold royals and old Stryker won't be greedy. The old knight said affirmatively. Stryker was so moved that his eyes turned red. Old knight, open your mask and let me see. Someone who knows me so well must be my good friend. So, the white knight opened his mask, revealing a hairy beard. You are. Stryker was shocked. Columbus of Mud Street? Where have you been these years? You haven't come to drink with me for a long time. Danny, I'm not Columbus. The white knight pulled up his upper armor with some disappointment. Forget it, I've seen you many times but you don't know me. Oh, that's right. Stryker scratched the back of his head and smiled apologetically. Brother, I'm sorry, just like I know Queen Mother Cersei, but she certainly doesn't know who I am. This metaphor, ahem, it's not 20 gold royals. Danny coughed a few times, interrupting the awkward conversation of the 2 old men. I have a huge sum of money to donate to your shop. I just hope that there will be hungry children coming over in the future, and they can all have a full meal. Are you stupid? Stryker looked at her blankly. How am I stupid? Danny was puzzled. You're a noble lady from a rich family, why do you care about those little bastards who have no one to raise? Stryker asked. I have money and I'm happy. Stryker's mouth twitched, he dropped the dustpan, wiped his greasy hands on his clothes and reached out to Danny. Don't worry, I won't be greedy for a copper coin. Danny opened her backpack and tossed a leather bag over. The bag was about 4 to 5 pounds heavy. Caught off guard, Stryker almost dropped it. This silver coin is enough for 20 gold royals? Bullshit. He glanced at Danny and began to untie the leather bag while muttering. A bright golden light almost dazzled his eyes. This. Stryker looked shocked and dazed, looking at Danny at a loss. It's just 200 or 300 gold royals, don't be so ignorant. Danny waved her hand and said casually. What, it's all gold royals? The other shop assistants didn't even do their work and all ran over to watch. When they saw the shiny and adorable little golden dragon, the way many people looked at Moneybag and Danny changed. Greed, hesitation, viciousness, and even eagerness to have a go at it. Stryker woke up in an instant and shouted at his shop assistant. What are you doing? What are you doing? Haven't you seen the world? It's just a few hundred gold royals, go back to work. His tone was harsh and his voice was like thunder. The shop assistants lowered their eyes and retreated silently. My lord, you can? At this time, Stryker shook his head with a wry smile and said to Danny, You think too highly of me. Danny raised her chin to the white knight and said with a smile, His recognition is worth far more than this bag of gold royals, but I only have this much cash left, otherwise. Stryker was shocked, looked at the old knight again and solemnly said, Who are you? Dornaston worked in King's Landing for a few years. Stryker thought hard, but he still couldn't remember such a luxurious hero. He shook his head and solemnly said, I can't accept this money and I'm not qualified to accept it. But I can help you pass it to the Big Sparrow, only he can hold and use your donation. You know the Big Sparrow? Did you join a poor person's party? Danny frowned. No, I don't know the Big Sparrow and I haven't joined any church-armed organization, but the Big Sparrow has heard of my name. Stryker straightened his chest and said proudly. He often sends cultivators to send food to me, asking me to reduce the cost of brown soup and help more people. Danny was shocked. Has the Big Sparrow been doing these things? Well, he sold almost all the valuable things in the Holy Church. Even the Archbishop's crown was sold to buy food to relieve the poor of King's Landing. Therefore, recently the unemployed people in the King's Territory in Hejian County have been gathering in King's Landing. Danny's face changed a few times and she asked, Are you going to see the Archbishop now? Of course. Stryker raised his money bag and smiled bitterly. If I don't go now, I'm afraid I won't live past tonight when the news spreads. Is King's Landing so chaotic? The White Knight frowned. I'm so hungry. Leaving the group of little beggars in the brown soup shop to wait for the soup to be cooked, Stryker stuffed the money bag into his pocket and left with Danny. The three of them passed through the narrow alley in silence. When they came to the main road, the dignified look on Stryker's face dissipated a little. He took a deep breath and said slowly, The weather is getting cold. I heard that there was a light snow in Hejian County 2 months ago. Everyone knows that winter is coming, but the kingdom is now. Miss, you have shown your wealth. Don't go to the flea nest again in the future. A year ago, the famine in King's Landing rioted, even several Kingsguard died and even the Archbishop. Although Stryker didn't say anything more, Danny still guessed that the Archbishop was probably made into brown soup. After thinking about it, Danny pulled out a piece of parchment with complicated patterns and exquisite manufacture from her backpack. This is also for you. What is it? Stryker took it and looked at it. I can't read, but the mark of the 7 gods and several strings of numbers on it looks a bit like the deposit certificate of the church bank. Chapter 264. It's a certificate of deposit from the church bank. It's anonymous and can be exchanged for money at sight. This world's sea trade was particularly developed, and even the banking industry was prosperous. It was unrealistic to issue paper currency, but things similar to the Song dynasty's jiaozi had long existed. However, most of them were large amount certificates of deposit with real names. The Golden Dragon Bank did not accept more than 3, and only the person involved or their designated person was present and signed before the money could be withdrawn. Of course, the bank encouraged people to use anonymous certificates of deposit, which were almost equivalent to large banknotes. But it was very unsafe. If Danny was robbed, she would lose 20,000 gold royals at once, but the ransom of a baron was only 100 gold royals. Therefore, even if Danny took down the 3 major cities of Gith, she didn't get many anonymous certificates of deposit from the slave merchants. Stryker's eyes widened and his fingers trembled as they slid on it. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. 7 gods above, 20,000 gold royals? It's a small matter, Danny waved her hand lightly. Tell the Big Sparrow to use the money immediately. It's best not to buy food in the 7 kingdoms. Go to the other side of the narrow sea to find a food merchant. 20,000 gold royals is a small matter. Are you a billionaire? Sure enough, no one is perfect. This Miss Knight is kind, beautiful and good-looking, but she loves to brag. Stryker carefully hid the parchment and asked in confusion, Why? It's cheaper to buy food from the High Court. Alas, the 7 kingdoms are short of food. It's difficult to survive this winter if we only consume internally and don't buy externally. Moreover, Tyrell and Lannister are in constant conflict. The High Court will not always support King's Landing. When you all run to the river bend to sell food, the price will definitely rise rapidly. Even if the cost of foreign profiteers remains unchanged, they will also increase the price of food. In such a vicious cycle, the currency will depreciate crazily, and the economy of King's Landing will inevitably collapse. This? Stryker couldn't understand at all. He was at a loss, so he suggested, Why don't you come with me to the great cathedral to see the Archbishop? If you have any suggestions, you can tell the Big Sparrow in person. You are kind-hearted. Although I don't understand your suggestions, they are always beneficial to the people of King's Landing. Meet the Big Sparrow? Danny hesitated and looked at White Knight. You can meet him. Barristan nodded. Danny asked Stryker again. Will he see me? Definitely. Alright, I would also like to know more about that legendary archbishop. The King's Landing was bordered by the Blackwater River to the south and the Blackwater Bay to the east. The city was mainly composed of 3 hills, named after the names of Aegon the Conqueror and his wife. The Raineth Hills, where the commoners and the poor lived, was located at the center of the abandoned Dragon's Nest and the Flea's Nest. The Visania Hills, where the artisans and the middle class lived, represented by the great cathedral of St. Bell, the Church of the Seven Gods. The king and the nobles lived in the high hill of Aegon. The Red Castle was located at the high cliff at the corner of the Blackwater River and the Blackwater Bay. They went all the way east along the main road. The streets were still dirty and messy, but the buildings gradually became tall and neat. The air was still full of stench and decay, but there was also the smell of liquor, powder, and toast mixed in it. Well, it seemed to be even worse when mixed together. Along the way, Danny met a naked prostitute leaning on the window on the second floor to solicit customers. She saw a blue-robed woman carrying a basket of vegetables. She took out 2 copper coins from her pocket and bought 5 shriveled apples the size of a child's fist from the street vendor. She saw hotels and restaurants with poor business. After turning to Sister Silent Street, Danny also saw the famous Alchemist Guild. In such a large black stone building complex, only 2 or 3 fire warlocks were wandering in and out. The nearby ordinary people seemed to be avoiding the source of the plague, and they deliberately quickened their pace when passing by. In contrast to the deserted Alchemist Guild, St. Bell's Cathedral was almost overcrowded, mostly with ragged and dirty refugees. They seemed to have made their home in the place, with the old and the young, building tents of coarse cloth on the white marble floor, huts of mud beside the altar of St. Bernard, and on the steps of the pulpit of the great cathedral, and then spreading their bedrolls and lighting their bonfires and setting aside their pots and pans. There was smoke in front of St. Bell's Cathedral. Stryker walked quickly to a group of brown coarse cloth soldiers and handed the money bag to the one-armed leader. While explaining, he also pointed at Danny on the side of the square. Soon the group of soldiers came to Danny. They were slovenly, dirty, and sloppy, holding spears and axes, and their uniforms were not neat. Some people wore a bumpy plate armor on their coarse cloth coat, some wore rusty mail armor, and some only had a cracked leather armor, but all of them had the church's 7-pointed star painted on their chests. Danny understood that this ragged army was probably the Big Sparrow's beggar army, the Poor People's Congregation. Of course, the Poor People's Congregation was what ordinary people called this church's armed forces. In the Church of the Seven Gods, its real name was actually very powerful, the Star Warriors. The one-armed man first expressed his gratitude to Danny and Barristan, and then asked, "Miss, are you a church member?" "Well, we all believe in the 7 gods and I'm still a member of the church." Danny nodded. "Well, I'll take you 2 to see the Archbishop immediately." The one-armed man smiled with satisfaction. "2 church members, how should I address you?" Danny handed the horse to a Star Warrior and smiled. "My name is Keisha Alexander, and he is my knight attendant, Aston." "Hello, Miss Keisha, my name is Lancel." The one-armed man hesitated for a moment. "Lancel Lannister." "Lannister?" Danny was shocked. Suddenly she remembered who he was. He was Jaime's cousin, the one who climbed into Cersei's bed and the one who killed Robert. "I've given up my title and territory, and have decided to dedicate the rest of my life to the 7 gods." The one-armed man looked weary and his tone was bleak, like a monk who had seen through the world of mortals. They walked through the crowd, passing bonfires, carriages, and shacks. The refugees' expressions were dull, gloomy, and numb. Some of them even had a hint of hostility. Lancel stopped in the middle of the crowd and announced loudly, "This is Miss Keisha Alexander, our church member, a devout believer of the 7 gods, and she has donated a lot of money to us." As if suddenly turning on the beautifier and backlight, the refugees' expressions suddenly changed. They looked at Danny with warm, respectful, and kind eyes, and the gray and cold weather seemed to have brightened up. "So realistic," Danny complained in her mind, but she still put on a smile. When she got close to the statue of the blessed King Bael, she was shocked to see that the majestic marble statue with a kind smile was filled with bones and skeletons from the waist down, and many of them still had flesh and blood left. There were white and fat maggots wriggling, buzzing flies flying around, and even a flock of crows sitting on top of them, enjoying a dry meal. "What are they doing?" Danny asked Lancel, who was beside her. "They are the church members, nuns, monks, and bishops who died tragically in Hujin, the king's domain and the Stormlands in recent years. Some of them were hanged by the Red Gods, some were disemboweled by the Northern Army, and most of them were. After a pause, the one-armed man continued with a grim expression. They were killed by the blood troop hired by Duke Taiwan. There were also bandits in Hejian and the king's domain. They robbed monks, raped nuns, and even killed Silence and her sister. The brothers of the Congregation of the Poor collected their remains from all over the country, hoping that the Holy Church would bear witness to their deaths. The blood troop was the warrior troop, a mercenary troop whose reputation in Ursos was second only to the Second Son's troop, Titan's bastard troop, which was wiped out by Danny. The stupidest thing Duke Taiwan did in his life was to hire the infamous warrior troop from the other side of the narrow sea to do his dirty work for him. Apart from the fact that his son Jamie's right hand was chopped off by the leader of the warrior troop, this arrangement also completely destroyed the agricultural production in Hejian, but it did not help much in defeating the Hejian warlords. After the War of the Four Kings, the Three River Basin, as the granary of the Seven Kingdoms, became the biggest burden for the Iron Throne. The Big Sparrow, including the little sparrows under his command, were all refugees from the Three River Basin. Walking on the stone steps in front of the Holy Church, Lancel reminded, "Miss Keisha, according to the Archbishop's order, weapons that are not armed members of the church are not allowed to enter the Holy Church. You and your attendant have to take off your sword belts." "Yes." Danny took off the sword from her waist and handed it to the White Knight. "Wait here." The old knight hesitated for a moment, then nodded and took Clear Sky. Ordinary iron swords could be handed over to the Congregation of the Poor, but Valeglia's steel swords did not look special. Anyone who took them out and wielded them would immediately notice the unusual weight and thickness. If two Valeglia's steel swords appeared at the same time, it was hard to say whether the Congregation of the Poor would be greedy or cause other trouble. Passing through the St. Bell Square and a small garden, Danny followed Lancel to the gate of the Holy Church. The Holy Church was a magnificent marble dome with 7 crystal towers standing in the middle. After passing through the gate, there was a long corridor that led to the interior of the Holy Church. Lancel stopped in front of the corridor, where more than 20 monks in coarse linen clothes knelt on the ground, scrubbing the floor with a cloth in their right hand and soap in their left hand. While Danny was wondering, a thin old man about 1.5 meters tall got up from the ground and threw the cloth back into the wooden bucket. His wizened face cracked a smile and said, "Keisha, thank you for everything you've done for the people of King's Landing." You're the Archbishop?" Danny stared at him with wide eyes. The old man was not as tall as her shoulders and his body was too thin. His brown robe looked like it was wrapped around a hemp pole, and his bare feet were black and hard like tree roots. But he was not sloppy at all. His robe was worn and patched, but it was clean. His beard was neatly trimmed, and his thin hair was combed to the back of his head and tied into a knot. He was a very refreshing little old man. "I'm the Great Sparrow," he said with a gentle smile. "It's not convenient to receive guests here. Keisha, please come with me." He led her through a corridor full of dirty water and soap bubbles, through a double-opened inner door and into a spacious hall. Danny's iron boots and the Great Sparrow's bare feet echoed on the marble floor. There were 7 tall statues in the hall. Except for the stranger, the altars under the other 6 statues were filled with candles. There were almost 1,000 candles, and they were as bright as the stars. When they came to the center of the hall, 7 colored lights shone in from the leaded glass window on the dome. Dust danced in the light, and the air was filled with the smell of incense. A monk led hundreds of sparrows to pray in front of the statue of the Holy Mother. Their voices were like the waves of the distant sea, ethereal and sacred. "Which god does Keisha serve?" the Great Sparrow asked softly. "Maiden," Danny said and walked towards the maiden's altar on her own accord. Chapter 265. Danny knelt down on the rug before the maiden's portrait and recited the maiden's midday prayer from the 7 Stars Bible with practiced precision. The Big Sparrow knelt down beside her and joined in the prayer. "Keisha, where are you from? Is it okay for you to take out 20,000 gold royals at once?" After the prayer, the two knelt down in front of the statue and chatted. There was a unique number on the deposit certificate of 20,000 gold royals, and the details of the deposit could be found according to the number. In other words, if the Big Sparrow took the deposit certificate to withdraw money, he would be able to guess her identity. Of course, the Big Sparrow could also use the deposit certificate to exchange for food on the other side of the narrow sea. However, the City of Knowledge would definitely inform the Iron Throne that the Dragon Queen had appeared in the Old Town, so Danny felt that there was no need to hide the fact that she had been to the King's Landing from the Big Sparrow. Your Excellency, I'm afraid you've noticed that when I first saw you, I should have knelt down and kissed the back of your hand, but I didn't. Do you know why? I'd like to hear the details. The Big Sparrow was curious. Not to mention Danny, even if Queen Mother Cersei and Tomon came to the Great Cathedral, they would also kneel down and greet the Big Sparrow when they saw him. Because the Big Sparrow was the representative of the 7 gods in the mortal world. Because I'm also a Big Sparrow. Danny said something that shocked the Big Sparrow. You're from the Starry Cathedral in the Old Town? No, none has ever been crowned as a Big Sparrow. It has nothing to do with the Big Sparrow who are afraid of you. I'm from the continent of Ursos. Danny shook her head. Of course, the Big Sparrow was afraid of the Big Sparrow. The monks who were cleaning the floor in the corridor were all the original Big Sparrow of the King's Landing. The Big Sparrow was originally a wandering monk in the Three River Valley. He relied on a group of beggars and used an axe to force the Big Sparrow to elect him as the Big Sparrow. After that, they were deprived of their luxurious life. Every day if they didn't work, they wouldn't be able to eat. There was a bishop named Tolbert who was too fat. In the country where the whole of King's Landing was starving, he was judged by the Great Sparrow for his sins. Now he was locked up in a secret room to repent, and could only eat a small amount of bread and water every day. This news was told to her by the big man striker on the way here. Ugh, Ursos also has the Church of the 7 Gods? The Big Sparrow had a strange look on her face. Could this Miss Keisha be a liar? Both the Church of 7 and the Undulls originated from the Upper Rhone Plains, but the competition between the races in Ursos was too fierce. In terms of technology, the Undulls' iron-smelting technology was stolen from the Lorna people. In terms of magic, the 7 gods did not exist at all. The priests of the 7 gods did not have supernatural powers. Thousands of years ago, the last Undul's kingdom had been burned to ashes by 100 dragons led by the Dragon King of Valeglia. I was the one who established the Church of the 7 Gods. Other than a few dozen knights who were anointed with holy oil, there were only a few hundred little nuns who were being trained. The Big Sparrow was startled and asked, "Where is the church built?" "A remote place in the east of Volantis, which happens to be in the empty area of the Red God's power." Hearing that it was just a small church in a remote place, the Big Sparrow immediately believed the words of the Archbishop, Keisha. At the same time, she felt a little disappointed. Such a small church, it would not take long for it to be overwhelmed by the followers of the Red God. Priest Keisha, since you are in a difficult situation, why did you donate so much money to the King's Landing? The Big Sparrow asked hesitantly. Although our church is small, we are not short of money. Priest Keisha has been to the Old Town? The Big Sparrow remembered the place where the deposit receipt came from. Yes, but not as the Archbishop of a foreign church. In fact, the Church of the 7 Gods I established belongs to the new church. If the Archbishop is the same as the Archbishop of the Old Town, I will not reveal my identity at all. New church. The Big Sparrow frowned and asked unhappily, "You changed the doctrine of the Church of the 7 Gods? Sigh, the whole world is about to be dyed red by the Light King. I have to improve the survival of the church," Danny said helplessly. In terms of combat power, the Church of the 7 Gods was not even worthy to carry the shoes of the Red God priest. Even if survival is difficult, is a church that has changed its doctrine still the Church of the 7 Gods? Archbishop, in fact, what you are doing now is very consistent with the doctrine of the new church. How is that possible? My actions are strictly in accordance with the 7 Stars Bible. The Big Sparrow said angrily. The abstinence and frugality that you proposed is one of the core principles of the new church. Then Danny explained the concept of Puritanism. Different from the Presbyterian faction, constitutional monarchy, and the radical faction, abolition of the monarch, republicanism. In British history, Danny referred to a lot of Confucian and Taoist ideas. There were restrictions on the power of the monarch, but strictly followed the political idea of the monarch and his minister, father and son. Puritanism, this. The Big Sparrow's face was full of anger at first, but gradually, it became thoughtful and enlightened. Finally, it opened its eyes wide, and its expression was excited and yearning. This is the ideological state that I have been searching for. Archbishop Keisha, you are Saint Bailey alive, and you will definitely leave a glorious page in the scripture of the 7 Gods in the future. You are flattering me. The abstinence that I proposed is not a narrow ban on the sex between men and women. It's just that Archbishop Keisha is still a little conservative. The big sparrow smacked her lips and said, the church shouldn't be subordinate to the monarchy. Under the 7 gods we are all equal. Danny's face was blank and she did not comment. She should have thought about it earlier. With the big sparrow's behavior, even locking up Cersei and Marjorie, it was the most radical of Puritanism. Your Excellency, I fully understand your thoughts and aspirations, but have you thought about the counterattack of the great nobles? Danny reminded. She would not challenge the Iron Throne in the near future. She would let the big sparrow torture Cersei and Tyrion for the next few years. The Constellation Warriors and the Sons of War are the church's strongest shield, the big sparrow said confidently. Well, I'm telling the truth. Don't be angry. Danny grinned. The Constellation Warriors are just farmers who have put down their hoes. When faced with a fully armed Iron Knight, 10,000 of them will not be able to defeat 200 of them. The Sons of War are true knights who have been anointed with holy oil. We now have 100 Sons of War, the big sparrow said proudly. Not enough, far from enough. Danny shook her head. Not to mention whether the Sons of War, who are both nobles and disciples, are trustworthy, 100 knights are too few. You are challenging the authority of the Iron Throne. Indeed, there are too few people, but why not? They have all sworn an oath before the 7 gods. If oaths were useful, Prince Rhaegar would not have violated the sacred marriage law, the War of the Usurpers would not have happened, Robb Stark would not have violated the sacred oath, and the bloody wedding would not have happened. There was also Queen Cersei, Queen Marjorie, however, it was a gentleman's rule to not talk too much. The two had just met for the first time and some things could not be said. Danny sighed inwardly and continued to set a trap for Cersei. Your Excellency, you still have a fatal hidden danger. What hidden danger? Your actions are not recognized by all the archbishops. If the Iron Throne executes an operation to decapitate you, I'm afraid. When she first watched Wandering Power, Danny still felt that the scene of Cersei blowing up St. Belle's Cathedral was unreasonable. After all, the big sparrow was not a rogue practitioner. If one of them died, the whole family would die. Except for the northern region, the other 6 countries had their own cathedral and archbishops. Especially the Old Town before Aegon the Conqueror appeared, the starry cathedral had always been the church's headquarters, and the church there was no weaker than the King's Landing. If you blew up the King's Landing Cathedral, wouldn't the archbishops of other places avenge the big sparrow? Now Danny understood. He really wouldn't. The sudden appearance of the big sparrow had divided the Church of the 7 gods. He was completely different from the rest of the archbishops. Otherwise, with the financial resources of the Old Town's church bank, why would the big sparrow need to sell his crown for gold to buy bread? The big sparrow also knew that he was not liked by the other archbishops. Of course, he hated the archbishops who only knew how to eat, drink, gamble and kidnap beautiful little boys. However, he was confident in his own safety. There are thousands of star warriors here. No one can hurt me. I've heard of an extremely terrible thing, Danny lowered her voice and said nervously. There are secret passages under the 3 high hills of the King's Landing, and there are even wildfires buried by Targaryen. If someone ignites the wildfires under St. Bailey's Cathedral, then, that's impossible, right? The big sparrow looked doubtful. I've checked it myself. There are no secret passages under the cathedral. Hey, how did Duke Tywin die? That, thump thump thump. Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried running in the quiet hall. The two stopped talking and looked back. They saw the one-armed hero Lancel running in a hurry. Your Excellency, Randall Tally brought an army into St. Bailey's Square. He said that if you don't release Queen Marjorie immediately, he will massacre the cathedral. Damn, Fatty Sam's father is so brave? Danny suddenly wanted to go out and meet the 4th General of the Westeros. Only Queen Marjorie? The big sparrow frowned and asked. Yes, Count Tally is a vassal of the High Court. He only asked for the release of Queen Marjorie. The big sparrow's expression eased a little. He nodded and said slowly, I'll go out and meet Count Tally. Right, arrange for Keisha to. Danny volunteered. I'll go with you. I'm a knight. I can protect you. That's fine too. After hesitating for a moment, the big sparrow agreed. The group quickly left the cathedral hall. On the stone steps outside the door, Danny took the sword from the White Knight and whispered a few words of explanation. Then she followed a few children of war and walked to the square in front. The arc-shaped shields painted with the image of the Strider Hunter formed a wall. They ignored the tents, mud houses and carriage houses in the square and slowly pushed forward. Iron spears flashing with cold light pierced through the gaps in the shield wall. Count Tally didn't have many soldiers, no more than 1,000, but their valiant temperament and firm and fearless fighting spirit instantly suppressed the thousands of poor people's gatherings into dregs. The refugees and Constellation warriors shouted and cursed, throwing bricks, mud, wooden sticks and other debris at the soldiers behind the shield wall. However, they were unable to stop the footsteps of the shield soldiers. They could only shout in vain, "The 7 gods have descended to punish the sinners." On the lectern, one could see the armored general sitting high on a warhorse behind the spear and shield soldiers. He was surrounded by 30 to 40 cavalrymen, and there were also riders holding the blue flag of the Strider Hunter. When the big sparrow arrived, the crowd was noisy and separated to the sides like a tide. The shield wall on the opposite side also cracked open a small path. Count Tally dismounted and walked alone to the archbishop, who was surrounded by the children of war. Chapter 266. To the surprise of Danny and everyone else, Randolph took off his helmet in front of the big sparrow and knelt on one knee. He devoutly held up the big sparrow's skinny, calloused right hand and kissed the back of it. The archbishop did not avoid it and firmly accepted the count's greeting. Danny, who was standing in the crowd of children of war, also saw Sam's father for the first time. He was a 1.9 tall, strong man with a square face, a big bald head and a short, hard gray beard. At first glance, Danny knew that he was a soldier with an iron will. At the same time, his eyes were sharp and deep, indicating that he might be rigid, but he did not lack wisdom. After the greeting, Randolph stood up and put on his helmet again. He directly stated his purpose. "Your Excellency, I'm here for Queen Margaret. Tyrell is the lord of the Tully family, and I'm also a subject of the Iron Throne. There are some things that I have to do." "I understand." The big sparrow nodded and asked with a flat expression, "But Her Majesty is facing several charges. I can't stop her trial." "Queen Margaret will not escape the trial, but during the trial she can't continue to be detained in the Holy Church. I can swear to be her guarantor. Under my supervision she will definitely participate in the final church trial." Count Tally spoke forcefully and softly of a compromise. His statement was equivalent to admitting that the church had the right to judge the queen, and he did not erase Little Rose's identity as a defendant. Now he was only using Count Tally's reputation and military power as a guarantee to let Little Rose obtain the right to be released on bail pending trial. There was no doubt that the big sparrow knew when to stop. "Yes, Count Tally can take Queen Margaret away." Randolph nodded and waved his hand behind him. The cavalry began to shout loudly to command the spear and shield soldiers to line up and leave. About 15 minutes later, Count Tally's army had already disarmed themselves from their threatening stance, neatly lining up in 10 columns. At this moment, 8 broad-shouldered, thick-waisted nuns with cold expressions walked over with 3 startled young girls. Little Rose, the Virgin Queen, and her 2 cousins were unkempt. Dressed in coarse linen clothes, they looked like female college students who had been kidnapped by human traffickers to the mountains for half a year. They did not look like the Rose of High Court at all. "Your Majesty," Randolph Tarley hurriedly took off the thick blue wool cloak from his shoulders and walked a few steps to the calmest of the 3 women, the brown-haired girl, and covered her with the large cloak. "Your Majesty, it's all over now. I'll take you home now." "Whoa." Finally, the pale-faced girl cried in Tully's arms. The other 2 girls also hugged each other and burst into tears. When Tully helped the queen get on the horse, more than 1,000 soldiers left to protect her. Only then did the big sparrow sigh and wave his hand to dismiss the children of war. "Keisha, you're right. Things are different now. The armed forces of the church are no match for any of the great nobles." The big sparrow sighed helplessly when they returned to the sanctuary hall. "Archbishop, you don't have to worry too much. You have a high prestige in the hearts of the people of King's Landing. No nobles would dare to risk universal condemnation and stain the sanctuary with blood," Danny comforted him. "Hold on, Big Sparrow. You can't back down. Forget about Marjorie, at least you can't back down when it comes to Cersei. You have to teach her a lesson." Thinking of this, Danny could not help but suggest, "Your Excellency, the biggest problem in King's Landing now is food. Whoever has food and can fill the stomachs of the common people will have the right to speak. Your most important problem now is to quickly find the people of Bravos for a loan and plunder every grain in the Free City." "What can I use as collateral?" The big sparrow frowned. The church's bank. The church's bank in the old town can be used as collateral for at least 3 to 4 million gold royals. The church's bank loaned 1 million gold royals to the Iron Throne alone. Even after the Grand Sparrow of King's Landing waived off the debt, the bank in the old town did not show any signs of bankruptcy. From this, one could see how wealthy the monks who claimed to serve the 7 gods wholeheartedly were. My order can't be conveyed to the old town, the big sparrow said awkwardly. Waiving the debt of the Iron Throne was just a matter of words. No matter how reluctant the church's bank was, it could not force the king to repay the loan that no longer existed. However, it was another matter to ask the church's bank to take the initiative to help the refugees in King's Landing. Unless one day the big sparrow led a group of small sparrows to the Sanctuary of Stars. Cheap. Danny's eyes flashed and she sneered. Of course the Iron Treasury knows that you can't control the church's bank. Otherwise you wouldn't need to borrow from them. However, since the founding of Bravos, no one has ever owed the Iron Treasury a single copper coin. Therefore they have never lacked the confidence to collect the debt. The key is whether the business is worth their effort. If the total value of the church's bank is 5 million gold royals, you can mortgage it to the Braavosians at a 50% discount. They will definitely give you 2.5 million gold royals. No, I can't do that, the big sparrow shook her head and refused. I can't sell the church's property at a cheap price. The 7 gods can't forgive such a sinful act. Hey, Your Excellency, you're too honest. Danny sighed and shook her head as she came up with a bad idea. I tell you, the church won't lose a penny. When you get the money, immediately tell the bankers in the old town about the mortgage. They know the power of the Iron Treasury. For their own interests, they will definitely transfer the assets of the church's bank in advance. They will either leave a house full of bad debts or simply declare the bank bankrupt. Of course, the Braavosians are not stupid. The contract they signed with you must indicate the church's bank. Even if the church's bank in the old town goes bankrupt in the future when the new church's bank is rebuilt, you still have to pay them back. Yes, as long as the Church of the 7 Gods is there, we can't avoid it. The big sparrow nodded. Then declare the church's bank bankrupt forever. From now on there will be no more banks. Well, the church's economy is mainly maintained by loans and donations from the nobles. The donation income is very unstable. Without the bank, the church's income will be reduced by 80%. Damn, 80% of the income from loans? Just how black-hearted are you cultivators? Danny complained in her heart, but she smiled and said, let's change into another armor. Identity? The big sparrow was confused. Let the Iron Throne and the Hyder family come forward and establish a central bank of the Westeros. The shares are all controlled by the church. The 7 countries, the Iron Throne and the Hyder family are the guarantors. The credibility is definitely not worse than the church's bank. Ah. The big sparrow understood. Although it was a little shameless, it was very feasible. He looked at Danny in surprise and sighed in his heart. Not only did she make the Iron Treasury bleed, but she also took care of the disobedient archbishops in the old town. This Archbishop Keisha is really cunning. Then he thought, that's right, if someone can establish the Church of the 7 Gods in the land of tigers and wolves like Ursos, the church will not be able to survive if she is not cunning. Let me think about it. The church can still survive for a while. There's no time to think about it. I'll be honest with you. In a few months, the price of food will skyrocket. The same amount of gold can only buy 1/10 or even 1/100th of the food now. Danny shook her head and sighed. What? Even if winter comes, the price won't rise that much, right? The big sparrow was puzzled. Have you heard of the Mother of Dragons? Daenerys Targaryen? The old man's face scrunched up and he smiled bitterly. The Free Cities have formed an alliance. How can I not know? It's because I know how scary she and her dragons are that I'm anxious to expand the church's armed forces. I knew you were a big troublemaker. Danny glanced at him and asked, if she really comes back, what will the church do? It depends on her faith. To the church, Lannister, Bella, Theon, Targaryen are all the same. Oh no, I will never allow that traitor Stannis to sit on the Iron Throne. Fortunately, with the City of Knowledge as a comparison, this troublemaker can still be saved. Well, the City of Knowledge wanted to create a pure material world without magic and gods, but the 7 gods. At least a devout believer like the Big Sparrow would not think that the 7 gods were just 7 wooden blocks. The church and the City of Knowledge had different ideals, they could not piss into the same pot. Soon, the Mother of Dragons will buy food from the Rhone Plains and the Land of Strife. That's right, she will probably fight for the Iron Throne. I see. The old man sighed and nodded. I'll contact the people of Bravos tomorrow. After that, the two of them talked for more than 2 hours, mostly about their understanding of the teachings of the Seven Stars Bible. Although the Big Sparrow was not satisfied with Bishop Keisha's tampering with some of the scriptures, he had to admit that her changing the customs and improving the core competitiveness of the Seven Gods' teachings was very reasonable. The Red God Church was so scary. The whole world was almost dyed red, and a king of the Westeros was even tempted to burn the statues of the Seven Gods. It was too shocking. When Dany left, the Big Sparrow was even reluctant to see her go. Looking at the Seven Kingdoms, only Bishop Keisha could truly understand him, and she even came up with the more advanced Puritan theory. Also, her determination and courage to fight back against the Red Gods was too rare. 2 saints, only me and her. The Big Sparrow personally sent her to the door and gave her 2 handwritten letters of the Seven Gods' teachings, one from St. Bailey and the other from the Big Sparrow himself. Alas, we are also in a difficult situation here. Otherwise I would have sent hundreds of sword saints, sons of war, to follow you to fight against the pagans. The old man looked sincere, and what he said was also true. Dany repeatedly expressed her gratitude. When the two of them were reluctant to part, a conversation came from the stone steps below. Hey, you are a knight who believes in the Seven Gods, why don't you join us? You also saw how arrogant Rando Tarly was. A son of war wearing a colorful cape was persuading Barristan to join them. But I have a master to serve. The White Knight refused. Another church knight held up his sword and said enthusiastically, in this special time, all the knights who are anointed with holy oil should abandon their earthly masters and unite around the holy church. Fight with us, old knight, if you still love the Seven Gods. Seeing this, the Big Sparrow hurried forward to dissuade him. Dustin, Knight Aston has his mission, he can't stay here. I can't wait to give you all to Bishop Keisha. They are just a small church with dozens of knights, but they have to face thousands of sacred fire hands, armed forces of the Red God Church. It is too difficult. Chapter 267. At this time King's Landing was desolate, dirty, cold, gray and crowded with refugees. There was no special scenery or food. When Dany left the great cathedral, it was almost evening. She even refused Barristan's suggestion to eat some hometown food. Who knew where the meat came from? The two only bought 3 large loaves of lemon-flavored white bread and a few fur coats on the side of the road and left. They did not go back the way they came. The area in the northwest city was too chaotic. Barristan was worried that a mob would rob them. This was not a groundless worry. The news that Dany gave Stryker a bag of gold royals must have spread. Many people were looking for her on the street. Even though Dany had taken the Gate of All Gods in the northeast direction, and even though they did not delay at all, they were still 3 kilometers away from the city gate. Seeing that the sky had completely darkened and the surroundings were desolate, 5 chain-armored riders on thin horses still surrounded them. There was no need for Dahe and Whitey in the sky to make a move. Barristan fought against 3 and Dany fought against 2. The 5 bandits only had time to shoot a wave of crossbow arrows, but the arrows clanged on their bodies, but it was useless. Then, like chopping vegetables, he cut off the neck and split the head in 2. The gangster who attacked Dany died on the spot. The White Knight wiped the bloodstains on the blade with the dead man's woolen sweater and said with a complicated look, "They are the makers and sources of the pork in the brown soup. If there are no wild wolves nearby, the bodies will be sent to the flea nest tomorrow." Dany frowned and pondered. According to her previous idea, she naturally did not care about the life and death of the Westeros. She even had the excuse of not interfering in the War of the Seven Kingdoms and the deviants going south. She was besieged by the allies. This was also the reason why she deliberately did not go north to integrate the Dothraki. With the 4 dragons and the 4 or 5,000 roaring warriors accumulated from the liberation of the slaves, Dany was sure that she could unify the Dothraki within half a year. And the best defense was offense. Leaving the Mother of Dragons guards to guard Slavers Bay, she would lead 100,000 roaring warriors on an expedition to the west. What Kohler, what Volantis, what Mir, Novos and even Bravos, whose navy was developed and whose army relied on mercenaries, were all trash. But what about after conquering all the city-states in the western continent in 2 years? She had to deal with the counterattacks and disturbances from the old rulers, feed the Ursosian people who were not used to the harsh winter, and take on the main responsibility of fighting off the otherworldly ghosts. When she was exhausted from all the work, a dagger came stabbing at her from the back. In order to deal with the old nobles of Gith, she even got a scholar. What should she do? Even if a real scholar were to descend, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Should he just kill them all? If the great god of harmony wasn't so awesome, a certain 8-banner elites would have been able to pull off No Hair Left Behind, the 3 Butchers of Keles, and the 10 Days of Volantis, to end all troubles once and for all. The old nobles were a big problem, but what was even more frightening was the habit of Ursos. The southern cities such as Volantis, Lys, Tarosai, and Mir rarely stored grain for winter. From the map of the world of ice and fire, the northernmost Bravos of the Ursos continent was about the same latitude as the Aran Valley in the Westeros. What did that mean? Ursos had a subtropical, tropical, and equatorial climate. Most of the cities were located in the tropical and equatorial regions, so many people rarely saw snow, and there was no snow in winter either. Just like how Galen Tyrell was puzzled by Garth's release of peasant soldiers to collect grain, River Bend was also located on the edge of the tropical and equatorial regions. The climate was hot and the winters were short. Even the sunshine in winter was enough to grow wheat. Under normal circumstances, River Bend did not store grain. If grain did not flow out, only a few poor people would starve to death in winter. On the other hand, in the north, even if grain was stored in the late summer, large numbers of people would starve to death in winter, and then go south to beg for grain. Dany knew that the long night was coming, and also knew that the free cities did not have much grain in storage. Most of the people would starve to death in the long night, so she was a fool to take over the western continent before the long night. Do what you are in your position, do not do what you are not in your position. The meaning of this sentence could be understood as follows. Do what you are in your position, do not do what you are not in your position. She had taken over her own cities, and as a king she had to be responsible for her people. When there was not enough food and the people starved, only the king would be the one to curse, and some would even think that the Dragon Queen had caused the long night to come. On the other hand, if Dany had stayed in Slaver's Bay and waited for the Alliance to attack, and then the long night came, the people would curse the Alliance leader for going against the righteous mother of dragons, causing the long night to come to punish the people. At that time, at the end of the long night, after defeating the Night King, Dany would casually send any amount of grain from Slaver's Bay to help the people who survived. Then she would be the child of prophecy, the merciful Bodhisattva. The people of the world would remember her kindness. Freeing the slaves would become a matter of obedience, and Dany's dynasty would be recognized by the world as the rightful ruler of the dynasty. Dany was not a fool, so of course she would choose a plan that was beneficial to her. However, after seeing dozens of children pitifully drooling around the brown soup pot at King's Landing, she suddenly felt touched. The long night had not come, and such a tragic thing had already happened at King's Landing. When the long night came, how many King's Landing would there be in the world, and how many children would be so hungry that they could not even drink the brown soup? When the millions of people who starved to death and froze to death were no longer a string of cold numbers, but the men, women, old people, young people and children in front of you, then imperial ambitions and whatnot would not be that important. There was not much that Dany could do, but she intended to try her best. Professor Paristan was thrown onto a small reef in Blackwater Bay by Dany, about 40 to 50 square meters in size. When the 2 dragons found the scorched island, the tide of the night had already flooded half of the island. The old professor was shivering in the crevice of the rock, his lips were frozen black. Yep, he was still wearing the gray cotton robe from the old town. Hee, now you can really feel that winter is coming, right? Dany threw a sheepskin coat over and lamented, the city of learning should not have been placed at the southernmost part of the Westeros. The environment in the old town is too good, so good that you scholars don't have any sense of crisis and urgency, and only think about nonsense all day long. Most people in the country can't even fill their stomachs, but you are thinking about the illusory problem of the real world. I've decided, she stood up and announced to the old man who hurriedly put on the sheepskin coat, when King's Landing, the city of learning must move to the north. The old professor was wolfing down the white bread, but when he heard that, he could not help but have half a piece of bread crumb in his mouth. He asked blankly, move to where? The Great Wall or Bear Island? Mormont would definitely be happy to see the city of learning move to Bear Island. A large number of scholars could drive the rapid economic development of Bear Island, and the Count of Bear Island would no longer have to worry about not being able to support his prodigal wife. They did not stay on Scorched Island for long. The place was too small and the wind was too strong. It was not suitable to spend the night there. After flying for another half an hour to the north, they landed in a ginkgo tree forest. When the White Knight was setting up a tent for Danny, Blackie and Whitey went to the nearby castle and brought 2 cows over. Danny was the only one who had a small tent of 3 square meters. The old knight and Paristan wrapped themselves in thick cloaks and fur cloaks by the bonfire and spent the night there. The old professor, who was warming himself by the bonfire, said with a complicated expression, "It's really convenient to have dragons. We can travel thousands of miles in a day and come and go freely." "So you mortals are jealous?" Danny sat cross-legged in the tent. The tent flap faced the bonfire and it was warm and cozy. Perhaps, the old man did not deny it, but the Megalosaurus only increased the Targaryen's arrogance and cruelty. It has no benefit to ruling the kingdom. "You can say that after you go to the Great Wall." Danny pulled the tent flap and said to the White Knight who was cutting meat, "Let me see where Gino is." "Who is Gino? What does she mean?" the old professor asked curiously. "A trainee White Knight who is on his way to Bravos. His Majesty wants to contact him through the glass candle." "Glass candle for long-distance communication?" The red-nosed old man widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "She knows witchcraft?" The White Knight was stunned. This old man did not notice the matter of the spiritual projection last night? Now he was a little embarrassed and said hesitantly, "His Majesty has inherited part of Valeglia's witchcraft." As he said that, the tent suddenly projected wisps of gray light, and then quickly dimmed. About 5 minutes later, when the tent flap was pulled open, Danny saw 2 pairs of inquisitive eyes. "Where is he? Did you really light the glass candle?" The 2 of them spoke at the same time and asked 2 different questions. Danny only glanced at the old professor and said to the White Knight, "He is still floating on the narrow sea. If there are no accidents, he will reach Bravos in about half a month." Other than the Dark Star, Danny also glanced at the 2 faceless. The one-eyed female faceless was also on the ship. Jianghu. It was very awkward. Jianghu was cleaning the magic pot, and would kiss and caress it from time to time. He would call out, "Mother, your son is filial." Cold, mysterious, and handsome, the most pretentious faceless in Game of Thrones, had his face covered in blood and became an idiot. It was too tragic. "What about the old town?" the White Knight asked again. "Old town?" "The extraordinary gathering," the old knight reminded her. Today is the 3rd day. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten." Danny smiled awkwardly and closed the tent flap again. The glass candle was lit again. She originally thought that it would be more difficult to find Marvin's candle when the distance increased to 2,000 kilometers. However, she did not expect to see a familiar signal in the void in less than 3 seconds. It seemed that the other party had been looking for her and had been waiting for her. Her mind power spread out, and her wizard power was quickly consumed. It was more than 10 times more difficult than before. Master Shikue, I finally contacted you." Marvin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said tiredly, "This is not the City of Knowledge?" Danny looked around. This was an empty, spacious circular hall of more than 400 square meters. The floor was made of mahogany, and there was a row of bookshelves against the wall. The books were neatly arranged, clean and tidy. In addition to Marvin and Larissa, there was an old man with a long silver beard and a middle-aged woman in a white robe. "Master Shikue, I'm from the old town of Ladon Hyder." After the old man introduced himself, he pointed at the woman who was curiously staring at the silver shadow. "This is my eldest daughter, Maroya." "Ha, Count Ladon, do you know who I am?" Danny smiled strangely. The old man sighed and knelt on the ground, howling, "Your Majesty Danny Liz, the assassination attempt had nothing to do with me or the Hyder family." Chapter 268. You're smart. Danny sneered. The old man knelt on the mahogany floor and said honestly, "Professor Marwin told me that Wizard Shikue is a young lady who has inherited part of Valeglia's witchcraft. The fireball that fell from the sky last night was very similar to the spell that great wizard Valeglia used to control the form of the dragon flame. There are not many extraordinaries in the old town. Also, we waited at the dock for a long time this evening, but Wizard Shikue didn't come. This series of coincidences can only mean one thing. Your Majesty, you are Shikue." "Don't call me Your Majesty. No noble would violate the rights of a guest and assassinate their own king." "This?" The old man looked around and said to his daughter, Maroya, bring the two guests downstairs for a cup of tea. I want to talk to His Majesty alone for a while. As he spoke, he glanced at Marwan and Larissa. Marwan frowned and glanced at Danny. Seeing that she nodded slightly, he left with his assistant scholar and crazy woman Maroya. Your Majesty, I'm innocent. As soon as Marwan and the other two disappeared into the stairwell, the old man wailed. Don't take me for a fool. This is the old town. Without the permission of the Hyder family, how could the City of Knowledge find more than 100 dragon-slaying crossbows and nearly 500 elite soldiers? Your Majesty, the City of Knowledge is in the old town, and I'm the guardian of the City of Knowledge. However, the City of Knowledge has developed to this day just like the Church of the Seven Gods. It's no longer under the control of the Hyder family. Okay, if that's all you want to say, then there's no need for us to talk anymore, Danny said impatiently. There was no doubt that the City of Knowledge was the mastermind. The Hyder family definitely didn't want to build the real world. Otherwise, the old man and crazy woman Maroya wouldn't be so obsessed with magic. However, the Hyder family must have been involved in the assassination, and their involvement must have been very deep. If Danny had burped at that time, the old man would most likely have held a celebratory feast and invited all the professors and generals of the City of Knowledge. He would not have shed a single tear for Her Majesty Danny. However, the failure to assassinate the dragon would definitely incur the dragon's wrath. The old man in the old town was afraid of Danny's revenge. Danny promised that there would definitely be such a thing. That was why he kept saying Your Majesty, begging and quibbling. Your Majesty, the Hyder family is willing to be at your beck and call. As long as you give the order, I will immediately lead my men to massacre the City of Knowledge. The old man gritted his teeth and said with a sinister expression. Danny said indifferently, Count, I have to say that you have miscalculated and underestimated me. I won't kill any of the scholars and professors who tried to kill me. I won't destroy the City of Knowledge either. They will be punished, but I won't destroy the world's largest and most formal academic organization. The old man also heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, Your Majesty is benevolent, Your Majesty is magnanimous. It had nothing to do with benevolence. Those scholars with firm beliefs were all stubborn. For the sake of their ideals they were not afraid of death at all. If Danny had gone all out last night and burned the City of Knowledge to the ground, the scholars would only think that they had sacrificed their lives for a righteous cause. Not only would they not feel pain or regret, but they would also be able to say righteously, Look, this is the reason why we pursue the real world. Other than distorting one's nature, extraordinary powers do not benefit the country or the people at all. True revenge was to destroy the most cherished thing of the enemy. To the scholars, it was the real-world concept that they had persevered for hundreds of years. They had worked hard, fought hard, and were proud of it. It was too easy to destroy this concept. In the face of deviant ghosts, who would dare to say that the Megalosaurus was a scourge and that magic was harmful to humans? Danny was looking forward to the arrival of deviant ghosts in the old town. The scholars' worldview, outlook on life, ideals, and beliefs would all collapse. Therefore, if she wanted them to live, they had to live until the long night fell. However, she could not say these words to anyone else, especially not the old man in the old town. The City of Knowledge is beneficial to human civilization. That's why I cherish it. But your Hyder, old town might need to change owners. Danny laughed coldly. This was the truth. To the great nobles with thousands of years of history, the real punishment was to deprive them of their land and destroy their family. She was not someone without a temper. Your Majesty, the assassination this time is really... The white-bearded old man was anxious. He slammed the ground and shouted, Your Majesty, I'll be frank. The City of Knowledge discovered your identity 2 days ago. They then asked my son Baylor to send troops to kill you. At that time, Baylor rejected them without hesitation. However, before reporting to the Towering Tower, the scholars had already sent out messenger crows to inform the High Court's Madame Alina of this matter. Yesterday morning, Professor Theobald came to me with a letter from Madame Alina. He hoped that the old town guards would cooperate with the City of Knowledge to assassinate you. As if he was worried that Danny would not believe him, the old man took out a piece of paper from his sleeve. There was a rose seal of the High Court on it. There was only one line of words. The High Court will not participate in this matter and will not restrict the actions of the City of Knowledge. It was a very simple sentence. Did you see it clearly? The old man raised the letter high, as if afraid that she could not see it. The meaning of Madame Alina's words could not be more obvious, the old man said helplessly. Why does the Empress of Thorns want to assassinate me? I'm afraid that Queen Marjorie is not worth enough, right? Danny asked doubtfully. Of course not. The value of 10 queens is not comparable to the risk of offending the Dragon Queen, but the Iron Throne is worth it. Duke Tyrell wants the Iron Throne? No, it's Madame Alina. She's an old lady who is about to have a great-grandson. How can she be so ambitious? Danny asked doubtfully. She definitely did not have such thoughts before, but after the War of the Four Kings, the High Court became the strongest power in the Seven Kingdoms. Since Robert Byra and Theon can sit on the Iron Throne, and the bastards of the Lannister family can sit on the Iron Throne, why can't Tyrell? Haha, you're just guessing. Danny still did not believe him. Your Majesty, in the game of power, everyone wants to be the winner and they must be the winner. Madame Alina is not an ambitious person. Back then, the reason why she agreed to Duke Tywin's request to form an alliance was because she wanted to stand on the side of the victor in the War of the Four Kings. Of course, it would be better if her family could rise to a higher level. But the game of power never stops. After eliminating the rebellion, Lannister treated the High Court as his new opponent. Madame Alina just does not want to lose. Be more specific. Other than Cersei being crazy and doing some foolish things, I don't think Lannister has ever targeted the High Court, right? Danny said with a frown. Sigh, Duke Tywin has already made his move on the High Court. First, he broke the marriage alliance between Villa, the heir of the High Court, and Garland's elder brother, and Sansa Stark. Then he gave Brightwater City to Garland. Your Majesty, do you know what's special about the Florin family in Brightwater City? Trying to sow discord between Hightower and Tully? It's not just me and the Tully family. Danny saw that the old man was holding his waist as he spoke, looking pitiful, so she said, Get up and talk. Thank you, Your Majesty. The old man happily got up and explained even more diligently. The bloodline of River Bend's nobles can be traced back to the legendary hero of the ancient era Green Hand Garth, including Florin of Brightwater City. Danny was deep in thought. Just like how Stark had an awesome ancestor, city builder, Brandon. In the era of the heroes, River Bend also had a legendary character, Green Hand Garth, also known as Green Garth. It was said that his hair and skin were green. Garth was especially good at breeding. Other than cultivating high-quality food for the farmland, he could also help women sow seeds. It was said that as long as he touched, an infertile woman could become pregnant, and an old woman who had lost her period could give birth again. Mothers were pregnant with twins or even triplets under his blessings, and little girls became young girls with periods under his smile. Wherever Garth went, the local nobles and ordinary people were willing to offer their chaste daughters to him. In the coming year, their crops would have a good harvest, and the fruit trees would be full of fruit. The young girls who were raped by Garth would also be pregnant with strong sons or beautiful daughters. No wonder he was called Green Garth. By the way, it was because of Garth's story that Danny came up with the idea of hybrid rice. Obviously, Green Garth was 99% likely a wizard. She even suspected that the green-haired and green-skinned Garth was a hybrid of the Children of the Forest and the Ancient Era. Was he a druid? In short, Garth was a hero who was especially good at farming. He had many children. The eldest son, Garth Gardner, founded the River Bend royal family similar to Stark in the northern region. The second son and daughter were the ancestors of many River Bend nobles. Tyrell's ancestor was an Undul adventurer. During the Undul invasion, he was loyal to the Gardner's family and later became the hereditary High Court chief. In the thousands of years that followed, Tyrell also had Garth's bloodline through marriage with the High Court nobles. But compared to the River Bend nobles that had been passed down from the ancient era, their status and heritage were always a little lacking. 300 years ago, Aegon killed all the male members of the Gardner's family in the Blazing Fury. As the High Court chief, Tyrell directly opened the Master's City Gate and surrendered to the Conqueror. Aegon returned the favor and let the steward inherit the Master's position, becoming the King of River Bend. This matter in itself made the other River Bend nobles secretly hate, but Aegon had a dragon. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to hold it in. Fortunately, the Tyrell family was smart enough. While clinging to the thick dragon leg of Targaryen, they married into the major Green Hand bloodline families. 300 years had passed, and they finally stabilized the rule of River Bend. But they had already occupied the Gardner's family's high court and the title of King of River Bend. Now they had taken away Florence's title and fief. What would the other Green Hand families think? It had to be said that Tywin had made a smart move. The Florence family's bright water city was one of the richest territories in River Bend. The bait was too tempting. Tyrell knew that it was a poisonous apple, but he still couldn't help but swallow it. Perhaps Tyrell thought that he could slowly digest this fat piece of meat with time and military force, just like 300 years ago. The old man of the old town continued, "Your Majesty, Randall Tarley and Pixter Redwin are known as the twin heroes of River Bend. They are the two core pillars that maintain the High Court's right to speak in King's Landing. As for Duke Mays, that inflatable fish, my son-in-law, is an idiot with high standards but low abilities." Lady Alina came from the Redwin family. She was Count Pixter's aunt, and also his mother-in-law. In other words, Redwin and Tyrell had a close relationship and couldn't be separated. But Tarley was Florence's in-law, but he didn't have any relationship with Tyrell other than that of a ruler and vassal. Duke Tywin caught this flaw. Other than the matter of Brightwater City, he also purposely divided the River Bend army into two. Duke Mays led the High Court south to Winestop Castle and didn't achieve anything. Count Tarley led his own troops north to the Three River Basin to clean up the bandits and stabilize the law and order. Yet Mays was a little jealous and narrow-minded. In the end, the long-bearded old man sighed with a complicated expression. Fortunately, Tywin died early. Otherwise, who knows how he would torment River Bend. Thinking about how Randall led troops to rescue Little Rose this afternoon, Dany frowned and asked, "Will Count Tarley be instigated?" "No, he is a true soldier. Honest, wise, loyal, and brave." The old man shook his head and said with certainty, if Tywin was still alive and continued to use his methods to split the relationship between the ruler and vassal in River Bend, perhaps Count Tarley would be pulled over by the Iron Throne. But now Lannister has 2 lions, a dog, a pig, and a tiger. Tywin Lannister is a vicious old lion, and Tyrion is an inexperienced young lion. Tywin's younger brother, Sir Kevin, is Lannister's most loyal old dog. Cersei is a pig and Jaime is fierce but not resourceful. So, Your Majesty, do you see it clearly? The old lion and young lion are killing each other, the stupid pig can only cause trouble, the tiger has broken its claws, and Lannister is only left with a stable old dog. To Lady Alina, this is an excellent opportunity. If she doesn't take it, she will be punished. Chapter 269. Dany looked at the old man with a long beard who was shorter than her in surprise. She did not expect him to have such a clear understanding of the situation in the Seven Kingdoms. You think highly of Tyrion, but it's a far cry from the real world. If Tyrion was given the body and appearance of a kingslayer, he would be the most terrifying person in the Seven Kingdoms. Cersei and Jaime inherited Duke Tywin's appearance, while Tyrion inherited Duke Tywin's soul and developed his wisdom. Your Majesty, think about it. If he was useless, why would someone try to eliminate him? Was Joffrey killed by Tyrion? I don't know how much hiding was involved, but I swear to the 7 gods that Tyrion is innocent. Dany smiled faintly. Anyone with a brain knows that the imp is not the murderer, but I want to know more about the mastermind behind the Purple Wedding. Well? The old man stroked his long beard and said thoughtfully, Lady Alina and Queen Marjorie must be involved. The poison was put in the wedding wine cup that Marjorie and Joffrey shared, but Joffrey was the one who died. But Sansa Stark is also a suspect. Joffrey has a deep grudge against her, and she disappeared from King's Landing immediately. That's the key. Sansa is a delicate little girl. There's no way she could have escaped from the Red Keep alone. There's someone behind her, and that person is also the mastermind behind the Purple Wedding. Dany asked, what do you think about the person behind Sansa? I can't guess. I can only think of Varys, but the possibility is very small. The old man shook his head. Littlefinger was indeed the #1 troublemaker and schemer in Game of Thrones. He had done so many bad things but no one had ever suspected him. Even the old man from Old Town, who was watching the situation from afar, did not pay much attention to him. Earl Layton, even if you sold hiding, you can't wash away your crime of murdering me, Dany said calmly. The Heidel family is willing to atone for our sins. My heir and I pledge our loyalty to you. When you decide to take back the Iron Throne, all the military and financial resources of the old town of Hyder will be at your service. And my second son Garth, he admires you very much. After knowing that the City of Knowledge was going to assassinate you, he was prepared to sneak out to inform you. Garth was not married, nor was he married. He was locked up on the 4th floor of the towering tower by me. If you are willing, I can send him to Slaver's Bay in the name of exile and become your most loyal Kingsguard, just like my uncle White Bull, Jello Hider. Damn, this old man knelt down so decisively. He even sold his son. However, becoming a Kingsguard was a glorious future for the second son. Danny frowned and began to think. According to her original plan, the City of Knowledge would be demolished and moved to the extreme north where the books would belong to the Queen. The professors and scholars who had participated in her murder would wear black clothes and guard the Great Wall. Even if the Heidel family was not annihilated, they would have to kill the male descendants and strip them of their titles and lands. But she did not expect the old man to be so smart. Not only was he able to contact her through the clues, he also sold his titles and in-laws without hesitation. Danny naturally understood that if the situation was disadvantageous to her in the future, the old man would not mind selling her out again. But this was the nobility. This was the rule of the game of power. It was because pure loyalty was hard to come by that it was especially precious. She let out a long sigh and nodded. I accept your loyalty. When someone challenges you, you should resolutely respond with iron and blood. When they kneel and submit, you should personally help them up. Otherwise, no one will be willing to submit. This was what Duke Tywin had told Joffrey in Game of Thrones. Danny remembered it clearly, so she couldn't learn from Emperor Joffrey, the second Mad King. Hyder will definitely go through water and tread on fire for you without hesitation, said the old man with an excited expression. Let me ask you, how many gold royals can the Heidel family control? Tell me the truth. Your Majesty needs money? The old man hesitated. Loyalty was easy, but gold was hard to come by. I need your loyalty, said Danny calmly. The old man looked pained. He gritted his teeth and spat out a number. 3 million. The Heidel family can take out 3 million gold royals in cash. 3 million gold royals is a little low. Danny thought for a moment and shook her head. Forget it, 3 million gold royals it is. I want you to immediately contact the merchants of the free cities and buy food from the other side of the narrow sea. 3 million gold royals of food? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm afraid that's half of the Western continent's food reserves. How many troops do you have? You need so much food. No, before this winter is over, I will not start a war in the Westeros. The old man suddenly had a flash of realization. Your Majesty wants the Allied army to run out of food? Then he shook his head and tried to dissuade her. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Not to mention that the Allied army will not be so stupid as to sell their food. The climate of Ursos is warm, and the plains of the Lone River are vast and fertile. Even if the Westeros enter winter, they can still grow winter wheat. Do you know anything about the other ghosts beyond the Great Wall? Danny asked. The old man said casually, I've heard of them, but the professors think that the Night Watchers are exaggerating in order to get help from the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. It must be winter, and the barbarians will invade the north just like they did thousands of years ago. I'm at King's Landing now. I'll go back to the Great Wall to take a look. We'll know if there are any other ghosts soon. Ah, you're at King's Landing? The old man was shocked. Are you going to contact the old officials of King Aerys? Your Majesty, I'm not trying to provoke you, but you must be careful. There are not many people in King's Landing who are trustworthy. He was really anxious. He was not worried that the Queen would be deceived. Hathor had just secretly pledged his loyalty to the Dragon Queen. If she told the other nobles about the old town's allegiance in order to boost morale and win people over, would the Iron Throne and the High Court let the old town go when the news spread? He didn't want the Hyder family to be destroyed before the Dragon Queen even attacked. Danny frowned and said unhappily, Old man, are you suffering from dementia? Didn't you hear the main point in my words? The other ghosts. I'm going beyond the Great Wall to find the other ghosts. Hee hee, Your Majesty, you won't be able to find them. The old man smiled carelessly. Your Majesty, you can win over the nobles, but don't tell them about Hathor's loyalty to you. This old man still wants to stay useful and be at your beck and call in the future. Danny rolled her eyes and said unhappily, The Alliance can't wait to call on the whole world to be my enemy. Isn't this a reflection of how strong I am? If I really want to fight for the Iron Throne, why would I need to come to the Westeros to find some rotten fish? The old man's face twisted. He wanted to shout, I'm not a rotten fish. However, he was still relieved and even happy. It seemed that the Hathar family was the first nobles in the Westeros to pledge their loyalty to the Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty, why are you going to the King's Landing?" he asked. "To observe the situation at the King's Landing and meet the Big Sparrow." "The Big Sparrow?" The old man was shocked. "That's a dangerous and lawless person. I hit it off with him at first sight and had a good chat with him. He even accepted my suggestion and wantonly bought food from the other side of the narrow sea." "Hit it off with him at first sight?" The old man's mouth twitched. He asked doubtfully, "What are you going to do? Let me ask you, if the other ghosts are real, what does this mean?" "Long night." The old man trembled as he said this word. Then, his eyes bulged as he looked at Dany in disbelief. "If the long night comes, there will be at least a generation of winter. If you buy all the food from the free cities, then the Alliance army." So ruthless, so vicious. The old man felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that this woman was even more terrifying than Tywin or even a devil. Seeing his terrified expression, Dany immediately guessed what he was thinking. She laughed bitterly and shook her head. "You guessed wrong. I don't want the free cities to lack food. On the contrary, I hope that by raising the price of food, the free city-states will start planting food crops in the next year or two. If the long night comes, we can save a few more people." "This?" The old man was at a loss. "What do you mean? You'll give the food you bought to them? Do you know about futures?" The old man shook his head lightly. Dany asked again, "Then do you know how much gold I have?" The old man was stunned for a moment before he tried to say a number. 100 million gold radiance coins? Even more. "Just the gold and silver alone, I have 150 million gold radiance coins, which is about 50 million gold royals. 7 gods above." The old man leaned on the table beside him and almost fainted. "What do you want?" he asked blankly with trembling lips. "You and the Sparrow will buy food crazily, which will greatly increase the price of food. 5 times, even 10 times. Right now, another of my iron guards is on a ship to Bravos. You will look for the iron treasury. First, take out all the gold and silver from Slave Bay and store it in the iron treasury. This way, the iron treasury can be used as a guarantor to buy food from the free cities. During this time, I will take Dragonstone Island and announce to the world that after the Alliance army is defeated, I will immediately lead 300,000 people across the Dothraki Sea, through the plains of the Lone River and finally to Pentos. From Pentos, I will take a ship across the narrow sea and use Dragonstone Island as a stronghold to conquer the Westeros and take back the Iron Throne that belongs to House Targaryen. No one will doubt it. Naturally, no one will doubt my motives for buying food. Think about it, how much will the price of food rise at that time?" The Sparrow and Hider scanned through the goods. If the Dragon Queen came to buy food without limit, then it will probably be the most terrifying price in history. 100 times, 200 times. Because you are their enemy, the price will probably be even higher. The old man muttered. "Yes." Dany smiled and continued, "Because I abolished the slave trade in Slaver's Bay and because the Alliance army is going to war, the trade between the East and the West is especially difficult. Sea trade cannot continue, and with the price of food so high, farming is obviously a better way to make money. My gold is stored in the iron treasury. With the iron treasury as a guarantor, the merchants are not afraid that I will go back on my word. At that time, I will sign a contract with all the grain merchants. I will buy their food for the next 3 years according to the current price, the price after the Sparrow and Hider inflated it. I will take as much as they have. They do not have to give it to me immediately. They will store it in the granary first. I will also swear that even if I defeat the Alliance army, I will not go back on the contract and send troops to the granary to steal food. With these guarantees, the manor owners and merchants will flatten the cash crops in the land and open up the wasteland on a large scale. All the farmers will be squeezed to the limit. If the other ghosts are real, the long night will really come. Then 3 years later it will be the long night. The food stored in the granary will be enough to save hundreds of thousands, even millions of people. Chapter 270. The old man was dumbfounded. He had never felt so shocked, excited and frightened in his entire life. "This kind of spending," he muttered. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Dany. "Your Majesty, what can you gain by doing this?" "I can save many people," Dany said calmly. "But that's 50 million gold royals. You might not believe me. I've always complained about having too much gold at home. I even had the thought of throwing it all into the sea. Now that I can save millions of people, I think it's worth it. Danny smiled happily. But what do those people have to do with you? The old man still couldn't understand. The gold was his and the lives of the people of other countries were theirs. What could the Dragon Queen gain? They have nothing to do with me, but they are people, living people. There are old and young, babies and mothers, young girls and teenagers. Living people are dying miserably before your eyes. Don't you feel pity for them? The old man from the old town pouted and said with an aggrieved expression, "There's nothing in front of me. Who should I pity?" Seeing that the old man still dared to talk back, Danny said angrily, "Humph, can't you imagine? Go to the poorest families in the old town and imagine millions of them starving and freezing to death in front of you. To be honest, even if those poor people lined up to die miserably in front of me, my old heart wouldn't be moved at all." The old man muttered in his heart, but he didn't dare to talk back. "Your Majesty, don't worry. I completely understand your plan, but what? 3 million gold royals for food is too big of a move. How can I explain it to others?" The old man asked. "Explain what? You send people to the other side of the narrow sea to buy food. The ships will transport the food directly to Dragonstone Island. The situation in the 7 countries is chaotic now, and the power struggle in King's Landing is intense. Who cares about your fleet? This?" The old man thought for a while and nodded. "Your Majesty, you have to take Dragonstone Island as soon as possible. Tomorrow morning I will send a fleet to the other side of the narrow sea to buy food." The old man probed, "Then my son Garth? All right, let him join my Queen's Iron Guard and help me transport rations. When we arrive at Dragonstone Island, I will accept his oath in person." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The old man let out a long sigh of relief. "I'll call Dr. Marwin." 5 minutes later, Marvin and Larissa came to Danny, while the old man and his daughter stayed downstairs. I didn't expect you to be the Dragon Queen." Marvin's expression was complicated. Because of the scholar's talent and because he can't see a future on the path of magic, he has been trying to build a real world, without magic and gods. Furthermore, dragons can cause magic tides and bring magic to the human world. This is something they can't tolerate, which is also the real reason why they tried to assassinate you. "I know. You know? Professor Paristan is still alive. I've captured him." Danny did not mention anything about the bookseller. "How does Your Majesty plan to deal with the City of Knowledge?" Marwin asked anxiously. "It is necessary for the City of Learning to exist. The scholars who tried to murder me don't have to die, but they have to wear black robes and go to the Great Wall to guard it. Your Majesty is merciful." Bullneck Marwin let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Your Majesty, do you need a scholar? I'm willing to swear to serve you." Danny thought for a moment and said, "How about this? You go to Dragonstone Island with Garth. Count Ladon will explain the details to you." Marwin nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the Hyder family had already sided with the Dragon Queen. The two did not talk much. They agreed to communicate using glass candles and promised Larissa that she would take her in as a mage apprentice and part-time maid. Danny ended the long-distance communication. When she opened the curtain of the tent and came out, the beef and barley soup in the iron pot was already cooked. The red-nosed old scholar was holding a wooden bowl and eating happily. "How was it?" White Knight asked as she served her soup. Danny glanced at the old scholar who was eavesdropping and smiled. It was an unexpected harvest. Suddenly, Blackie, who was lying behind the tent chewing on a cow leg, raised its head and growled in the northwest direction. "Someone's coming." Danny stood up and walked to Blackie. "Woof woof woof." A few minutes later, a series of hurried barks came from outside the forest. The barks were filled with unease and fear. There were also a few men loudly scolding the hounds that had stopped moving forward. Not long after, a man walked within 100 meters of the bonfire and shouted to his companions, "There's a bonfire. The poachers are over there." "How unlucky. There are still people patrolling the forest in the middle of the night?" Danny whispered. In Westeros, ordinary hunters were not allowed to enter the forests of the Lord's territory to hunt. If a poacher was caught, they would either have one of their hands chopped off or wear a black robe. "Your Majesty, I'll go talk to them." White Knight volunteered. She put on her iron helmet and walked to the border between light and darkness. She shouted, "Are you the Rangers of Stockworth Castle?" Someone in the darkness replied, "We are the guards of Count Stockworth." "Who are you?" White Knight patted her armor and long sword. "See, we're not poachers. It's late, so we had no choice but to camp in the forest. Poachers could not afford a full set of armor. The guards in the dark muttered a few words, and the sound of footsteps came closer. Suddenly a man shouted, "It's the smell of roast beef. Your Excellency, your cow was indeed stolen by them. Kill these cattle thieves." Another deep male voice said coldly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, a rain of arrows was shot at White Knight. The Count's guards in the darkness also shouted and rushed to the bonfire with their swords drawn. Ding ding ding. Sparks flew from the old knight's body. He retreated in Danny's direction and shouted, "Let's talk nicely. We have gold royals. Don't lose your lives for 2 cows." Arrogant. 20 or 30 swordsmen in mail and leather armor rushed over under the lead of a man in silver plate armor. Sigh. The old knight sighed and stepped aside. Hiss boom. Big Black and Little White poked their heads out and suddenly spat out 2 blood-red dragon flames. The dark night was torn apart, and the flames illuminated a radius of several hundred meters. The old knight clearly saw that the group of soldiers were suddenly stunned. The ruthlessness on their faces disappeared in an instant, and it was replaced by confusion and endless fear. Dragon. Dragon? Feeling the temperature of the dragon flames above his head, the leading man in plate armor spat out a word from his throat. Ah, dragon megalosaurus? The soldier woke up, threw away his sword and ran wildly out of the forest. Come back! Danny yelled. Her hands streaked across the night sky, and the dragon flames that were spurting towards the sky twisted and elongated as if they had a life of their own. The 2 dragon flames actually turned into 2 fire snakes that slithered through the forest, avoiding the branches of the ginkgo trees, and formed a huge ring of fire that surrounded the soldiers. Dragon King, please spare my life. The man in plate armor fell to his knees and shouted, Please don't kill me. I am the Count of Stockworth Castle, Bronn. I am willing to pay the ransom. Dragon King, please spare my life. The group of soldiers followed behind the Count, kneeling on the ground and wailing. Bronn? I have never heard of your name. Where is Countess Tanda Stockworth? The old knight asked. The Countess fell off a horse and died. I am Laura's husband, Bronn explained. He fell off a horse and died? Professor Paristan limped over, sneering as he exposed Bronn's background. This Count Bronn is a ruthless character. He made his fortune by running errands for the imps. After the Purple Wedding, he betrayed Tyrion and joined Cersei. Because of this, Empress Dowager Cersei arranged a good marriage for him. He married Madame Tanda's second daughter, Loras. Later he tampered with Madame Tanda's horse, causing Madame Tanda to fall off and break her pelvis. Then he used underhanded means to kill the first successor to Count Stockworth, the husband of Lady Tanda's eldest daughter, Sir Balman Beweffish. In the end he chased Lady Ferris, Lady Tanda's eldest daughter, out of the house and proclaimed himself as Count Stockworth. Bronn frowned as he sized up the old professor. When he saw the long chain around his neck, his pupils could not help but shrink. You are a scholar? I am a self-taught scholar. Doctor of History, I know your background very well. Bronn's face darkened as he cursed. That old bastard Candarl betrayed me? He swore loyalty to me. Damn it, I knew the scholar could not be trusted. Scholar Candarl swore loyalty to the master of Stockworth Castle. Do you think the King's Landing will let you go after what you did? The old professor sneered. Bronn glanced at Dany in front of Blackie and defended himself. First of all, I did not betray Lord Tyrion. I only refused to participate in the trial in his place. Looking at the tragic end of the Red Viper, it proves that my decision was not wrong. Secondly, Lady Tanda was careless. She was riding a horse to hunt at an old age. The fall of the horse had nothing to do with me. Scholar Candarl slandered me. Finally, Sir Balman and Ferris received Empress Dowager Cersei's order to get rid of me through a duel. Unfortunately, Balman was not skilled enough and was killed by me. You broke the rules during the spear duel and deliberately stabbed Sir Balman's horse to death with the tip of the spear. Alright, let's not talk about this nonsense. Dany waved her hand and interrupted the quarrel between the two. She removed the dragon flame ring and said to Bronn, My dragon ate your cow. It was wrong first, but you also offended me. I will not kill you today. Take your people and leave. Bronn climbed up but did not leave. He asked carefully, Lord Dragon King, can you tell me your name? Mercenaries are mercenaries. You have no knowledge at all, Professor Paristan mocked. You don't even know Targaryen. Go back and read more books. Targaryen? Bronn was still in a daze. A red-haired soldier behind him whispered, Boss, this is most likely Princess Renai's, Prince Rieger's sister. Jack, you fool. Prince Rieger's sister was smashed to death by Tywin, another soldier said. Dany, am I so unknown in the Westeros? The White Knight could not stand it anymore. He stepped forward and said, This is King Aerys's daughter, Queen Dany Rise. Then he could not help but ask, Have you not heard of the Dragon Queen at Slave Bay? Oh so. Bronn suddenly understood and smiled awkwardly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I have not left my fief for a long time. The scholar is also useless. I am a little uninformed. I did not know that you have returned to the Westeros. Chapter 271. Stockworth Castle was located in the north and faced the south. The ground floor was a stone hall of 200 square meters. There was a 10-meter-long wooden table, and 2 candle-filled chandeliers hung from the ceiling. There was a row of 5 fireplaces on the wall to the left of the long table, and 2 of them were lit. On the wall to the right facing the garden, there were 5 huge arched windows with colorful mosaic glass that corresponded to the fireplaces. Dany sat on the main seat at the table. Paristan, Bronn, Loras and Scholar Candar were on both sides. Bronn tried his best to invite Her Majesty the Queen to visit his humble abode. He said that if Her Majesty the Queen spent the night in the forest beside his castle, he would be ashamed, unable to eat or sleep in peace. The City of Knowledge already knew that she had come to the Westeros, so Dany did not care whether it was publicized or not. As for whether Bronn would go to the City of Knowledge and violate the guest's rights to murder her, Dany was not worried because he did not have a chance. She would not stay in his castle for long. The 2 dragons were gnawing on beef bones in the courtyard. When they were full, Dany would leave that night. Your Majesty, this is my son Tyrion Cobbler. Bronn took a chubby baby from Loras' arms and said to Dany, Yahaha. The chubby baby was wrapped into a ball in a leather jacket. He bit his finger and his blue eyes rolled around. He was very cute. Dany's mouth twitched. She removed the dagger embedded with rubies from the leather sheath at her waist and put it in the baby's arms. She had bought the dagger from Valeglia's iron dagger from the Volantis blacksmith shop after she had mortgaged it to Lisbon. It cost 15 gold radiance coins and it was made by Master Blacksmith Calls. Hee. Loras, who looked like a round bucket, smiled foolishly. Thank you, Your Majesty. What's with the name? Dany asked. Sigh, when Duke Tywin had just died, Lady Tanda suggested naming him Tywin to please Queen Cersei. In the end, Queen Cersei was furious. She believed that the bastard was not worthy of her father's name. Yes, 2 years ago, during the King's Landing riots, my wife Loras was raped by dozens of rioters in the backyard of the cobbler's shop. That's why this bastard's surname is Cobbler. Bronn said it casually as if it was someone else's wife who had been raped. His wife Loras had been smiling like a fool. She only looked a little embarrassed when her worst past was mentioned in public. Bronn continued, I had no choice but to name my son Tyrion. I hoped that this would satisfy the Empress Dowager. Who would have thought that she thought that I missed my old master and was even in contact with Tyrion, so she arranged for Balma to kill me? If you don't believe me, you can ask Scholar Candar. He was there at the time. Scholar Candar was a fat old man in his 50s. He had short, white hair. He kept looking at Professor Paristan as if he wanted to say something, but the old professor's eyelids were drooping. He did not react at all. When he heard his lord's question, he nodded and sighed. At that time, Count Bronn's knife was placed on Sir Balma's neck. There should be no mistake. When he spoke, he could not help but ask, Your Majesty Dany Loras, why are you here? And Professor Paristan, you should be in Old Town right now. The red-nosed old professor glanced at Scholar Candar faintly and said nothing. Do you know about the Red Wedding? Dany said with a smile. Waldfrey violated the guest's rights and murdered a northerner? Ken Bell asked in puzzlement. Dany raised her chin at the old professor whose face had suddenly turned pale. The City of Knowledge invited me as a guest. After discovering my identity, they poisoned me, ambushed me with axemen and crossbowmen. They even prepared more than 100 Dragon Slayer crossbows. What? Bronn and Ken Bell cried out in surprise at the same time. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Professor, is this true? Scholar Ken Bell asked with a trembling voice. The old professor did not answer, but from his increasingly miserable expression, Everyone knew that Danny was not lying. I shouldn't have invited this scum into my living room. Bron did not hide his disdain at all. Scholar Campbell asked anxiously, why? Professor, did someone force you to do this? It must be Count Hathor. You don't have to say anything. I'm willing to wear the black robe, the red-nosed old man said with a miserable expression. Campbell slumped on the high-back wooden chair and said with a defeated expression, the good reputation the City of Knowledge has accumulated for 1,000 years has been destroyed by you. Bron, you didn't invite me here just to talk nonsense, right? Danny said with a faint smile. Your Majesty, when will your army arrive? I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, Bron gritted his teeth and said firmly. Danny smiled strangely. I don't have an army. My White Knight told me that the proud Westeros will unite in the face of an invasion, so I don't plan to bring the army from Slaver's Bay. If you are willing to pledge your loyalty to me, you will be the first Westeros lord under my command. Ugh. Bron's face turned green and white as if he had eaten feces. Haha, don't worry, I won't force you to do something you don't want to do. Those small fries under your command won't even be able to withstand the dragon's flames. Stockworth Castle isn't a place that any military strategist will fight for. It's not worth it for me to force you. Danny smiled calmly. He thought of the terrifying dragon flames, Cersei's inexplicable hatred for him, and how the City of Knowledge knew about his attempt to usurp Stockworth's title. Bron's hesitant expression became firm again. Your Majesty, I am willing to be the first lord to pledge my loyalty to you. Danny asked, how many people do you trust? 200 armored warriors, each with a horse. They may not be reliable, but I am confident that I can control them. Are they all hired riders? Danny frowned. Your Majesty, I won't hide it from you. The knights in my fief are not trustworthy, and the farmers who have just given up their hoes are not as useful as hired riders. I need you to give up Stockworth Castle for now. Are you willing? Bron gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes. This place is only 100 miles away from the King's Landing. Once Queen Cersei leaves the cathedral, she will not let me go. He had spent a lot of effort in recruiting soldiers in the past year, and had gathered 200 riders to deal with Cersei's army. But where should I go? Bron asked. Dragonstone Island. Dragonstone Island? Winter is coming. For the next few years, I will not get involved in the disputes of the Westeros. However, Dragonstone Island belongs to the Targaryens and it means a lot to me. With 200 warriors and my 2 dragons, it will not be difficult to take down Dragonstone Island, which only has 100 guards. Dragonstone Island was also a strategic location. It was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Earl Redwyn's 100 ships and nearly 10,000 men had besieged Dragonstone Island, which only had 100 guards for several months. He did not dare to attack and only hoped to use the siege to exhaust the castle's food reserves. In order to end the siege of Dragonstone Island as soon as possible so that Qingting Island's navy could return to the river and deal with Timin's invasion, the Knight of Flowers decided to personally lead the attack. Although the castle was taken down in the end, he was doused with a pot of boiling oil. The beautiful man with the potential to be the #1 crossdresser in Game of Thrones was disfigured and turned into a monster uglier and more ferocious than a hound. The Knight of Flowers lost half of his life, and Cersei lost half of her forces. The troops that participated in the siege were all Lannister's elites, and Qingting Island's navy was only responsible for the siege on the sea. Tywin had left 2,000 elite soldiers at the King's Landing, but more than half of them were killed by the Knight of Flowers. The death toll was more than 1,000, and half of the survivors were crippled. That was why the Iron Throne could not do anything about Cersei. Tywin had originally brought 20,000 men to the King's Landing, but after the war ended, most of them returned home, the peasant soldiers that belonged to the vassals, and some were brought by Jaime to Hudgien to quell the rebellion. Riverrun was still resisting. It was because she understood the process and the cruel outcome of the siege of Dragonstone Island that Dany was confident that she could defend the Targaryen lands. Well, she never doubted that she could take down Dragonstone Island. Bron's men were mainly there to help her defend the island. Bron thought for a while and nodded. When do I start? Immediately prepare men and hire ships. I'll go to the wall and when I come back we'll attack Dragonstone Island. Although she had accepted Bron's loyalty, Dany did not change her mind about leaving overnight. Standing in the wide stone corridor outside the hall, she looked down at the 2 dragons spreading their wings in the courtyard. She said to the mercenary beside her without hesitation, Bron, the Westeros at this time have lost their morals and ethics. I won't trust anyone easily. Please prove your loyalty with your actions. I understand. Braun nodded gloomily. Now that there are only the two of us here, I can be more straightforward. Danny smiled faintly. The Westeros at this time are rotten to the core. I don't want to play the game of power with those people in this stinking cesspool. I'll completely destroy this old world and build a new one full of sunshine and hope. When I, the King's King, land in the Seven Kingdoms, the first thing I'll do is to convene the Great Council to judge all the injustice of the past 20 years. The old world can be defeated, but the past must not be forgotten. Not only that, I'll write a book for the future so that the future generations will always remember how terrible their ancestors were, and use it as a warning. At this point, she tilted her head and looked at Bronn, whose eyes were flickering. She said meaningfully, "No one can escape the trial, including my father, Mad King Aerys. If the City of Knowledge hands me your black file, I will not hesitate to abolish your title when the evidence is conclusive. Whether you live or die depends on whether you are willing to wear black clothes." Your Majesty, Danny raised her hand and interrupted his eager explanation. She smiled and said, "Bronn, there are some things that should be covered up. If you can't cover it up and people find out, you should immediately think of a way to make up for it. Obviously you can't cover it up no matter what. But you are very lucky. Just for 2 cows, you personally led a hunting dog into the forest in the middle of the night to search. I won't help you cover up your crime, but I will never wrong any meritorious subject. As a reward for your loyalty to me, at the very least, you will keep the fief and castle of Stockworth Castle, and completely abolish the surname Stockworth. With your original name, you will be worthy of the title of Earl Bronn. Of course your wife Loras cannot have any more accidents like falling off a horse. I don't care how many lovers and illegitimate children you have in the future, but the heir can only be from her belly. The highest limit? Haha, it will be determined by your merits. There is no upper limit." All the doubts in Bronn's heart were eliminated. He knelt on one knee and said solemnly, "Your subordinate will be loyal to the Queen." Chapter 272. Paristan was shot twice in the buttocks, and his thigh was pierced by a crossbow arrow. His injuries had only happened a day ago, but in just one day he had traveled thousands of miles from the old town to the Crimson Mountain Range, then to the King's Landing. He had even been exposed to the cold wind in Blackwater Bay for an entire afternoon. Then he did not manage to sleep. He took off again at midnight and flew until dawn. When he was in Stockworth Castle, even Balin, the lowly mercenary, Candarl, the old scholar who only had a dozen or so necklaces, and even Loras, who was a little retarded, mocked and ridiculed him because he violated the guest's rights. They looked down on him openly and secretly, and the old scholar's mental state was also greatly affected. The physical and mental torture even made him want to commit suicide. When the sun just peeked out from the horizon and the sky was still dark, the old professor's body tilted, and he fell from Blackie's back. No one knew if it was intentional or an accident. Fortunately, when Blackie was carrying the others, Danny had been in her dragon spirit state with him. She quickly urged him to use her claws to pick up the flying man. The old professor's life was saved, but Blackie did not know how to control his strength. The wound on the old man's buttocks that Barristan had stitched up split open again and blood gushed out. It was a miserable sight. In the morning the cold fog was hazy, and the waves in the middle of the river could not be seen clearly. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard, which meant that the river was not turbulent in the early winter. Under the gray sky, the river water was greenish-black, and it brought chills to the 3 people by the cobblestone river. At that moment, Danny and the other 2 landed beside the Trident River. Barristan was using the river water to clean the old man's bloodstains and sew up the wound that had burst open. Danny squatted by the river and picked up a stone to play with it. She complained loudly, "You old man, you even killed the king. Why don't you even have the courage to live now?" The old professor's face turned red and he retorted in shame, "I didn't kill myself. I was too sleepy and I couldn't help but doze off. I accidentally fell off the dragon's back." Dahe is tied with a belt. If you don't untie the belt, you can't fall off when you sleep or snore. Danny exposed the old man's secret without hesitation. "No, I didn't kill myself, I didn't kill myself." The red-nosed old man was at a loss for words and could only try to convince himself. Half an hour ago the old man did intend to kill himself. He was angry for half the night, but he didn't know who to be angry at. Unable to think things through, he suddenly had the idea of jumping down and ending everything. But when he really jumped down, he instantly regretted it. He wasn't the only one who violated the guest's rights. Why should he take the blame alone? Most importantly, in the short 10 seconds of falling from the sky, he began to miss the golden wine of Qingting Island, the fried pork chops in the Upiki wine bottle, the days of reading ancient literature while eating lemon cake on the lawn of the library, and even the dragon flame grilled steak. In short, he realized that he hadn't lived long enough. Awu Baristan finished sewing up the old doctor's wound. When he was applying medicine, a loud and muffled wolf howl came from the dark forest beside the river, followed by the dense and light running sound of Iwu. In just a few breaths, hundreds of gray wolves rushed out of the white fog, stepping on the frosted leaves and weeds, and surrounded the riverbank from 3 sides. Dire wolves? The old doctor looked at the wolves that surrounded them, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he looked at the leading gray wolf with surprise. It was the size of a calf. Awu! The giant wolf heard the cry and looked at the old man with its cold yellow eyes. It opened its mouth and breathed out clouds of white air with the smell of blood. From its appearance and the color of its fur, other than it being 2 or 3 times bigger than a normal gray wolf, it didn't look much different from its companions. If it wasn't for the old man's reminder, Danny would have thought that it was a big wild wolf. Why would there be a dire wolf in the riverbank? The old man was confused. Awu! The dire wolf didn't want to give him time to think. It retreated and pounced on Danny. Well, when the pack of wolves surrounded them, Danny took a few steps forward and stood in front of Baristan and the old doctor. The red-nosed old man looked at the dire wolf with a calm expression, curiously observing it. The old knight did not even raise his head, only focusing on applying medicine for the doctor. The two of them didn't seem to be worried that Danny would be torn apart by the wolves. Indeed, when the leader of the wolves pounced on them, Danny's purple eyes were dyed with blood. She opened her mouth and said, "Get lost." The giant wolf that was flying in the air seemed to have hit an invisible wall. It howled and flew away. The other big gray wolves were even worse. The terrifying draconic aura entered their mindscape. Almost half of the giant wolves were bleeding from their 7 orifices and died on the ground without a sound. The rest of them had bloodshot eyes and ran away with their tails between their legs. They didn't even care about their leader. Danny deactivated her dragon spirit form and looked curiously at the giant wolves that were struggling to get up. "Are ya?" she tried to call out. Baristan and the old doctor could only hear the wolves howling. Danny, in her soul state, saw a girl in linen clothes flying out of the dire wolf. After being hit by the dragon spirit, the girl's face was distorted as she held her head and screamed. In the blink of an eye, Danny realized that the dire wolf was in its wolf spirit state. According to the plot of Game of Thrones, there was only one dire wolf in the Riverland Nymeria who was released by Arya. Awu! Hearing Danny's call, the dire wolf's bloodshot yellow eyes showed a human-like shock. "It's really you." Danny was shocked. "Where are you?" The dire wolf's pupils contracted. It struggled to get up and tried to run away. "Don't be afraid. I mean no harm. I won't hurt you." Danny quickly comforted it with a gentle voice. However, she was surrounded by wolf corpses that were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Her words were not convincing. The dire wolf became more and more frightened. The human-like look in its eyes gradually faded. "Don't leave your wolf spirit form. I have something to tell you." Danny spoke faster as she retreated. "A child like you might not know the taboos of a wolf spirit. Let me tell you, there are 2 things you must pay attention to. First, do not eat humans in your wolf spirit form. That will increase your bestial nature and weaken your human nature. Second, your dire wolf has matured and has started to mate. But you must remember, do not be greedy for desires and pleasure that do not belong to humans. When it goes into heat, immediately leave your wolf spirit form." Looking at how the dire wolf skillfully surrounded and killed humans, Danny understood that it was not the first time Arya killed and ate humans in her wolf form. Eating humans was one of the taboos of shapeshifters. Yes, shapeshifters had taboos. After Danny became a dragon spirit, she would look for knowledge about shapeshifters whenever she had the chance. There were actually 4 taboos of shapeshifters. Other than not being able to eat human flesh and not being able to mate with other wolves in their wolf form, it was said that switching between male and female wolves was very addictive. There were 2 more taboos. Third, do not resist your instincts as a wolf spirit. Fourth, do not possess other humans. Rob and John both committed the 3rd taboo. They subconsciously knew that they were different, but they were very afraid and refused to accept this reality. Rob's wolf spirit talent was to predict danger. It was very bug-like. If he could be like his younger brother Bran and Rickon, and train his wolf spirit skills diligently, the bloody wedding would not have happened. As for the fourth one, Danny was very suspicious. Shapeshifters possessing humans? Wasn't that magical transformation cultivation? Whoa, whoa. The dire wolf howled at Danny. The emotion in its eyes gradually became fear. It retreated step by step into the forest and ran away without looking back. Your Majesty, who are you talking to? Barristan was puzzled. Wolf spirit. Barristan muttered a few words and suddenly shouted, Wolf spirit. I understand now. There was a human in the soul of that dire wolf just now, a shapeshifter. 7 gods above, what kind of world is this? Shapeshifters, fire sorcerers, demonic dragons. All kinds of demons and ghosts are appearing. Does the heavens want us Westeros to die? Ursos and the Jade Sea did not prohibit mystical powers, but have you seen any cities perish because of magic? On the other hand, the Westeros are not far from extinction now. Danny sneered and turned to explain to the old knight, I suspect that the dire wolf is being controlled by Arya of the House of Stark. Arya Stark? Didn't she die long ago? Did she transform into a wolf? Barristan was surprised. Sure, there's someone. Barristan put his index finger to his lips and listened for a moment. He was puzzled and said, chanting, there's a monk coming. As expected, after only 4 to 5 minutes, the pious chanting drove the cold morning fog and gradually filled the entire forest. The chanting was uniform and full of energy, rolling like thunder. The general meaning was to pray for the protection of the warriors, the mercy of the Holy Mother, the old woman to illuminate the path ahead, the Holy Father. Then, the source of the chanting appeared in front of Danny and the other two's vision. It was a group of dirty and sloppy beggars led by 20 sallow and skinny strong men. They wore coarse robes, some were barefoot, some were wearing slippers, some were holding axes, some were holding choppers and some were holding wooden spears. Their shields and leather armor were painted with a symbol that Danny was familiar with, a red 7-pointed star. The gathering of the poor. The group slowly walked out of the forest. Other than the leading beggar army, there were hundreds of poorly dressed refugees behind them. There were men, women, children and babies. In the middle of the crowd there was an old yellow cow, a dozen sheep and 3 two-wheeled trailers. The first cart was half filled with turnips, shriveled apples and onions stained with fresh mud. The second cart had 3 sacks which probably contained grain, wheat and the like. The last cart was filled with skulls and broken bones. Ah, so many wolves. Seeing Danny and the other two, the beggar brothers stopped and the chanting gradually stopped. They looked at the wolf corpses on the river bank in surprise and hesitated. Honorable knights, finally a strong man with an axe came forward and said, May the Holy Mother have mercy on you. Brothers. The Holy Mother loves you too, brother, Danny smiled. Fellow church members, where are you going? Ah, miss, are you a church knight? The strong man was surprised. I'm a nun. Ah. The strong man was stunned. An old man who was pulling a cart behind shouted, Reverend nun, we're going to the King's Landing. We're going to bring these holy bones to the great Cathedral of Bel and ask the king for help and protection. Join us, fellow church member. The journey is dangerous. We need strong warriors like you who can kill wolves. A thin man came forward and said. He was wearing a shabby monk's robe and a crystal hung around his neck. He was a monk. Chapter 273. I'm afraid I can't help you. Danny smiled apologetically and explained, We just came back from King's Landing and are heading north. Seeing the disappointment on the skinny monk's face, she pointed at the wolf carcasses and asked, Brother, do you want these wolves? Yes, of course we're short of food. The old man who was pulling the cart shouted. More than 100 people cheered and ran to the riverbank to skin and kill the wolves. But when she saw a peasant woman directly draining the blood, Danny quickly stopped her and said loudly, Don't waste the blood, you can feed them blood sausages. The Dothraki especially liked to eat blood sausages, but in the Westeros and the major free cities, she rarely saw people feed them blood sausages. How did these wolves die? There's not a single wound, so strange. Someone was puzzled. Danny taught the women how to feed them blood sausages and said without thinking, Do you see that red-nosed old man? Look at the chain around his neck, there are 40 sections. He's a master of poison. But don't worry, this poison is harmless to humans. Dr. Paristan glanced at her with a wooden face and said nothing. However, although he secretly criticized the Dragon Queen for being a witch who liked to lie, he was also shocked by her behavior of mingling with the sloppy peasant woman. In this environment, no one knew her, so she didn't have to pretend to be close to the commoners to win their hearts. Moreover, her expression and the smile on her face came from the bottom of her heart, without any reluctance. If she didn't have magic and a dragon, she would be a good queen. The old man sighed. But then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. A young girl in her teens, if she didn't have those mysterious powers, it would be difficult for her to even survive, let alone restore the dynasty. There was strength in numbers. After more than 2 hours, more than 40 wolves were finally turned into pieces of smoked meat, strings of blood sausages, and more than 40 wolfskin coats. Yes, the women and children directly put on the bloody wolf skins. The autumn wind was bleak and the weather was cold, so the linen clothes couldn't resist the cold. After that, Danny and the other two also joined the group of the poor. The old doctor was placed on the sack cart and squeezed together with a large pile of blood sausages. Through the chat, Danny learned about the origins of this group of people. They came from Salt Pan Town in the east and followed the Trident River to the west. They reached the King's Road a few kilometers away and then went south to King's Landing. "Sai, we don't want to leave our hometown, but 2 months ago, there was a light snow in our village. Winter is coming and we have almost no food left. 1 cow, 10 sheep, a few sacks of barley and half a cart of turnips. That's all the food in the village. If we don't go to King's Landing, we'll starve to death," the old man said with a sad expression. Saltfield Town is a small seaport after all. It should be able to provide a lot of work, right? Baristan was confused. The burly man spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed, "Don't even mention it. Saltworks Town has been destroyed. There was nothing left but Quincy Cox's nave of stone, burned to the ground by the brigands brought by the Hound. Clegane, that bastard, should go to hell. He killed anyone he saw, raped any woman he saw, burned any house he saw, and didn't even spare the babies and nuns." Clegane has fallen to this extent? The old knight's eyes widened in disbelief. "By the way, why are you cursing Sir Cox?" he asked again. Saltfield Town was located by the Trident River. There was a small dock that connected the inland river to the bay. It was the fief of the productive knight, Sir Cox. That old man Cox didn't care about the lives of the townspeople. When the bandits raided the town, not only did he not send his men to resist, he even closed the gate of the castle and forbade us to go in and hide. A young man said angrily, "Hey, there's someone." Danny's pupils contracted. She took a short bough from a beggar's brother, next to her, and nailed an arrow into a crooked tree in the Tsinshulin forest. A man in gray leather armor slid down the trunk and ran into the forest without saying a word. "Damn it, it must be the bandit's secret sentry." A tall woman in the group cursed. "Is the Three River Basin so chaotic?" Baristan murmured. "Sai, there are refugees, deserters, and bandits everywhere. Without the company of a dozen brothers, we don't even dare to go out." The skinny monk sighed. "It's useless not to go out. The lions in the western region and the wolf cubs in the northern region take turns to rob our village of food and women. The king doesn't even do anything about it." The old man shook his head. "The king is useless. We can only protect ourselves and our families if we unite and build our own strength." The skinny monk waved his fist and said firmly, "Yes, our own strength." A star warrior patted his chest and began to recite the scriptures loudly. The others slowly joined in. Just like when they first met, they were in unison. The sound waves rolled and spread into the distance. Needless to say, the beggar's tactic was quite effective. Along the way, they encountered several groups of bandits hiding in the forest. Their greedy eyes swept back and forth between the water buffaloes, goats, and the smoked wolf meat on the shoulders of the beggar brothers. But in the end, they retreated under the imposing prayers of the crowd. About 2 kilometers to the west, the Tsin forest became thinner and they encountered the first corpse. It was hanging under the branches of a charred tree trunk. As the group praying loudly approached, the scavenger crows that were pecking at the flesh on the human face spread out. Danny found that the calf of the corpse near the ground was only left with white bones and a few pieces of rags. There were also traces of being bitten by sharp teeth on the bones. The corpse's face was a ghastly grayish-green, its mouth was propped open, and someone had placed an uneven white stone. Something was stuffed into its teeth. "Salt," Baristan said with a sullen face. After walking for a few dozen meters, they found the second corpse. The scavenger dragged it down. The remains were scattered in the withered grass. A tattered rope loop was hanging on a branch, swaying in the wind. A 10-year-old child tripped and almost fell. As a result, he dug out half a helmet from the soil. The head of the dead man was inside. The rotten flesh was crawling with squirming maggots and small black beetles. There was also a lion's head emblem on the top of the helmet. Lion's helmet, good steel. The burly man took the helmet and knocked off the rotten head and insects on the tree trunk. No rust, no dents. It can still be used after washing. After that, they would encounter one or more corpses every few steps until they reached the intersection. It stretched for nearly a kilometer and there were about 100 or 200 corpses. They were hanging on the branches of the trees with ropes around their necks. Their bodies were swollen and their cheeks were eaten by crows. They hung under the trees and swayed. Everyone's mouth was stuffed with salt. Many of them had coats of arms sewn on their chests. A dire wolf, an axe, an arrow, a salmon, a pine tree, an oak leaf, a short-legged rooster, a wild boar's head, the emblems of the nobles of the northern region, Jianghu County, and the western region could be found here. 7 gods above, they are all deserters who gathered together to become bandits? The White Knight said with an ugly expression. These are the people who looted Saltfield Town. They were caught by Count Tali and hanged in this forest as a warning to the other bandits, the thin monk said. Then the group set foot on King's Road, a 5-meter-wide mud road, which was the road of Westeros. The yellow mud road extended to a small pier by the river, where several ferries were docked. There was also an inn beside the road. It was a 3-story stone building close to the Trident River, sitting in the west and facing the east. When they passed by the door on King's Road, they saw a white stone chimney erected on the side from a distance. After approaching it, Dany was surprised to find that the south wing extended to the river, and half of the building was built on stone piles in the river. If the traveler wanted to, they could even open the window, lie in bed, throw a fishing line into the river and catch a few trout. On the north side of the inn, there was a thatched cowshed and a bell tower. The whole building was surrounded by a broken white stone wall. Dany and the other 2 parted ways with the group of the poor peoples gathering at the inn. Before leaving, the White Knight secretly stuffed a handful of gold royals into the monk's hands. This place is 600 kilometers away from King's Landing, and it will take about a month. This food is not enough for you to eat. The courtyard of the inn was a large piece of brown mud. Dany stood at the entrance of the courtyard and hesitated for a while before she gritted her teeth and stepped on it. A shabby gallows stood in the courtyard, and a little boy was holding the rusty iron chain and swinging it back and forth. 4 girls stood in the porch and looked at him. The youngest was only 2 or 3 years old. She had a watermelon hairstyle and was crawling on the ground naked. The oldest was about 10 years old. She had brown hair and brown eyes. She was as thin as a match and her cheeks were pale. She was wearing an old blue dress. When she saw Dany and the others coming over, she immediately used her body to protect the little ones behind her. Who are you? Paristan covered his butt and limped. He shouted impatiently, Of course we are guests. Quickly call your mother out and prepare a basin of hot water for me. I don't have a mother. She was killed. The girl in the blue dress said anxiously. Little girl, where is the shop owner? Dany asked with a smile. The gentle smile infected the girl. She curiously looked at Dany and said, My sister Jenny is the shop owner. She went to the river to get fish. We set up a net in the river and can catch a few trout every morning. Miss, you are so beautiful. Even if you are wearing men's clothes, you are still beautiful. The little girl blushed and said, Iron armor is not only for men. Dany shook her head and asked, What is your name? Weeping Willow. My name is Weeping Willow. Miss, do you want to eat or stay? By the way, do you have silver coins? We are only staying for 1 night. Do we need to pay a silver coin? Why don't you just rob us? The old doctor said angrily. Weeping Willow glanced at Dany and gritted her teeth. She insisted, Not 1, at least 3. We need money to buy food. Okay, 3 then. It is normal for prices to rise in a chaotic world. Dany walked to the porch and found a wooden stick by the stairs. She scraped the mud off her iron boots before stepping on the wooden floor. She looked at the little girl who was rolling around on the ground and said, Isn't she cold? Why don't you let your sister wear clothes? Weeping Willow shook her head and said, There is a fireplace burning in the house. It is warm. You also saw that Trish likes to crawl on the ground. Her clothes are dirty and worn. She picked up the little girl and walked into the house while saying, Trish is not my sister. Some of them were brought here by the sparrows. Some of them were found by themselves. They are all poor children without parents. The Weeping Willow whistled. As if by magic, boys and girls in ragged clothes with messy hair came out from under the table, beside the window, next to the fireplace, and in the stairwell in the blink of an eye. A few of the older girls were still holding a fully loaded crossbow in their hands. The boys were holding slingshots or stones. All of them were fully armed. Are we really going to rob them? Paristane shouted. Weeping Willow glanced at the old man. She was like a queen in a castle, commanding the group of orphans loudly, "Put down your weapons. They are not enemies. Walter, go and boil water. We'll go to the river and find Jenny. Tell her that there are guests in the shop. Ai Jew Pater, go and find some wood to add to the fireplace. I will show them the rooms." The doors on both sides of the corridor were open. Danny could choose any room she wanted from the second floor to the third floor. The rooms were all empty. Baristan frowned and said, "I came here 2 years ago. It was almost overcrowded. There are not many guests now. The ones walking on the road now are either sparrows or bandits. The former have no money and the latter rob us of our money." Chapter 274. What about Martha? The fat lady boss who chews tobacco from morning till night and stains her teeth red? Baristan asked. Martha is my aunt. She's dead. She died 2 years ago. But how did she die? She was hanged by the old lion in front of the inn. The old lion? Duke Tywin? Yes. Weeping Willow did not wait for him to ask again and continued to explain. That day the little devil was drinking downstairs and was caught by Mrs. Stark. During the War of the Four Kings, Lannister crossed the river and hanged Aunt Martha as revenge for her not doing anything. Not doing anything? Tywin is old and confused. Your aunt is a hotel owner. How can she not do anything in front of Tully's daughter and Mrs. Stark? Danny's mouth twitched. Weeping Willow said helplessly, "Will the nobles reason with the commoners? It's a pity. Martha is good at cooking and the ale she brews is very fragrant." Paristan smacked his lips and said regretfully, "You know Martha too?" Danny asked in surprise. "Sigh, this is a legendary old inn that is as famous as the Feather Pen wine bottle. I stayed there when I was traveling through the 7 kingdoms." The old professor looked around and ran to the 4th room in the north. He smiled and said, "This is the room where the kind Queen Alisanne and the King of Rinrué, His Majesty Jollies, lived 200 years ago." "Are you talking nonsense?" Weeping Willow stared and said in surprise. "Haha." The old professor pulled the long chain in front of his chest and said proudly, "Little girl, do you see this? 5 red copper chains, Doctor of History. Weeping Willow, the price of this room will increase in the future." Danny entered King Rinrué's former bedroom. It was not very spacious, only 40 square meters. It had a small bathroom and a fireplace compared to the other rooms. She took off the large canvas bag behind her and put it on the chair in front of the fireplace. She looked around and said, "The feather quilt on the bed is a little moldy. Change it to a cleaner one for me. Light the fireplace and fill the water tank in the bathroom. The 2 of us will stay in the rooms on the left and right," Baristan said. After that, the old knight asked Weeping Willow about the recent events that happened near the inn. "Wolf cubs and lions are going back and forth. The nearby villages have all been destroyed by the soldiers. There are bandits, sparrows and orphans who have lost their families. There are fewer and fewer tourists. Our inn has long run out of food. We can only rely on hunting and fishing to survive. Is this considered a big deal?" Weeping Willow said. "Does Lannister have any plans? Organize the disaster victims to return to their homes and plant. In this weather, they would probably be able to plant a wave of cold-resistant crops such as turnips and cabbage. The lions won the battle, so Hujian County belongs to them. They should be managing their own territory, shouldn't they?" Danny asked. "There are many lions nearby, but other than killing and snatching, they don't do anything else. Last time the hounds killed a few lions here. In the end, my cousin followed in Aunt Martha's footsteps and was killed by the lions to vent their anger." Weeping Willow said sullenly. Danny's heart skipped a beat as she asked, "Is Hound alone?" Weeping Willow's eyes flashed with vigilance. "Why do you ask? Who do you want to know?" Danny looked at the little girl strangely. "Child, you are really too young and inexperienced. I didn't ask anything, but you took the initiative to reveal the fact that you know that the little girl beside the hounds is Arya Stark. You even want to protect her whereabouts. What is your relationship with Arya?" She rolled her eyes. You also said that the hounds killed a few lions. He is not the legendary hero Baristan who has no companions. How can he kill a few warriors at once? Is Baristan that strong? The hounds fought 1 against 3 and even with the help of a girl, he was still seriously injured. Weeping Willow doubted. Danny nodded silently. This was the normal strength of this world. If the equipment and physical fitness were similar, if one could win 1 against 1 he would be considered a master. If one could win 2 against 1 he would be considered a master. If one could win 1 against 3 he would be considered a super master. If one could win 1 against 4 or 5 he would be considered a legendary hero such as the Sword of Dawn. If she did not cheat with the Lion's Roar, Danny could only fight 1 against 2 with the same equipment and the opponent could not be too strong. Baristan once fought against 11 in the City of Knowledge. 10 fully armed elite soldiers and a fully armored Grand Knight. He was unscathed but 6 of them died. Even the knight's head was chopped off. Wow, I didn't expect the fearless Baristan to be so strong. He is much stronger than the infamous hounds. The little girl's face was full of admiration and longing. Baristan rubbed his nose awkwardly. Your Majesty, you think too highly of this old man. Without this armor, this old man would have been chopped in half. After Weeping Willow left, the old knight told Danny many things related to this crossroads inn. For example, other than King Renat, Robert and Cersei also stayed here for a day when they returned from the north. During the War of the Usurpers, Prince Rhaegar and Robert fought at the river bank south of the inn. Because Rhaegar's chest was embedded with a red 3-headed dragon with rubies, he was hammered in the chest by Robert's iron hammer. The rubies shattered on the river bank, which was also known as the Ruby Beach. That day, Arya and the swineherd practiced swordsmanship at the Ruby Beach. Joffrey and Sansa also went for a walk at the Ruby Beach. In the end, Arya's direwolf Nymeria was exiled, and Sansa's lady was stabbed to death by Ide. Tyrion was also kidnapped by Catelyn in this inn. It was as if all the big events started here. It was like the Lyoja village of the Game of Thrones world. Soon a few boys brought them hot water and a few bundles of firewood. They lit the fireplace, washed their bodies, and went downstairs to eat a few pieces of roasted horse meat. The 3 then returned to their rooms and slept. They slept until the sky was dark, and the heavy footsteps in the corridor outside the door woke Danny and Baristan up. When she heard Weeping Willow introducing the room to the guest, Danny lay back on the feather bed and stared lazily at the dark sky outside the window. It was going to rain. The guests seemed to be staying opposite them. From time to time the sound of footsteps could be heard. Danny thought that the other party must be a tall and burly warrior, even wearing iron armor. The sound was exactly the same as Baristan's when he walked. Danny could not sleep anymore. She got out of bed and practiced swordsmanship in her room in her underwear. During this time she had flown tens of thousands of miles and even learned the powerful dragon flame fire control spell. However, she still did not slack off on the training of her body. Yes, she did not give up on her dream of becoming the Night King. After sweating, she took a hot bath with the kettle hanging on the fireplace. She washed the dye off her hair and returned it to a brilliant silver. Then she cleaned the iron armor again and applied a layer of oil. The whole process took more than 2 hours. The sky outside was completely dark, and the drizzle of icy rain drifted in through the window. At this time even the red-nosed old doctor woke up. He limped over and knocked on the door. Do you still want to go on the road as planned tonight? It's raining. Haha, don't you know that the sun rises in the east and the rain in the west? It's raining here. The rain will naturally stop after half an hour in the north. Danny replied with a smile. Maybe it's snowing in the north. The old man muttered and went back to his room to get dressed. In fact, flying on the back of a dragon, as long as one wore a helmet to block the wind, it would not be cold even at the high altitude in the north. This was because the Megalosaurus scales were hot. With the help of the old knight, Danny put on leather and iron armor, then put on a woolen sweater and a thick cloak. The Shadow Lynx cloak with black stripes was bought at the King's Landing clothing store. It was almost the warmest fur in the world. 10 gold royals. It was very expensive. According to the owner, it was the only one in the whole King's Landing. Danny had suspected that it was secondhand. Although the cloak was clean and tidy and had the fragrance of orchids, the color of the fur was a little light. However, the old knight advised her to buy it. No matter how old it was, it would keep her warm. Danny guessed right. She was wearing Tyrion's second-hand leather coat. That's right. There was only one Shadow Lynx cloak in the whole King's Landing. It was the one that Tyrion brought back from the Mountain of Tomorrow. The little demon left the house with nothing, and the leather coat was also wandering outside and bought by the peddlers. By the way, the Shadow Lynx was also a legendary creature. It was weaker than a dragon but stronger than a glacier wolf. It was very rare and even harder to catch. How powerful was it? It had sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. It was as fierce as a tiger, as strong as a bull, and as light as a cat. There was no need to mention the basic configuration of these beasts. The scary thing was that it could smell blood from 10 kilometers away. When Danny and the others went downstairs with their backpacks, they saw the boys trying to push the tables together in the hall into 3 long lines. There were also a few older girls trying their best to move the benches from the back. More than 30 children were busy working like ants under the command of Weeping Willow. While the orphans were busy, there were 2 strong men sitting leisurely by the bonfire. One of them was a skinny young man. That's not right. The strong man in iron armor who was almost 2 meters tall had a rough face and gentle eyebrows. He seemed to be a woman? Beauty Brain? Weeping Willow walked to the stairs and looked at Danny's silver braids in front of her chest. She said in surprise, "Miss Knight, your hair?" Danny threw her long braids to the back of her head and smiled. "I dyed my black hair before." "Oh, the silver hair matches you very well. You're even more beautiful." Weeping Willow touched her messy brown hair and lowered her head shyly. Soon she noticed that the 3 of them were carrying backpacks. She asked doubtfully, "Are you leaving? It's so late and it's raining." "Where are you going?" "Would you believe me if I said that we're going beyond the Great Wall to fight the deviant ghosts?" Paristan chuckled. Weeping Willow glanced at him. Let the deviant ghosts eat this lying old man. However, she did not ask further. She only reminded them, "It's very dangerous to travel at night. The 3 of you must be careful. Let's have a meal first. You haven't started eating yet, right?" Paristan said. "We're cooking porridge. The 3 of you can go to the bonfire to warm up first," Weeping Willow said, and returned to the hall to instruct the little ones to work. The man who took off his boots and warmed himself by the bonfire had his back facing the stairs. He did not notice Danny and the other 2. He was still talking non-stop. Very strange words. "To be honest, I want you. Be confident. Don't doubt my love for you. How many people are willing to marry a retard? That retard was even raped dozens of times on the street. He got a bastard son for free. However, the return he got was not even half of what the Tass family got. You're the only living child of Count Selwyn," the man said sincerely. "Tass?" It seemed that Brain did not run away. And this man idolized Bronn and was wooing Brain. Chapter 275. When Brittany saw Danny and the other 2 walking over, she was very embarrassed and blushed from her cheeks to her neck. The man thought she was shy and continued, "I know you like Renly. I knew it when we were at the Bitter Bridge. I'm not as handsome as him, not as rich as him, and not as high as his title, but I have 2 advantages that he will never be able to match. First, I didn't have my throat slit. A living person is better than a dead person. Second, I have the ability. I swear to you, I have at least 1 confirmed illegitimate daughter. But don't worry, I won't let that girl cause you trouble. I just want to say that marriage is good for both of us. I get the land and the title, you get the castle." He pointed at the children running around the room. Brittany said angrily, "Don't say that. My father is only 54 years old. He's not too old to have children. There are risks in everything. If your father remarries, if the bride can get pregnant, if she can give birth to a baby boy, it proves that I bet on the wrong thing. But it's not a loss for you. You're a virgin. I'm afraid you don't understand the game between men and women. After playing, your attitude will naturally change. In the dark, you're as beautiful as any princess. I'll also spoil you like a princess. Tonight, don't bolt your door. I'll sneak into your bed and prove my words." The man said teasingly. "Damn, this guy is so cheap." Brittany couldn't help but be embarrassed and said angrily, "If you dare to do that, I'll turn you into a eunuch tonight. We have a guest." The silent young man with brown hair and blue eyes reminded her in a low voice. The man sat on the chair and looked back. He was surprised to see Danny, but his eyes were finally attracted by the long chain around Pariston's neck. "7 gods above, I actually met a doctor here. You're Dr. Paristan. I've seen you in the City of Knowledge. Why are you here?" The man had thick and messy brown hair. There was a thin and long scar on his left ear. His buttocks had a chin, and his nose seemed to have been broken many times. It was a little crooked. You are. The old professor was puzzled at first, but when he saw the family emblem on the man's breastplate, a brown dead deer hanging from a crossbar, he suddenly understood. You are Highly Hunt of the Horn Hill. You have been studying in the City of Knowledge for 2 years, but you have misspelled your father's name, the stupid pig Hunt. Ahem. Hire coughed dryly and said awkwardly, that was a mistake. Are you Miss Brittany of the Tass family? The old doctor turned to Brittany and asked in confusion, why are the two of you together? Doctor knows me? Brittany asked curiously. Your looks are unique under the heavens. The old man said harshly. Brittany blushed and lowered her head. Brittany was 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders. Because of her flat chest, her pectorals were bigger than her breasts. Her face was round and rough, covered with freckles. Her nose had been broken many times and was crooked. Her teeth were protruding out of place. Her mouth was wide, almost split to the roots of her ears, and her lips were fat like caterpillars. Her hair was yellow like dirty straw, fragile and dry. It was truly unique. Doctor, where are you going? Ire asked. To the north beyond the Great Wall. The commander of the night watchmen sent a message saying that there are deviants outside the Great Wall. I represent the Academy, Danny interrupted him. Don't flatter the Academy. The scholar has completely failed in his duty regarding the deviants. He has done nothing. The red-nosed old man touched his nose and found a chair near the fireplace to sit down. He put his backpack aside and stopped talking. Deviants? Are you talking about deviants? Brittany and Hire looked strange. Are you telling a legend? Danny shrugged and skipped the topic. She asked Brittany, are you looking for Sansa Stark in Hedjin? Who are you? How do you know? Brittany was shocked at first, then quickly shook her head and denied it. I'm not looking for Miss Sansa. Sigh, you ask everyone you see. Have you seen a red-haired virgin? 13 years old, very beautiful. Hunter sighed. I guess the entire Three River Valley knows that Brittany of Tass is looking for Sansa Stark. What's the next plan? Danny asked again. I won't say. Brittany said stubbornly. Ah, who is this kid? Danny pointed at the shy brown-haired boy and asked. My name is Podrick Pine, Miss Brittany's attendant. Hire looked at Danny suspiciously and reminded her. Miss, you haven't introduced yourself yet. Danny walked to the window. Under the night sky, the river flowed endlessly. She held the hilt of her sword with her right hand. The cold wind blew the shadow of the lynx cloak on her shoulder. She sighed. Lonely shadow in the cold river, old friends of the martial arts world, why do we have to know each other when we meet? Brittany, Barristan, old doctor. They were stunned for a moment. Ire was confused. What are you talking about? You don't know? I don't want to tell you my true identity, but I can't bear to make up a name to deceive you. So I want you to stop asking. Is that what you mean? Hire was even more confused. Dr. Paristan broke the awkwardness and asked, Sir Hire, I remember you are a knight under Count Tali. Why are you here? I'm pursuing Miss Brittany. Pursuing her family's fief. Danny mocked. Miss, you are very beautiful. Many people will pursue you because of your beauty. But what's the difference between this and me pursuing Miss Brittany because of her inheritance? Hire was shameless, but what he said did make some sense. Time to eat, children. Get ready to eat. After a while, Weeping Willow came to the center of the hall. His thin body let out a deafening cry. A group of monkeys obediently sat on 2 long tables far away from the fireplace. They blinked their eyes and looked in the direction of the kitchen. You can eat at this table. Weeping Willow pointed to the empty table by the fireplace and said to Danny and the others. Where's your sister Jenny? There isn't even an adult in such a big inn. Danny was puzzled. She came back with a few trout in the afternoon and went out again in the afternoon. While they were talking, a gray-haired old man walked out of the kitchen with a steaming pot in his hand. Behind him were a few boys around the age of 11 or 12. They were carrying plates, wooden bowls, and large loaves of black bread that were overflowing with the aroma of wheat. Dinner was simple. A pot of turnip barley porridge, a plate of fried trout, and a plate of mutton stewed with carrots mixed with alfalfa. When they were setting the table, the old man introduced himself to Danny and the others. He was Meribad, a barefoot monk in Hedjien. He couldn't read or write, but he could recite the 7 Stars Holy Book and various prayers. He was tall 8 meters tall. He had big hands and feet and his skin was as hard as leather. His face was weathered. For 40 years he had been roaming around the countryside of Hejian. From Nuquan town to Nuquan city, a cycle took about half a year. He presided over weddings and confessions for the people, and the people provided him with food and lodging. During the famine he even drove a donkey to transport food from Nuquan town and distribute it to the poor in the villages. The mutton, barley and cheese in tonight's meal all came from the old man. This is a true cultivator just like the great sparrow. Danny thought. Aren't you afraid of being robbed by bandits when you bring food with you? She curiously asked. I have a dog, Friar Marabad called out with a smile. A large yellow dog the size of a calf scurried over and leaned against the old man affectionately, looking at Danny curiously. Whoa, what an intelligent dog. Danny looked at its human-like eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Dog is very powerful. The last time I met a wolf pack in Sinshulin, dog bit a dozen wolves to death in an instant. Marabad stroked the yellow dog's neck and proudly said. Do wolves often appear? Baristan frowned and asked. The wolves are led by a large female wolf. They've been patrolling the Trident River for the past 2 years. Even the nobles couldn't do anything to them. Monk Marabad nodded. The old knight and Danny exchanged glances, but didn't continue asking. Before the meal, Monk Marabad looked at the weeping willow and asked, Can I lead the children to pray before the meal? Yes, and so they all bowed their heads to thank the Heavenly Father and Holy Mother for their charity, including Danny and Dr. Paristan. However, there was a black-haired young man around 15 or 16 years old standing on the side, his arms crossed as he stared at the others and prayed. After the prayer was over, Danny curiously looked at him and asked, Young man, are you from the north? I come from King's Landing. The young man brushed away the black hair in front of his eyes and casually replied. Then you don't believe in the old gods either? I believe in the Light King. Child, you Baristan stared at the young man, his expression suddenly changed, then secretly glanced at Danny. Who's your father? I don't know. The old knight then looked at Hire and Brittany, hesitated for a while, but still didn't ask the question in his heart. On the other hand, Danny noticed his strange expression and asked, Young man, what's your name? The young man glared at her with his blue eyes. Why do you ask? His name is Gendeli, he's a blacksmith, a thin and small boy beside him shouted. Gendeli. Danny instantly understood that this guy was Arya's lover, Robert's illegitimate son, and also understood that the White Knight most likely suspected his identity. Smack. Weeping Willow hit the boy with a spoon and shouted, Big mouth, Ben eat, don't disturb the adults' conversation. Hearing her words, the children pounced on the food on the table like hungry wolves. After a while, the hall was filled with chewing sounds and the sound of Weeping Willow hitting the children with a spoon. During dinner, Danny kept asking Marabald about the situation in the Three River Basin. She found that he was familiar with every town and manor in Hejian, the villages that didn't even have a name, the fences and mountains, the streams and caves, and every rugged path that wasn't on the map. Friar Marabald, do you think the people of Hejian can survive this winter? No, many of them don't have any stored food, they can't even last a year, the old friar said worriedly. Danny gradually had an idea in her mind. If I want to find you next time, where should I go? Find me for what? The old friar was confused. Find you to be the president of the Red Cross Association. Within half a year I'll send a batch of food. Danny glanced at Baristan. If I want to help the people of Hejian, where should I send the food? The old man in the old town contributed 3 million gold royals to buy food. Danny definitely couldn't finish it all by herself, and she didn't lack food either, so she might as well use it to help the people. Help the people of Hejian? White Knight was shocked, but immediately became happy. She said excitedly, Geographically, Nuquan is the most suitable place. Hearing that Danny wanted to help the people of Hejian, Professor Paristan had mixed feelings. He reminded her, Count Morden is a coward, he doesn't have the guts to accept your food. Go to Crab Island, or take down Horror Cave Fortress, it's a ruin now. What are you talking about? Friar Marabald was confused. Woof woof woof. The dog suddenly started barking. The next moment, the sound of horse hooves trampling on the muddy ground was heard from the courtyard. Someone's coming, Brittany said in surprise. It's a friend. Jean Deli's tone was casual. Weeping Willow put down the wooden bowl and spoon, and went out to greet them with joy. Boom. Lightning split the dark sky, and in a moment the courtyard was as bright as day. Weeping Willow's sharp voice was filled with fear. Ah no, it's not Captain Lemon and the others. Chapter 276. Weeping Willow staggered back into the hall. She hurriedly took off a crossbow hanging on the wall and shouted anxiously, "Stop eating, take your weapons, there's a group of bandits outside." The children who were holding bowls and eating immediately left their seats. Some went to get crossbows, some looked for stones, some leaned on the window and pulled the slingshot. Weeping Willow rushed into the rain with a crossbow and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Leave, there's no food here, we all have weapons, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously." The 10-year-old little girl was taller than a giant at this time. Boom! Thunder rumbled and bright white lightning flashed in the yard. Danny saw 7 or 8 armored warriors wearing black hoods, and the rain fell from their grinning chins. Someone was holding an axe with a silver blue light, someone was holding an unsheathed black machete, and the rest were unsheathed swords. Everyone was wearing a full set of mail and plate armor. Weapons and armor were shining coldly and belonged to the best equipment. This was a group of powerful bandits. The leader, a man wearing a dog helmet, said to Weeping Willow fiercely, "If you dare to shoot, I'll stuff that arrow into your hole and use it to asterisk 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 asterisk. You dare to stare at me? Very well, you're dead, I'm going to dig out your damn eyes and stuff them under you." Danny pulled Weeping Willow's collar and took her back to the house. "There are so many knights in the house, it's not your turn to be in the limelight." Then she smiled and asked Brittany, who looked solemn, "How many can you deal with?" Brittany was stunned for a moment before she mumbled, "1, maybe 2. "I can deal with 1. Hire wiped the grease from his mouth, put on his helmet and said in annoyance, "I have to ride a horse, that way I can fight 2 or even 3. "Sir, you can deal with 3, right?" Danny asked Baristan. "I'm also a knight." Jendeli raised his hammer and said, "You don't have a helmet, so stay behind me and act according to the situation. I'm going to kill that dog-headed man first." "Everyone, protect my flanks," Danny said as she pulled down her helmet and rushed into the rain. "Kill?" The old knight was almost in sync with her. He pulled out his sword and ran towards the scimitar wielder on the dog-masked man's left. "Kill?" Brittany and Hire didn't fall behind. Even the old monk's dog barked and rushed over. "Damn it! How can there be 4 knights in this rundown hotel?" A bandit in the courtyard shouted in surprise. "We're just passing by. There are bandits chasing us. Give us good horses and food and we'll leave immediately." The other bandit was a little scared. "Don't be afraid. 2 women and an old man. Watch me slaughter them." The dog-masked man raised his axe and charged towards Danny. Dragon might. The moment the woman and the horse were 5 meters away, Blackie's soul entered Danny's mind. Her eyes were blood-red and even glowed in the dark. Nay, nay. The warhorse's legs suddenly turned to jelly. Although it didn't kneel down directly, it gave a hard kick, and its speed couldn't help but slow down. The dog-masked man's attack missed, and his body leaned towards Danny unconsciously. Teed, the sharp Valeglia's steel sword carried the force of Danny's running and pierced into the dog-masked man's mouth accurately. SSSSSSSSS. Small lines of blood splattered along the blade and splattered on Danny's iron helmet. She lowered her body and slid past the dog-masked man. The long sword in her hand was dragged out of the dog's mouth, and she met the swordsman charging from behind. Clang. The swords clashed and sparks flew everywhere. There was a sound like a gong. The opponent's snow-white sword had a hole the size of a soybean, but Danny's clear sky was unharmed. Bam! She kicked the horse's leg and the warhorse immediately fell to the ground. The rider on the horse screamed in panic and fell in front of Danny. She showed no mercy. Her hand was as fast as lightning, and her long sword pierced through the gap at the back of the rider's throat armor. TCH TCH TCH. Blood spurted out like a fountain, splattering on her iron boots. She quickly pulled out her sword after stabbing it in and faced the third opponent. This time there was some delay. Danny didn't have time to block with her long sword, and the opponent's 2-handed greatsword struck her head. Actually, the rider had intended to use the horse's head to ram into her chest, but for some reason the warhorse, which had always been telepathic, dodged to the side. Bam! Danny felt dizzy as if she had been hit by a stick. Her right hand subconsciously reached for her opponent's exposed armpit. The rider howled in pain and the long sword in his hand slipped out. Danny shook her head. She felt a little heavy. She raised her head and looked in front of her. There was no one left. She had pierced through the cavalry team. Turning around, she saw the rider who had lost his long sword and right arm was smashed off his horse by Jendeli's hammer. The young man had been following Danny all this while. He saw her killing people, and when he finally caught one with low HP, he wouldn't let it go. He smashed the rider's helmet 3 to 5 times with his hammer. Danny held her sword and stood in the freezing rain, breathing out white air. She felt a little heavy in her head, and when she reached out her hand, she touched the blade of a sword. She was stunned for a moment before she realized that she had become the Golden Lion Shiki. She took off her helmet with difficulty. As expected, the blade of the sword struck the round steel cap on the top of the helmet and got stuck. Monk Marabad, who was standing under the porch and holding an oil lamp, shouted, "7 gods above, that Miss Knight is even scarier than Brittany." She knocked down the horse with one kick. How strong must she be? Weeping Willow's eyes widened as he muttered. Paristan was also shocked. In just a few breaths, the others were still fighting one-on-one, but she had killed 3 fully armed Grand Knights. The quality of this year's martial arts champion was too high. White Knight didn't complete her mission. She only killed 2 riders. Brittany and Hire killed 1 each, and Jean Deli snatched one of Danny's heads. As the rain fell, the 7 armored corpses twitched unconsciously in the mud. Blood flowed into a small stream and dyed the soil in the courtyard red. Danny and Brittany looked at each other and laughed at the same time. In an instant they felt closer to each other. Jean Deli walked to the dog-masked man and said with a smile, "Miss, you killed the hound." "What, he's the hound? I killed the hound?" Danny's eyes almost popped out. The hound was one of the most important supporting characters in Game of Thrones. He was Arya and 3 Idiots' first love. How could he get a boxed lunch just like that? He's not the hound. The hound died a long time ago. Brittany took off the helmet of the dog-masked man, revealing an ugly face without a nose. She said with a complicated expression, "They're blood performers. They picked up the hound's head helmet from the hound's grave. They're the ones who looted the Saltfield town." Danny also walked over to take a look. Although he was ugly, there were no burn scars on his face. He was not the hound. "Rolger?" Jean Deli exclaimed, "It's him." "You know him?" Danny asked curiously. "I was originally sold to the Night Watchers by the blacksmith. I followed the Night Watcher Yoren and a group of people to the north. At that time, there were 3 vicious people in the group who were locked in a cage." Jean Deli only roughly explained the situation at that time, and Danny understood. Arya not only saved faceless Jaquen, but also released 2 real villains. The 2 people in Game of Thrones had almost no scenes, but in this real world, the 2 joined the blood performers. They killed, robbed, raped. Almost all the evil in the world were done by them. In fact, Jaquen was not a good person. His hands were stained with the blood of innocent people. Arya was indeed a child of blood performers. Ta. Danny was scrubbing her hair in front of the fireplace. Jean Deli and the others were stripping the bodies of the bandits under the porch. The armor was very precious. When they moved the naked bodies to the stables, there was a rush of horse hooves on the King's Road again. "It's me." Before entering the courtyard, a knight shouted across the stone wall, "Weeping Willow, Jean Deli, did you meet the group of crippled people?" Then a group of more than 20 riders rushed into the courtyard. "It's Lemon, one of us." Jean Deli turned back and said to the vigilant knights in the living room, "One of you." Danny was alert. "Why are there so many riders in your inn?" "This holy fire above, these blood performers are all dead." "Who did it?" A rider outside looked at the bodies on the ground and exclaimed, "Holy fire?" Hire was stunned and suddenly changed his expression. He got up from the soft couch by the fireplace, grabbed the sword belt hanging on the wall and shouted, "Be careful, we are in a black inn, they are all bandits." "What?" Danny and Brittany were still in a daze. The White Knight who had not taken off her armor had already drawn her sword in front of her. Then they saw the children running around and shouting. Some children were at a loss, but a dozen of them were holding crossbows and raising stones, pointing at Danny and the others. "Yes, this is a black inn." A tall girl, 16 or 17 years old, walked in. Her brown hair under the hood was dripping wet. She often did not have enough to eat. She was very thin and her face was plain and white from the cold. The only highlight was her height, estimated to be more than 1.75 meters. Brown leather boots and black leather pants outlined a pair of eye-catching long legs. "Long legs, Jenny." Jean Deli frowned and shouted, "They killed the bandits of the blood performers." "Jenny?" Weeping Willow's sister, they looked very similar. "Madam wants to see them," Long legs Jenny said. After a while, 7 or 8 warriors with sharp swords rushed into the room. There were also a dozen people with bows and crossbows guarding the door and windows, staring coldly at them. "Put down your weapons, take off your armor, and surrender." The bearded man in a lemon-yellow cloak shouted. This really is a black inn. Danny looked around. The swordsman looked solemn. Weeping Willow wanted to say something but stopped. The group of little radishes looked at them nervously. The 2-year-old girl named Tracy did not understand what was going on. She was still crawling around the long table naked. Occasionally she would pick up a few crumbs of bread and stuff them into her mouth, making the cups and plates clinking. You believe in the Red God, are you from the Brotherhood without a flag? Monk Marabad stepped forward and explained, I know you and your rules. I can swear that the knights here are all good people. Please don't kill the innocent. Let them go. Old monk, I know you too. You go to the villages in Hejian County and help the poor people. You are not in the trial. You can leave with your donkey, but they are the people Madame Stoneheart is looking for. You can't let any of them go. Chapter 277. The cold rainwater hit the branches and leaves that passed by the cloak, making a crisp sound. Compared to the previous heavy rain that was as dense as a curtain, the rain was much weaker. Perhaps not long after, this late autumn cold rain would completely stop. It was close to midnight. A group of more than 20 people set off from the crossroads in the middle of the night and wandered around the dark and damp forest. Under the complaining and puzzled gaze of the old man Paristan, Danny gave in. She did not summon the Megalosaurus to save the day. However, she also made her own request. She did not care about Brittany and the rest, but she and Baristan could not take off their armor. Their swords could be removed from their waists, but they had to be kept by the old doctor. Due to the red-nosed old man's characteristics, the bandits only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Danny was very interested in the strange Madame Stoneheart. There was indeed a brotherhood without flags in the plot, but the leader of the brotherhood seemed to be a man, a minor character. She did not remember the name, so she wanted to meet the madam. Danny was just a fat sheep. After all, she had helped them kill the blood trickster so she could get good treatment. Brittany was not so lucky. The brotherhood without flags seemed to be targeting her. Not only was her armor stripped, her weapon was taken away, and even her hands were tightly bound. Yes, Hire and Bodrick were treated the same. Just like that, the group rode through the cold and wet black forest in the middle of the night in the rain. The raindrops wet their cloaks along the leaves and the cold air seeped into their bones. They seemed to be numb from the cold and no one spoke for the entire journey. When they finally got out of the forest, the bandits brought them to the river and asked them to dismount. A bandit ran to the river and shouted a few times. A ferry about 10 meters long slowly sailed out from the reeds. Then they dismounted from their horses. Other than Marabad's donkey and dog, the rest of the people's horses were taken away. Other than a dozen people escorting them, the rest of the bandits led their horses back to where they came from. The ferry glided on the dark and misty river without making any sound. At this time, Danny was shocked by the strictness and formality of the Brotherhood without flags. Even the paddles were wrapped in thick cloth to suppress the sound. How cautious was that? Who is Madame Stoneheart? She couldn't help but ask. I've never seen her before and I don't know where she came from. He had only heard that she was a cold woman of few words. She liked to judge the unjust and sentence them to death by hanging. Therefore, other than Madame Stoneheart, people also call her Sister Silence, Merciless Saintess and Gallows Woman, Hire said. Don't talk. There might be soldiers patrolling the river. Big Beard Lemon scolded in a low voice. Let's keep it down. Danny did not care whether he agreed or not. She turned to look at Friar Marabad and whispered, How much do you know about the Brotherhood without a flag? The old cultivator had been roaming the river for a long time, so he must know a lot about that organization. The No-Flag Brotherhood was founded by Earl Barry Donderian. Prime Minister Stark ordered him to clean up the bandits harassing Hejian County. In fact, they were the Blood Troop and Gregor Clegane arranged by Duke Tywin. In the end, not long after they left King's Landing, King Robert passed away and Prime Minister Ide was imprisoned. However, Earl Barry and his men still insisted on carrying out Prime Minister Ide's orders. They kept going against Lannister who harassed the people. Later the Northerners came south. The wolf cubs were not good people either. They still burned, killed and looted. Earl Barry treated them equally. Those who deserved to be hanged were hanged, and those who deserved to be caged were caged. He did not distinguish between factions and only insisted on upholding justice. Because he had been fighting the bandits and protecting the people, all the villages, churches, and inns in Hejian County became the strongholds of the No-Flag Brotherhood. All the people in the Tri-River area were their protectors. The name Lightning King made the bandits and the crippled tremble in fear, and boosted the morale of the people and made them united. The emblem of the Dondirian family was a purple forked lightning bolt. The No-Flag Brotherhood developed into a worker, peasant, and soldier guerrilla group. If the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms continue to fight, can they go one step further and create a Red Party? Danny asked in surprise. Red Party? The old cultivator nodded. That's right. They almost formed a Red Party. The people of Hejian County began to abandon the faith of the seven gods, and turned to believe in the Red God who could often perform miracles. This Red Party is not that Red Party. What miracles? Reviving the dead? Danny asked. The old cultivator nodded with a complicated expression and sighed. The Lightning King is not invincible. The No-Flag Brotherhood also cannot win every battle. They have been defeated many times and Earl Barry has been killed many times. From what I know, he was killed by the Demon Mountain at least twice. One time, a spear pierced through his heart, and the other time, a sharp sword pierced through his head from his eye socket. He was even captured alive a few times and hanged to death. Every time he was killed, he would be revived by Soros, a Red God believer from Mill. Seeing such miracles happening around them, the believers naturally began to change their faith. Paristan couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure that the Lightning King is always Earl Barry, and not someone wearing his armor and waving his lightning flag? It's just like how a hunting dog's helmet was picked up by someone, and everyone thought that it was the hunting dog who robbed Salt Pan Town. Are you deaf? The Lightning King has been captured by the nobles a few times. How could they mistake him for someone else?" Danny sneered and said, "Accept the reality. There are true gods in this world. Reviving the dead is almost the signature skill of the Red God priests. And it's obvious that the Light King Lalo has the idea of invading the Westeros. Otherwise, why would he waste so much of his divine power to perform miracles so many times? Even the local lords don't care about the lives of the people in Hejian County. Why would a foreign god care? Is he too kind? Forget it. The other side of Lalo is the Shadow Demon. With that guy's greed and bloodthirstiness, even the Shadow-binding knights are afraid of him." Bam. A bandit knocked on Danny's helmet with his scabbard and scolded seriously, "Don't slander the great Light King." Then he started to recite Lalo's prayer, "The night is long and there are dangers everywhere. Only my lord Lalo can lead us to the light and expel the darkness." Danny winked at the dazed Paristan and laughed softly. "Did you see that? If they didn't see the miracles with their own eyes, would they be so devout?" "Why Hejian County?" The old professor mumbled. "You're a professor. Why are you asking questions that even idiots know?" Danny sneered, but she was surprised to see Paristan, Marabad, Hire, and Brittany looking at her blankly. "Ugh, so many idiots. Cough cough. Let me ask you. Which part of the Seven Kingdoms has the most severe disaster?" "Hejian County." "Where is the most populated?" "River Bend?" the White Knight asked. "No, Hejian County alone may not be as bad as Riverbend, but the war affected half of the king's territory and half of the Western Territory. Including them, the most recognized place should be the Three Rivers Basin." Paristan said thoughtfully. "Religious forces rise from the suffering people. When the lords, kings, laws and traditions can't be relied on, the suffering people can only seek the illusory but omnipotent gods. Lalo is a good schemer. That guy most likely prophesied the four kings. What? It was the Red God believer who hit her again with more force. Don't speak ill of the Light King." The freckled guy's eyes were red. He was so angry that he even pulled out his sword. "Fuck, do you know who I am?" Danny turned her head and said angrily, "Even Benello has to be polite to me. You bunch of brats can't even be considered as the hand of holy fire. Are you trying to rebel?" "I don't care about that Benello or whatever. You're not allowed to insult the Light King," the freckled guy shouted back. He even put his sword on Danny's neck. "All right, I won't say any more." Danny raised her hands in surrender. Even the name of the supreme priest Benello couldn't scare him. What else could she say? "Brother Marabad, please continue." "Oh, Count Bailey still died. He passed his flame of life to a woman who died many days ago. She is now Madame Stoneheart. Madame Stoneheart took over Count Bailey's position and became the leader of the Brotherhood. She was different from the Lightning King. Count Bailey carried out justice and protected the civilians. Madame Stonyheart was unscrupulous and killed crazily for revenge. The Brotherhood was split into two factions. Those who became avengers in the suffering continued to be loyal to Madame Stoneheart. Those whose hearts were still filled with light and hope left the Brotherhood and continued to help the people. Bread and salt. Brittany seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed. She shouted to Longlegs Jenny, "At the inn, Brother Marabad brought food for the children. We shared bread and salt with your sister. We are your guests. You can't violate the guests' rights." Ever since Madame returned from the wedding, the way she treats her guests is different from before. Jenny sighed and looked at the dark river. She said calmly, "Do you see the corpses hanging by the river? Some of them think they are guests too." Wedding? Danny frowned. Is it a red wedding? Who is Madame Stoneheart? She also attended the bloody wedding? And she wants revenge? Is she a survivor of the northern region? No, she died a few days before she was revived by the Lightning King. Could it be? Don't you feel ashamed? Barristan's face turned red. He was extremely angry. You trampled on the guests' rights and acted as if nothing happened. Do you have any sense of honor? Do you have any sense of shame? Aren't you afraid of the gods' judgment? We have our ways, Jenny said calmly. Lemon put on the hound helmet and laughed coldly. She said, "There is no honor in this world. As for the judgment, go to River Rapture City and take a look." Thousands of ghosts of the Northerners wailed at night. The king, the church, the city of learning, and the nobles ignored them. They even tacitly approved of Wade Frey's actions. The family that violated the guests' rights prospered and became the new masters of Hejian. Since this land is already dirty, how can we, the people living on it, not adapt to the new rules? Wade Frey deserves to die. Lannister deserves to die. The church and the city of learning that didn't do anything are all guilty. Barristan's tiger-like eyes were filled with tears. He said sorrowfully, "Morals have fallen, etiquette has collapsed, Westeros are hopeless." Oh. He glanced at Dany beside him and suddenly became abnormally agitated. He shouted, "Let's send our troops. Clean up the universe and return the world to its former glory." Bam! The freckled young man hit the old knight hard, causing the old man's helmet to become crooked. "Old man, don't make a ruckus," the bandit warned in a low voice. "You." Paristan stared at the young man with a strange gaze for a long time. "You're awesome." You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.